Chapter 795, Explode on Sight. Chapter 801 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Two individuals exited the Sunagakure council room while deep in thought. As they walked, one of them sighed and muttered, "To approach the Wind Daimyo at this time. Sigh. Will it work?" It's no secret that the daimyo doesn't like Sunagakure and prefers good relations with Konoha instead. The lady next to him replied, "He may prefer Konoha, but he is the daimyo of the Land of Wind. He wouldn't like to see his country being invaded by Konoha. He'll be even more desperate than us for peace. So we don't need to worry about whose side he'll be on, Yura." Of course, that isn't entirely good news, as he may try to force us to accept some unfavorable terms. However, anything is better than an all-out war against Konoha at this point. Yura replied, "That is exactly what I'm worried about, Arisa. Our economy is already in bad shape due to his preferences. It'll be even worse if more restrictions are imposed upon us. Anyway, I suppose the council already considered these aspects before making the decision. We can only hope that we apply enough pressure on Konoha to stop them from making another audacious move. We need to prepare for the negotiations." Arisa nodded. She and Yura were the two new members of the Sunagakure Council. Tenma Arima was from a civilian background, but had considerable influence due to being a strategist and an elite Junin. Yura had a significant influence among the Sunagakure ninjas too. Unfortunately for Sunagakure, he was Sasori's spy. Within minutes of the end of the Sunagakure Council meeting, two squads left their village and traveled at high speed. One squad was headed to Iwagakure, while the other was headed to Kumogakure. At the same time, a news spread throughout Sunagakure, which brought relief to most of their ninjas. "Thank God! I was so worried." "Yeah, me too. I'm so glad the council made this decision. My wife and kids were so worried for me." "Yeah, we don't have to fight that monster. We can flee as soon as we see him, even if we are at war." Realizing the fear of Fujin that had penetrated into the bones of the Sunagakure ninjas, the council finally issued a flee-on-sight warning for Fujin, just like Iwagakure did a long time ago. It restored the morale of their ninjas to an extent. However, there were a few hundred ninjas who weren't relieved. Instead, they became even more worried. "Shit! Does this mean that we will go to war with Konoha? Fuck! What use is the flee-on-sight order? How the fuck are we supposed to run from that demon?" "Exactly! That monster slaughtered 200 of our comrades in the blink of an eye. Poor guys didn't even know what hit them. What the hell is the council thinking? They should avoid war at all costs. This was a short conflict. If we start an official war, he'll make White Fang look like a saint. I don't even want to imagine him hunting our forces for several weeks, let alone several months." Needless to say, the council was well aware of this when Baki spoke up. Unfortunately, they were out of options. They could only be thankful for the fact that they had dispatched nearly 3,000 ninjas before Baki's group returned to Sunagakure and spread Fujin's infamy. As such, they were unaffected and still in good morale. A similar order was passed by Ai in Kumogakure. However, their ninjas had a very different reaction. Instead of relief, most ninjas had solemn expressions. Ai's orders were very different from Sunagakure's council. Mabui sighed and thought, "To send such an order in such tumultuous times, Raikage-sama's reputation will drop even more." Unfortunately, there was no choice. Trouble doesn't seem to stop. If we delay, who knows how many more ninjas would go missing? Instead of fleeing from Fujin, Ai ordered his ninjas to attack Fujin and blow themselves up as soon as they encountered him if Fujin or his subordinates showed any signs of hostility. Of course, such a drastic order resulted in an immediate backlash and opposition from the council. The Raikage and his close aides braced for another political shitstorm. At the same time, he dispatched one squad to get in touch with Iwagakure. A kilometer away from the fire capital, the three divisions met once again. Fujin let the army set up camps and rest. After all, they had been very active for over a week without much rest. In addition, Fujin needed them to be ready for the future. The leaders of the army met in the main tent. Fujin glanced around and said, "It's good to see everyone here is safe and sound. How did the war go?" Hoka sighed and said, "It was going well initially, but we fell into a trap. Though their forces were far weaker, we lost several ninjas due to their momentum. 26 ninjas in my division lost their lives. Another 84 ninjas were seriously injured, but their lives aren't in danger anymore. They should make a full recovery soon. We sent them to Konoha on our way. Nearly 700 other ninjas took some injuries due to their suicidal assault, but most have been healed so far. The rest should be healed in a few days. Illumi added, since Hoka's division was attacked first, we didn't completely fall into their trap, so our losses were lower. Still, we lost 11 ninjas and another 46 were seriously injured. Luckily, they'll make a full recovery too. Fujin replied, Kagero was a very experienced and shrewd commander, so this isn't surprising. Had his forces been stronger, I would have been forced to shelve my plans for Otogakure. Regardless, I hope the two of you gained valuable experience. Hoka and Illumi nodded. Fujin sighed and muttered, That's good. Life must go on, but it's a shame that 40 of our ninjas died. The tent stayed silent for a few moments. Hoka, Renjiro, and Illumi realized, so he only lost 3 ninjas in the campaign against Otogakure? Fujin continued, Anyway, considering the dead and the wounded, our army has lost 170 ninjas. We still have nearly 2,900 ninjas and can act if need be. Hoka asked, Who will we make a move against next? Fujin answered, The negotiation team will soon begin talks with Tsunagakure in the Fire Capital. I'll be joining them too. What we do next will depend on how the talks go. If they go well, the army will likely be recalled or transformed into patrol units to maintain order in the Land of Fire. If they don't... Everyone became serious as Fujin paused. He looked at everyone and continued authoritatively. If they don't, we'll act as the Angward and begin our assault on the Land of Wind. Fujin's statement was like a bomb dropped in the main tent. Even Renjiro didn't expect that Konoha would actually attack Tsunagakure. He thought, Is the council serious about attacking? What changed? From the talks I had with the clan leader, it felt like the council had no interest in continuing the war. Renjiro's thoughts were accurate. Fujin didn't have any official orders to attack Tsunagakure. In fact, he wasn't even asked to prepare for an invasion. It was just Fujin taking the initiative to prepare, and it had something to do with the role he was supposed to play in the negotiations. Konomi asked gravely, Would we really invade one of the great illages? Fujin answered, It is unlikely. The council is opposed to war, especially considering that the 5th Hokage has yet to take power officially. Whether it is Lord Jiraiya or Lady Tsunade who takes charge, neither supports unnecessary wars. In addition, I doubt Tsunagakure wants a war right now. However, there is no reason for us to not prepare for the worst-case scenario. So, prepare the army assuming you'll receive orders to march out at any moment. No need to train right now, just let them get sufficient rest and ensure that even the minor injuries are healed. The 3 generals nodded. Renjiro asked, Will you leave for the Fire Capital right away? Fujin shook his head and answered, No, our team will arrive tomorrow morning. I'll rest with the army and join them tomorrow. Renjiro smiled and thought, Not bad. Being with the army for as long as he can is a good way for any commander to increase their morale. The group discussed some more important topics before being dismissed. Fujin spent the remaining day catching up with Hoka and Renjiro while interacting with the army following Renjiro's suggestions. In the night, Fujin stayed up in his tent while writing a report on a scroll. The report looked strange and unreadable because it was encoded in a cipher. Very few ninjas knew how to decode this cipher, as its secrets were taught only to a handful of elites in Konoha. Fujin went through his reports once while thinking, Shikaku won't come to the negotiations. A bummer. It could have been fun to negotiate alongside him. Oh well, since he's being lazy again, I need to be a responsible Konoha ninja and give him a few sleepless nights. After all, our Junin commander and best strategist has to be in top shape all the time. Without wasting any time, Fujin dispatched a messenger bird to Konoha before sleeping soundly. Not sure if I can do a double today. Check in like 4 to 6 hours. If no update, I'll try to do a double tomorrow. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link.patreon.com/devilhex. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI Google Pay, Pedal Sarvish H at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Mark, J Rogue, Shrek, Anthony, Abdul, Calbeer, Devon, and Shadowed General for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 796, Hiruzen Substitutes. Chapter 802 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Another tiresome day. Shikaku sighed as he let out a yawn. His wife looked at him and chuckled. Your work won't decrease just because you sigh and complain. In fact, it always has the opposite impact. Shikaku tiredly replied, It's all that brat's fault. Until Lord Jiraiya brings back Lady Tsunade, I'll have to suffer irrespective of how much I sigh. His laziness soured his wife's mood, and she immediately scolded, You should show more enthusiasm. Your laziness has been influencing Shikamaru. He is already showing signs of the same laziness as you, and complains about everything. Shikaku knew very well that anything he said would only make his wife more upset. As such, he just listened to her nagging before falling onto his bed. Within moments, he fell asleep. While he always complained, he had really been working a lot as he was handling the Hokage's duties along with his duties at the same time. Unfortunately, merely a minute after he fell asleep, his eyes opened up as their bell rang. Shikaku immediately became serious and got up. He quickly moved to the door while thinking, To contact me at this hour, did something happen? However, what can be so important? Our armies are back in our territories, and the negotiation team shouldn't have reached yet. Shikaku's mind immediately analyzed a few dozen scenarios before opening the door. An Anbu ninja handed him a scroll and reported, We just received an extremely important message from Suzuki Fujin. He added a small note to hand the scroll to you directly and immediately. Shikaku accepted the scroll and said, All right, I'll look into it. The Anbu ninja flickered away while Shikaku entered his house again. He opened the scroll and laid his eyes on the contents inside. As soon as he did, his eyes twitched as he wondered, Did he have to use this cipher, or did he do it just to increase my workload? The cipher team can't decode this message. I'll have to do it all by myself. Sai, I hope this message is actually important and solves some of my troubles instead of increasing them. Though unwilling, Shikaku spent half an hour decoding the message before reading the entire scroll. His eyes widened as he thought, This! Shit! I told him to decrease my workload, not increase it. Why did he order the death of over 200 Kumogakure ninjas? And what does he mean by doing it silently? It may not have been obvious the last time, but it is very obvious this time. Besides, just because they couldn't react the last time doesn't mean that we can keep poking them. At some point, they'll explode in our faces, even if it hurts them. I'll have to now calculate how they'll react and if we need to prepare for any attacks from them as well. Shikaku wanted to cry. He had just pawned off the work of negotiations on the elders and hoped to have a few easy days at last. If Tsunade returned to the village in those days, he'd be free again. Unfortunately, Fujin denied him that luxury by needlessly antagonizing Kumogakure again. Even if Tsunade returned, Shikaku would have to pay attention to Kumogakure's movements. Unlike Shikaku, who had a sleepless night, Fujin slept soundly. By the time he woke up, Konoha's negotiation team had already arrived in the camp. Fujin freshened up before walking into the main tent, where the elders, clan leaders, and the leaders of the army had already gathered. Fujin yawned and muttered, You guys are up awfully early. Fujin's comment earned an irritated look from the ones present. The negotiation team had arrived even before the sun rose. They wanted to discuss some matters before heading to the fire capital. However, Fujin instructed his guards to not disturb him unless an enemy attacked. While the elders and the clan leaders were very respected, their charisma fell quite short of Fujin at the moment, especially among the ninjas. Fujin led to 2 quick victories. The fact that Orochimaru ran away without even facing Fujin improved his image in their hearts even more. Considering that Orochimaru was one of the Sanins, many rated him even above them. As such, no one was allowed to disturb him. Koharu commented snarkily, Not all of us can afford to sleep as long as we want. Fujin took his seat and lazily replied, Maybe if you chase the snake around for a week, perhaps you might be forced to. Fujin's comment left Koharu speechless instantly. She didn't think Fujin would retort in this manner. Homura's left eye twitched as he thought, His tongue has gotten even sharper. Sai, I hope Shikaku talked some sense into this boy. Otherwise, it is very likely that he'll start a war between the two villages single-handedly. Hiromasa smirked and thought, as sharp as ever. Still, this isn't the first time he retorted this sharply to the elders. Does he have some animosity towards them? It can't be just because they sided with Danzo. After all, he has a decent relationship with Homura. Inoichi and Sume watched the interaction with amusement as well, while Hoka, Konomi, and Illumi were shocked. None of them expected Fujin to talk back to one of the elders in such a manner. After all, Koharu's comment, though uncalled for, wasn't particularly harsh considering that Fujin made them wait for over 3 hours. Fujin ignored everyone's reactions and asked, "Anyway, why did you call me here? Tsunagakure's negotiation team should be at least 3 days away, assuming they dispatched them by now." Homura answered, "That is true, but we need to prepare so that we are on the same page during the negotiations." Fujin nodded and said, "Yeah, Shikaku-san informed me. Let's go with the same tactic we used against Kusa." Homura coughed loudly to interrupt Fujin. He immediately said, "No, we can't treat Tsunagakure as Kusagakure. The two villages are very different. So are the issues we are negotiating." Koharu added, "Kusagakure is just a minor village that specializes in diplomacy. Tsunagakure, even though weakened, is still a great village. Thou." Fujin cut her off and said, "Their Kage is dead, their Jinchuriki is unstable and still a kid, and their only rank S ninja is even older than you two. The only two factors that differentiate them are their larger forces and a formidable terrain, both of which could be dealt with in several ways, so there isn't much of a need to treat them differently. While the situation is indeed different, it is even more favorable for us. They're the ones who attacked us and lost embarrassingly. It gives us so many more avenues of applying pressure on them." An awkward silence appeared in the room. Renjiro's eyes twitched as he thought, "I had this feeling yesterday. There is no doubt about it. He wants to carry out a few strikes on Tsunagakure as well." At the same time, Hoka thought, even though they were the ones who attacked us, I can't help but feel bad for them now. Poor fellows. I guess this is karma. Konomi, who had seen how Fujin operated firsthand, wondered, does he plan on disarming Tsunagakure's traps and eliminating their ambush squads one by one, like how we did in the Land of Rice? A couple of weeks ago, I would have dismissed that idea as crazy. However, after what I have seen... Of course, the ones on the council wouldn't agree to Fujin's words. Hiromasa finally intervened. "Fujin, while your statements are logical, you're missing one aspect. That is pride. Kusagakure is a minor village that specializes in diplomacy. Compromising isn't humiliating for them. However, Tsunagakure has the pride of a great village. If we humiliate them too much, they'll refuse and go to war even at the risk of annihilation. Even though we are in good shape right now, an all-out war against a great village is not something Konoha can afford to do. Anything short of a decisive victory like you had against Otogakure will be an open invitation for Kumogakure and Iwakure to attack us. In fact, we believe they may already be in talks, so let's calm down and discuss." A smile appeared on his face as he added, "Besides, even though our approach should be cordial, our demands will be very strict, so relax and let's continue the discussion." Since Fujin had good relations with the Senju clan, Fujin didn't reply aggressively. Besides, while his ideas were good, Fujin didn't particularly care whether Konoha went to war with Tsunagakure or not. He just wanted to mess with the two elders since Hiruzen was out of commission and couldn't be bothered. Fujin replied, "All right." With Hiromasa playing the mediator, the tensions calmed down and the group finally started discussing their negotiation strategy. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI Google Pay. Paddle Sarvesh8 at OKSBA can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Mukut and Divine for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 797, A Warm and Not So Warm Welcome. Chapter 803 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Deidara died on your watch? Nagato asked emotionlessly. However, Obito could feel a sense of disdain directed at him in Nagato's voice. The image of Uchiha Madara he created in Nagato's and Konan's minds long ago was slightly shaken. After all, if Madara couldn't stop a teenager, was there any reason to treat him like he was in his prime? Obito understood it. Unfortunately, there wasn't much he could do considering that something else had happened during the battle, which was far more humiliating than Deidara's death. He ignored their hidden disdain and replied, "Deidara may have betrayed Akatsuki. Or rather, he had some dealings with Fujin. It was why I didn't save him. Fujin turned on him to ensure that we didn't get any information." Nagato and Konan were surprised by the revelation, but didn't care much. After all, Deidara's death didn't affect Akatsuki much, and Akatsuki was already dealing with another traitor. Obito continued, "As for Suzuki Fujin, he is a rather odd young man. Don't underestimate him if you face him in battle. Zetsu will inform you about his abilities." Obito was about to leave when Nagato said, "Sasori is without a partner once again. We'll have to find a replacement for Deidara." Obito nodded before disappearing into his dimension. Konan muttered, "To think the mighty Uchiha Madara failed to protect a rank S ninja from a young shinobi. I knew he had lost his strength, but I didn't think he'd deteriorate to this condition." Nagato replied, "Even so, his ability can't be underestimated." Konan nodded. She had no intention of taking him lightly. While they were allies, she was extremely suspicious of him and was preparing a plan in case he ever targeted Nagato. And ideas for a new partner for Sasori are welcomed. Exceptions, Toby. I didn't expect that boy would force you to use Izanagi. Black Zetsu muttered in an underground base when he noticed a crack in the space. Obito appeared in the room while taking his mask off. A couple of cuts were visible on his face and the side of his head. In addition, his left eye had gone blind. Obito said, "Yes, thankfully Sasori doesn't know about this jutsu and thinks it was some sort of genjutsu. Otherwise, my image would have been hurt even more." White Zetsu said, "Suzuki Fujin is dangerous. This is the second time he killed an Akatsuki member. If you hadn't shown up, Sasori might have been killed as well. I'm afraid Kakuzu's team wouldn't stand a chance against him either. Unless Pain or you move, only Itachi and Kisame could win. Assuming he doesn't convince Kisame that Itachi is a spy." Obito agreed. Fujin's abilities were already quite strong. In addition, he was also excellent at scheming. Together, these two aspects made him extremely dangerous. He thought for a bit and said, "In the next gathering, inform everyone about Fujin's abilities and the threat he possesses. I doubt they'll take the warning too seriously, but they'll at least be prepared. Inform me if any other team ends up confronting him. I'm interested in seeing how many more hidden cards he has in his arsenal." White Zetsu replied, "I will." Obito walked into another room while saying, "Also, keep an eye on Nagato. I doubt he'd betray me, but it's better to be careful than be caught off guard." Obito focused on healing himself and replacing his left eye with another 3 Tomei Sharingan. After completing their discussions, Fujin left the army in Renjiro's care and moved to the fire capital along with the negotiation team. As he laid his eyes on the grand city, he raised an eyebrow and muttered, "That's strange. Is there some sort of celebration or a welcome party?" Hiromasa chuckled and said, "The latter. They do this once in a while when important people from Konoha show up. Considering our recent victories, they also have a reason to celebrate. What better time to do that than now, when 6 of Konoha's council members are arriving?" He turned his gaze towards Fujin and said, "You played a huge role in all 3 of our victories. The news has already spread throughout the country, and people have heard the stories of your strength, courage, and valor. They would want to see you in person." Fujin glanced at the entrance of the city. He could see that both sides of the road were jam-packed by common people. He sighed internally. As a ninja, fame is not exactly good. On the contrary, it is quite detrimental as no one would underestimate you anymore, and your enemies would conduct extensive research on your abilities. Unfortunately, I don't think I can keep hiding in the shadows anymore. My movements in the last month and a half have been too spectacular, and unlike my previous actions, they were all conducted in the daylight. Luckily, I still have a good number of my abilities hidden alongside a couple of identities that could still be underestimated by others. As soon as the group stepped into the city, their eyes landed on the fire daimyo, who was present with several other nobles and officials to welcome Konoha's group. Fujin thought, "Now that's a rare sight. The daimyo of the 5 great nations rarely engage in such displays. Even though they don't hold much power, they still have to keep up appearances. I suppose this just shows how important the talks with Tsunagakure will be." Homura and Koharu stepped ahead to meet the daimyo. With a smile on his face, Homura said, "Daimyo-sama, I didn't expect to see you here." The fire daimyo laughed cordially and said, "How could I not when you two are coming here? Welcome to my humble city. It's good to see you two again." The 3 elder people interacted like they hadn't met for years, even though Fire Daimyo had been in Konoha just a week ago. While they chatted, the spectators were looking at the Konoha ninjas, with over 90% of them staring at Fujin. While the crowd maintained silence to show respect to the daimyo, a few murmurs were heard. Who among them is Konoha's sword? Of course, it's him. He is the only young one here. Gosh, he's so young. So he's Konoha's sword. It's so cool to see him. While the murmurs were soft, Fujin's ears picked it up. He wondered in confusion, Konoha's sword? What in the... Suddenly, the fire daimyo turned his head towards Fujin and said, "It's good to see Konoha's sword too. Everyone here has been waiting to see the young hero. Even my grandkids pestered me all day. Ha ha ha." Fujin's left eye involuntarily twitched as he wondered, so they were indeed referring to me. Which asshole gave me such a lousy title? Before Fujin could say anything, Hiromasa laughed, patted Fujin's back, and said, "I forgot to mention it earlier. In light of your recent achievements, everyone in Konoha has been referring to you by that title. The name caught on very quickly." The daimyo smiled and said, "Oh, I didn't know you were unaware. I'm glad that you heard it from me then." "It's good to see you again too, Hiromasa." The group interacted for a few minutes before taking the main road to Daimyo's palace, while being cheered by thousands of people. Fujin didn't pay much attention to the proceedings and instead wondered, how did I get such a title? And how did it spread so quickly? He thought for a bit before concluding, a title generally spreads as a result of an incident, several incidents, or a feature of that ninja. My previous title spread purely due to my actions. As I continued assassinating, the title caught on very quickly. I guess I also got credit for some of the kills that weren't done by me. However, Konoha's sword. This title is a little weird. Instead of describing me, it's a title that'll boost the morale of Konoha ninjas. There's no way an enemy would give me this title. It's definitely Shikaku's. No, he's too lazy to take the initiative to do something like this. It must be that old fox. Sigh. Why is he messing with me while in a coma? Is he really in a coma, or just pretending to be to avoid paperwork and force either of his students to finally accept his seat? Fujin couldn't help but sigh. While he didn't care what moniker he was referred to with, he had one small complaint. Why is my new title lamer than my old one? Couldn't they think of something better than Spectral Swordsman? Sigh. I need to prepare a recovery gift for Hiruzen for when he finally wakes up. After a meeting in his palace, the daimyo got Konoha's group settled in the best hotel in the fire capital. 5 days later, Tsunagakure's negotiation team arrived. Even though they received a welcome, it wasn't exactly warm. Even experienced leaders like Yura and Arisa became nervous, let alone the weaker ninjas following them. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Paddle Sarvesh 8 at OKSB, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you. Khaled, Jackson, Divine Slims, Gimme Dilute, Malo, Jeppy, Zeka, Arvin and Marvin for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you, Kabir, for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 798. Nerves. Danger. Bait. Chapter 804 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Before Tsunagakure's negotiation team entered the fire capital, they were greeted with a completely unexpected sight. Though the path to the city was open, thousands of ninjas surrounded the path. While they weren't as visible as the civilians in Fire Capital, they didn't bother hiding their presence. As such, experienced ninjas like Yura and Arisa and censors could feel the vast amount of ninjas in the trees around the paths. Even the ones who couldn't sense them were unnerved as they felt the gazes of hundreds of bloodthirsty ninjas lock onto them. After all, though Konoha didn't suffer much due to their attack, over 100 people died and thousands were injured. As such, most Konoha ninjas had a friend or a relative who was injured in the attack. Fearing the worst, a few Suna ninjas gulped nervously. "Don't tell me Konoha plans to eliminate all of us as revenge for our attack." Luckily, Arisa spoke softly but firmly. "Get a hold of yourself. Don't forget that we are representing our village. Stop standing still like bloody fools and follow us." Led by Arisa and Yura's brave march, the others in the negotiation team found courage and followed their 2 new council members. Either that, or they were afraid of being left behind. Until the moment they set foot in Fire Capital, the entire group was watched like hawks by the Konoha ninjas. The members of the negotiation team let out a sigh of relief. They were finally out of danger, or so they thought. Just like Konoha's team, Suna's team was welcomed as well. However, there were some differences. Instead of the Fire Daimyo and dozens of nobles and officials welcoming them, they were greeted by a single noble who was in the Fire Daimyo's bad graces. In addition, there was no audience to cheer them. The noble welcomed them and led them to Daimyo's palace. However, they were stared at hatefully once again, this time by ordinary citizens of Fire Capital who spotted them. Their looks conveyed the Land of Fire's disappointment, disgust, anger, and myriad other emotions due to Tsunagakure's actions. The peace they enjoyed was nearly destroyed due to Tsunagakure's folly. Yura sighed internally. "This must be Konoha's play to put us on the back foot. We should have traveled here with the Wind Daimyo." Suddenly, he had a realization. He thought, "Wait, don't tell me this is why the Wind Daimyo refused to travel with us and left before we did. The Fire Daimyo must have conveyed him a message because Konoha couldn't do this had he been with us." Yura's mood became heavy. Arisa had the same realization. They finally realized how stacked the odds were against them. In complete silence, the Tsunagakure group traveled to the daimyo's palace. They hadn't even entered it when they saw another scary sight. As unnerving as the gazes of thousands of Konoha ninjas were, this sight was downright horrifying. From the corner of their eyes, they noticed several chefs attending to a young man and serving him the best food Fire Capital could offer. In a daimyo's palace, such a sight would be considered ordinary. Unfortunately, there was nothing ordinary about that young man. One of the Suna ninjas involuntarily muttered, "Sandslayer." Others wondered, "Why is he here? Wasn't that army enough?" A few realized, "Don't tell me that is the same army Konoha used to attack Kusagakure rebels and Odogakure. Why did they move to this city? What is Konoha planning?" While Fujin couldn't hear their thoughts, his ears picked up the soft mutters. He thought, "Sandslayer? Huh? Sigh, why are my enemies so much better at coming up with new monikers for me than my allies who are supposed to be some of the smartest people on this planet?" Fujin let out a sigh, making the chef next to him very worried. He nervously asked, "Is the soup not to your liking?" Fujin shook his head and said, "Don't worry, it's delicious. Make me a couple more bowls." The chef sighed in relief and immediately got to work. Meanwhile, the noble leading the Suna ninjas said, "The Wind Daimyo reached the city yesterday and is waiting inside. He said that he wanted to meet you as soon as you arrive, though it'll be understandable if you want to rest first." Needless to say, while he didn't like the Suna ninjas, they were ninjas at the end of the day, and very powerful ones when compared to an average ninja. Even though he was a noble and related to the Fire Daimyo, he wouldn't act haughtily in front of Tsunagakure ninjas. Yura said, "We'll see Daimyo-sama first." While watching Fujin warily, the Suna ninjas entered the palace and followed the noble into a room, where the 2 daimyo were talking with Homura and Koharu, while their samurai guards watchfully stood behind them. The Fire Daimyo turned his gaze towards the newcomers and said with a smile, "Welcome. It's good to see you here. I hope your journey went well. Come in and make yourself comfortable." The Wind Daimyo added, "Congrats on your recent promotions, Yura and Arisa. I have a lot of expectations from you two." Arisa replied, "Thank you, Daimyo-sama. We'll do our best for Tsunagakure." Yura added, "Our journey went well." In his mind, Yura added, "Except the last few minutes." The Wind Daimyo said, "That's good. I hope you two can settle the differences between the two villages, and we can maintain an alliance once again. While there were several other factors, no new great war has started ever since our two countries have maintained an alliance. Our citizens and even ninjas would like to see the peace maintained. The Wind Daimyo's tone had become extremely serious. While Tsunagakure was damaged the most due to their attack, he would be the biggest loser if the two villages became hostile. So this matter was very personal to the Wind Daimyo. The Suna ninjas realized the same, and their moods became solemn. Their daimyo had already become a liability instead of an asset. Of course, they still had several plans to make use of the Wind Daimyo's personal interests. The Fire Daimyo laughed and said, "They've just arrived. It wouldn't be fair to make them negotiate today. Suta will guide you to your staying arrangements. You can let him know if anything isn't up to your standard." After the welcome they had received, the Tsunagakure ninjas wanted a break to reevaluate the situation and adjust their plans. They had no reason to refuse the offer. Yura immediately nodded. "Thank you. It would be appreciated." Under the gaze of the two daimyo and Konoha elders, the Tsunagakure ninjas left the room. As soon as the door shut, the daimyo's faces became expressionless. The Fire Daimyo asked, "So, what do you think?" Homura answered, I didn't sense any killing intent. It doesn't look like they have any plans to make a move against the two of you." The Wind Daimyo replied, "Perhaps. Or they could have been intimidated by the two of you." Koharu shook her head and said, "No, we would have seen their intentions easily if they had any such plans and dropped them due to our presence. I can say for certain that they didn't plan on eliminating the two of you. Or at least, this group isn't responsible for or aware of it." Homura added, "Besides, I doubt the two of us could stop suicidal attacks from over 20 ninjas by ourselves. On the contrary, they would have attempted to drag us along with themselves." The Fire Daimyo chuckled and guessed, "Maybe our young hero deterred them outside. We should be thankful that he agreed to stay in the palace and look after us old folks." Koharu's eye twitched as she thought, "If he had his way, then even the two of us wouldn't have been in this room. You two would have served as the perfect baits for Suna's doom." Homura calmly said, "While he definitely would have made an impact on them, it wouldn't matter. Whoever tries to kill you will do so without any expectations of making it back alive. As I just said, it would be a suicide mission, and Tsunagakure would declare them rogue ninjas, so you can relax." The Wind Daimyo breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, "That's a relief. You have it easier here. Do you know how dangerous my position is in the Land of Wind?" The Fire Daimyo was left speechless at how his fellow daimyo complained. He could only say awkwardly, "Well, you're welcome to stay here for as long as you want." Without a hint of shame or hesitation, the Wind Daimyo replied, "I'll take you up on that offer then, next chapter in a few hours. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patilsarvesh8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Luco, Kate, Adrian, G21, Snowfairy Asuna, James, Ethan, Christian, Ruben, Zose, Kalevra, Jai Sir Alex, and Allah you know for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 799, A New Alliance. Chapter 805, Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Lady Arisa, Lord Yura, I checked the rooms. There aren't any seals keeping a tab on us. The seal master in Tsunagakure's group reported. After leaving the daimyo's palace, they were led to the second-best hotel in Fire Capital and settled there. Needless to say, they wouldn't blindly trust Konoha's arrangements, and immediately inspected the place for traps and seals. While Tsunagakure didn't dare to send a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster on this dangerous mission, they could spare a seal master, who did most of the work. However, Arisa shook her head and said, "Good work, but it's hopeless. Ask everyone to act as if we're being kept watched at all times." The seal master frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Realizing she had hurt his pride, Arisa explained, "It's not your fault. It's due to the reports we received from Kumogakure. Their grandmaster failed to detect a trap set for their army, and Kumogakure believes that Suzuki Fujin had a hand in that trap." Yura added, "We aren't sure how accurate the reports are, but if true, then even our grandmasters could miss seals planted by Konoha. The seal master was shocked. He asked, "Then, what do we do? How can we deal with someone who can fool grandmasters?" Arisa replied, "That's why I said what I did. Call everyone. We need to have a meeting." Konoha put up an excellent show today. I have to admit, I wouldn't have thought of so many tactics to apply pressure on our opponent. They have already entered our minds. We need to make sure that we don't get affected by it and negotiate as if we aren't in any danger. After all, it's not like we can do anything if they decide to kill us. The Sand Slayer alone can kill us silently if he wants to, so we might as well act as if we don't care about our lives and the danger that may appear. Only then can we get a good deal for our village. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the Seal Master nodded and immediately left. Tsunagakure's negotiation team began their first meeting in Fire Capital. For obvious reasons, they didn't discuss or revise their tactics and strategies during this particular mission. Instead, Yura and Arisa focused on the mental state of their subordinates. They worked on removing their fear and nervousness, and ensured that they stayed sharp throughout the negotiations. "Raikage-sama, the damage done to our trading routes by the hurricanes is finally fixed." However, Mabui's expression dulled as she reported, "I'm afraid this will have a major impact on our trade. The hurricanes that appeared a month ago had caused extensive damage, much of which is yet to be repaired. It scared all the traders and merchants. The matter of our missing ninjas and Akuro's attack only amplified that fear. It took a lot of effort to make them start trading in our country again. However, these hurricanes will deter them once again. I'm afraid that nearly 80% of our trade will be impacted for a month or two. If such incidents occur again, then it could be even longer." A's mood wasn't good. He was still being harassed constantly by the families of the ninjas that went missing in the Land of Rice. His new policy regarding Fujin wasn't taken well by the ninjas either. The ones who didn't want to see him in power or curtail his arrogance were also bringing back the issue of the previous missing ninjas and the humiliation inflicted by Akuro. As a result, his time was absolutely miserable. A muttered, "I didn't think a few hurricanes would impact us so much. However, there is still the question of why so many strong hurricanes are constantly forming." A frown appeared on his face as he said, "I have a nagging suspicion that something about these weather patterns isn't natural. It's as if someone is trying to hurt us. Mabui, dispatch a group of meteorologists to the places where the hurricanes originated. Send a couple of ambush squads with each group. At the same time, convey to the merchant groups not to trade in the country unless it is essential. Let them know that we are looking into the unpredictable weather. Even though our economy will suffer, it is better to suffer hardship in the short term than lose their trust and suffer in the long run." Mabui worriedly replied, "Raikage-sama, you're already under pressure due to the recent events. If we stop trade at this moment, the pressure will intensify further, and it'll give more ammunition to the ones who find you an eyesore." A scoffed and said, "Don't worry. No matter how much they try, they can't touch my seat. This is just a temporary hurdle. As for the troublemakers, let them scheme as much as they want. Once the matter cools down, I'll settle everything quickly and efficiently. Just keep track of who is fanning the flames." Mabui nodded and was about to leave when an Anbu ninja knocked and entered the room. She reported, "Raikage-sama, a Tsunagakure squad has arrived in the village. They claim that they want to discuss some important matters with you." A replied, "Took them long enough. I'm surprised they waited this long after that disastrous loss." Mabui replied, "Perhaps they were apprehensive due to us disregarding their previous invitation." A snorted and said, "After that disastrous attack, I don't think so. They likely just assumed that I'd act regardless of whether they contacted me or not. Send them here." Unlike the squad Tsunagakure sent to Iwagakure, which traveled directly to the hidden village, the squad dispatched to Kumogakure had to move around the entire Land of Fire to avoid running into the spirited Konoha ninjas and creating more trouble for Tsunagakure. Since they moved through the minor villages, which were allied with Konoha, they had to move very carefully. Hence, they needed over 6 days to reach Kumogakure. While I discussed possible avenues of cooperation with the Tsunagakure ninjas and analyzed how reliable Tsunagakure could be, Onoki was pondering over his meetings with Tsunagakure and Kumogakure squads. Since Iwagakure was the only village that hadn't been hit recently, Onoki held the key to any possible alliance between the three great villages. While Tsunagakure worked in the background to find a common ground between them, Iwagakure and Kumogakure, their two new council members, sat in a room along with the 24 members of their negotiation team on one side of a large table. Opposite them was the Konoha's negotiation team, led by the two elders, Homura and Koharu, three clan leaders, Hiromasa, Inoichi and Tsume, and Suzuki Fujin, the representative of civilian ninjas in Konoha. Along with them were 18 other members, most of whom had accompanied Fujin and Homura to Kusagakure. Separating these two groups were the Fire Daimyo and the Wind Daimyo, who sat on opposite ends as well with a couple of trusted samurais protecting each. The talks here would decide whether Konoha and Tsunagakure would mend their ties, or whether the two villages would go to war. Our two villages have been in an alliance since the end of the Third Great Ninja War. During this time, no conflict broke out between us. In addition, our alliance deterred Kumogakure and Iwagakure from starting a new war. Homura started the discussion by emotionlessly putting the facts on the table. He continued, "Neither dared to attack you when you were vulnerable after the previous Great War due to us. In addition, neither dared to attack us when we were weakened by the Nine Tails assault. In a way, our alliance ensured that the next Great Ninja War didn't break out, and it maintained peace in the ninja world." His tone became cold as he stated, "Yet, you broke our alliance. You allied with a traitor and assaulted Konoha. Your actions destabilized the world and nearly pushed us into the next Great Ninja War. More importantly, nearly 200 of our people died, and my dear friend and our beloved Hokage was gravely injured." Without a shred of mercy or hesitation, Homura asked, "Give me one good reason why Konoha shouldn't dispatch our armies and wipe out Tsunagakure from the face of this world." Just like Hiruzen and Danzo, Homura's strength had waned with age. Coupled with the fact that he was never as strong as those two, he was no longer considered a great ninja or a major threat. However, the pressure and the killing intent he released this day made all 24 Tsunagakure ninjas, other than Yura and Arisa, tremble. Irrespective of whether they were Chunins or Junins, their expressions became grave, and their instincts forced them to raise their guard even though they knew Homura wouldn't make a move. Even Arisa and Yura could feel Homura's experience in the pressure he was exerting. Even though either could go toe-to-toe with him easily, they were nowhere near in terms of experience. The two daimyos, who had a few plans to act as mediators since neither wanted another war, were dead silent, and neither dared to move a muscle. While Homura's chakra wasn't directed at them, they were just ordinary people, irrespective of their status. The pressure terrified them regardless of who it was directed at. Without a word, both decided to stay quiet throughout the meeting. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Pedal Sarvesh 8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Luca and Tristan, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 800. Refusal to accept responsibility. Chapter 806 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. 800th chapter. Just 200 more to reach 1,000. Thanks for all your love and support once again, guys. Couldn't have done it without you. It hadn't been even a minute since the negotiations began, but the room was already tense. Homura's display unnerved most of the Tsunagakure ninjas. Suddenly, Yura and Arisa riled their chakra to counter Homura's pressure. Yura asked, "Do you mean other than the fact that you can't?" Arisa asked, "Does Konoha dare to step into the desert? Perhaps you've forgotten what happened in the Second Great Ninja War." Their chakra brought relief to the other Tsunagakure ninjas who were facing the heat. Of course, neither dared to exert pressure on the Konoha side. Both knew very well what the result would be if they tried to do so. Even if Fujin was ignored, Konoha's side was considerably stronger with as many as 5 ninjas at the elite Junin level, even though 3 were very old. Sume bared her fangs and asked, "Would you like us to try again?" Unlike Homura, she didn't apply any pressure or direct her killing intent at the Tsunagakure ninjas. Instead, she stopped restraining her bloodlust. Even the weaker Konoha ninjas felt nauseated by her display, let alone the Tsunagakure ninjas who knew the bloodlust was meant for them. There were 2 other casualties who suffered the most and had to fight very hard not to puke due to her horrible aura. While they succeeded, they cursed themselves for poking their nose into this matter instead of enjoying their lavish lives. Cough! Just when the tensions seemed to reach a breaking point, a cough echoed in the room. Accompanying the cough were strange winds that eliminated all sorts of auras in the room. Be it Homura, Sume, Arisa, or Yura, everyone's presence and bloodlust were suppressed. The Konoha ninjas turned their heads while Tsunagakure ninjas became even more nervous despite the absence of the bloodlust. In a moment, everyone looked at Fujin. Fujin calmly said, "We are here for negotiations. There is no need to declare a war before even discussing the matters civilly." His words calmed down the Tsunagakure ninjas. However, before they could completely relax, Fujin turned his gaze towards them and said, "Besides, if need be, I'll just pay a visit to Tsunagakure. I'm sure you guys wouldn't mind, would you?" A slight smile appeared on Fujin's lips as he asked the question. Needless to say, every Tsunagakure ninja understood the true meaning behind his words. Yura thought, while rank S ninjas are a threat and play a significant role in wars, a single ninja can't affect a huge war without the support of massive armies. However, he can't be treated as an ordinary rank S ninja. Not only does he have techniques that can kill over 100 ninjas in one go, but he also has a strong flying summon, which would allow him to attack and retreat at will. The only way to stop such a ninja is Fuinjutsu traps, but he is already a grandmaster in that field too, and a rather terrifying one. If Konoha wants to cause us pain, then he alone can cause us a lot of harm, just like how Iwagakure suffered at the hands of the 4th Hokage. Other than Tsunagakure, there wouldn't be a single safe space in the Land of Wind. Not to mention, he could even attack Tsunagakure and escape if we don't maintain a barrier around the village. Arisa and Yura were made aware of the threat Fujin posed by their council. Since their war plans involved slowing down Konoha armies in the vast deserts, Fujin was a bigger threat than even the Sanins and Hiruzen. So they had to be very careful with their words. The daimyos were relieved that things finally calmed down. The fire daimyo thought, "I thought the 2 elders would be the voice of reason, while youngsters like Fujin would be passionate about going to war." However, the exact opposite is happening. First refusing the offer to become the 5th Hokage, and now calming both sides, Suzuki Fujin has a lot of potential. At the same time, Hiromasa thought in amusement, to make the ones in favor of peace take a hard stand while the ones in favor of war advocate for peace. What a fine strategy you recommended, Shikaku. A unique way to negotiate while ensuring both sides in the village are happy. Of course, there is a hidden danger that one side isn't satisfied by the effort of the others, and changes their stance midway. While that can be countered by the other side taking their original stance, such a change should be detrimental to us. However, a change that abrupt and drastic would be incredibly confusing and unnerving for Tsunagakure's team. Ironically, that'll give us an upper hand instead of putting us on the back foot. In all the decades I have been a part of the council, I have never seen such a strange strategy. Of course, the real reason for such a strategy is so that Fujin could make a favorable impression. After all, no one wants a warmonger to become the Hokage. Just like Lord Third, Shikaku also wants to see Fujin become the Hokage in the future. The 2 are quite considerate about his reputation and image. After calming herself, Arisa smiled and said, "If a distinguished young ninja like you wants to visit our village, we wouldn't have any reason to decline. If our youngsters consider you as their role model, no one would be more happy than me. However, you're correct. Our talks didn't start perfectly." She turned her gaze to Homura and continued, "Considering what happened, I can understand your rage. However, your words were too provoking for us not to reply. Regardless, I apologize for the way we replied." You're correct. This war was a terrible event. However, your anger is misplaced. While Konoha suffered losses, we weren't unharmed either. You lost nearly 200 citizens, we lost 625 elite ninjas. Your Hokage is injured while our Kazekage is dead. No matter how you look at it, we suffered far more. If this was due to our folly, then Tsunagakure would have been the first one to acknowledge our mistake. Offer unconditional apologies to Konoha, and accept all your terms to ensure that peace prevailed. However, that isn't the case. We were forced into the war against our will. Despite the opposition of our council and elders, Lord Fourth adamantly launched an assault on Konoha. He didn't even give our ninjas any time to prepare, and considering our good relations, most of our ninjas were unwilling to fight. Our council vehemently opposed the war, but Lord Fourth shrugged off all our opposition by claiming that our village's poor financial condition was due to Konoha taking most of our missions. Even though we felt that his behavior was odd, he was our leader. We couldn't disobey him or his orders. Arisa let out a sorrowful sigh as she continued. Looking back, it is obvious that Lord Fourth was already killed by Orochimaru, and Tsunagakure fell to Orochimaru's scheme. He must have used the Edo Tensei Jutsu to reanimate and control Lord Fourth and fooled Tsunagakure into attacking our ally and putting the village in danger. While we suspected something fishy, we never thought of Konoha's Edo Tensei Jutsu because we believed the reanimated ninjas didn't retain their strength. Not to mention, the thought that someone killed and replaced Lord Fourth so secretly was too outrageous. Yura agreed with his fellow council member and added, "So, it's not just Konoha, but we have been victims as well. If our villages go to war, then we'll just be falling into Orochimaru's scheme. Even though you eliminated his pet village, he'll still end up winning." Needless to say, Tsunagakure wouldn't give up the opportunity Orochimaru provided them to absolve themselves of all responsibilities. While it would ruin Rasa's reputation, his reputation had already been dragged through the mud. It also portrayed Tsunagakure's council as incompetent, but they didn't mind it. On the contrary, they gave full permission to Yura and Arisa to portray them as incompetent if it could prevent Tsunagakure from falling into a war they desperately wanted to avoid. In addition, Arisa also mentioned the Wind Daimyo's tilt towards Konoha harming their economy, a matter they hoped to change while putting Konoha on the back foot at the same time. Despite the good argument by the Tsunagakure side, there wasn't any change in the expression on Konoha's side. Fujin thought, as we expected, they chose this option. It was just too convenient not to use it. Koharu coldly replied, "So, not only did you attack us, but you also want not to accept any responsibility for your actions." Yura was about to reply when Homura added, "I have to admit, this was an excellent excuse. If luck was on your side, I would have accepted it and convinced my comrades to go easy on you. However, you overlooked one important aspect. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Padil, Sarvesh8 at OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Chavi, Cypher, Pietro, Kyler, Sayawaru, and Ayub for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you, Tejesh, for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 801, Heated Negotiations. Chapter 807 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. However, you overlooked one important aspect. The Tsunagakure side tensed up as Homura and Koharu refused to accept their argument. Fujin suddenly sighed and muttered, "When I suggested we discuss civilly, I didn't mean you should lie through your teeth. Are you here to negotiate, or did Tsunagakure just promote two scapegoats to sacrifice?" Yura and Arisa frowned as Fujin glanced into their eyes and continued, "I was the one who fought the reanimated fourth Kazekage. We had a nice little chat before I sealed him. He accepted that Tsunagakure had allied with Otogakure with the intention of attacking us long before he was killed by Orochimaru. While he was regretful of his decision, it doesn't absolve Tsunagakure from their crimes." The Tsunagakure ninjas weren't surprised. On the contrary, they expected Konoha to use this point. Arisa cursed in her mind. "Talk civilly? Not lying? Asshole, follow what you preach. As if Lord Kazekage would accept that after we were defeated." she quickly replied. No, that doesn't sound correct. Lord Fourth would never break his word and renege from our alliance despite our difficulties. I believe that Orochimaru might have controlled Lord Fourth and made him say those things. Fujin immediately replied, That's not the case. By then, Orochimaru was defeated by Lord Third and had escaped like the coward he is. Besides, telling whether someone is controlled or not is rather easy to tell. Not to mention, he also gave us some more interesting information. Unlike your claims, he said that Tsunagakure had been preparing for war for over half a year. Thousands of ninjas were trained extensively to attack us and prepare for the aftermath. Tell me, do you think we'll believe that he manipulated everyone in your villages for over 6 months and yet no one realized? Before the Suna ninjas could reply, Inoichi added, Don't bother trying to cover this up. We cross-checked the recent activities in your village. There is no doubt about this. Your village was closed off for others for several months preceding the attack. We didn't bother looking much into it back then, since we had no reason to be suspicious. But now it is crystal clear what you were planning. The room became silent as the Konoha ninjas stared intensely at the Tsunagakure ninjas. It was as if they couldn't wait to launch a war against Tsunagakure. The two daimyo were nervous. The fire daimyo thought, This is very different from Konoha's earlier ways of negotiations. They've generally been more forgiving in order to get peace. Of course, that might be their intention today too, and they may be turning up the heat to get what they truly want. Still, Konoha has become like how they were before the start of the Second Great Ninja War. Their recent victories are no flukes. Their military might has recovered. The Wind Daimyo realized the same. As for the Tsunagakure ninjas, they were well aware of it. Unlike the two daimyo, they showed no signs of nervousness. Yura calmly replied, It is true that we closed our village for special training around 7 months ago. However, the purpose of this training had nothing to do with our attack. It is related to another incident that made us suffer. Some Konoha ninjas as well as the two daimyo were confused. Arisa explained, Around 3 years ago, the Land of Wind suffered heavily due to the actions of a certain individual, or perhaps a group of individuals. They killed dozens of our ninjas and incited a riot in our western regions. He also injured our Jinchuriki and caused him to lose control, killing more of our ninjas. We had to deploy nearly 2,000 ninjas in that region for over 2 years to quell the riots and clear the misunderstandings of our citizens. That incident made our council realize that our ninjas were lacking in several aspects, due to which the special training was initiated. While Arisa spoke, Yura stared at Fujin. He wanted to see how Fujin would react to this news. However, there wasn't any change in Fujin's expression. It was almost as if he had nothing to do with the incident. Yura thought, Sai, this is troublesome. Not only is he ridiculously strong, but he is also shameless enough to lie with a straight face and can maintain a perfect poker face. That makes him an even bigger threat. Hiramasa suddenly chuckled and asked, You began the special training more than 2 years after the incident took place? Tsume smirked and taunted, Why didn't you wait for a couple of centuries? I'm sure that would have given you the best result. Yura replied, It is because we had to keep most of our ninjas deployed due to that incident. We could only start training once we were at peace. You can ask Lord Daimyo. He knows how terrible the circumstances were for us. Everyone glanced at the Wind Daimyo, who nodded and agreed with what Yura said. Needless to say, that wasn't a reason for Konoha ninjas to lower the pressure. Koharu said, You couldn't train the ninjas when they were in the western regions and only had to watch over civilians? How convenient that the supposed special training began right before you attacked us. Arisa replied, I agree it sounds convenient. Unfortunately, that's what the reality is. Considering how strong Orochimaru is and how many subordinates he has, perhaps he was the one behind that incident and foresaw the events that would occur to ensure that you would suspect us and declare war on us. She paused for a bit before looking at Tsume. You're right. Tsunagakure is weakened right now. We're even weaker now than after our loss in the Land of Rivers in the Second Great Ninja War. Perhaps the war in the desert may not go as it did back then. However, if you overlook the actions of your rogue ninja and attack us, Tsunagakure will fight to the last ninja. Even if we are wiped out, Konoha would pay a painful price. Arisa's words displayed Tsunagakure's resolve. Just as the elders and clan leaders warned Fujin, Tsunagakure wasn't Kusagakure. If forced, they were willing to go to war even at the risk of being annihilated. Fujin thought, not bad. They came very prepared. No matter what argument we use, they have an explanation for every point we make. They must have been preparing for this ever since their attack failed miserably. So, there is no way to catch them by surprise like I could do in Kusagakure. Threatening with death won't be useful either, since these guys already look prepared to die. Oh well, it's not like I'm leading the negotiations. Let me see how these old crooks handle it. The Konoha side ignored Arisa's remark of fighting to the last man. They knew that Tsunagakure didn't want war, and only by threatening war could they get a feel of Tsunagakure's limits and get the most for Konoha. For several hours, the two sides argued. Konoha tried to pin the blame on Tsunagakure, but Tsunagakure kept diverting the blame to Orochimaru. They even blamed Konoha for not eliminating Orochimaru and letting him become a rogue ninja. As such, the room kept heating up and eventually reached a point where Konoha, led by the two elders, were threatening outright war. Meanwhile, the Tsunagakure team found themselves between a rock and a hard place. If they continued arguing at the same pace, they may really lead their village into a devastating war. On the other hand, backing down even slightly would mean that their village would have to pay a painful price. Yura and Arisa glanced at each other, wondering whether they should bet that Konoha wouldn't want an all-out war or play safe. Luckily for them, the Wind Daimyo intervened timely. If I may. The aggressive glances turned towards him, putting him under a lot of pressure. Thankfully, he was used to it. He said, "We seem to be stuck in a deadlock. While there is no doubt that Tsunagakure shares the blame for assaulting Konoha, you can't prove that Tsunagakure wasn't manipulated by Orochimaru. Of course, they can't prove that the fourth Kazekage was manipulated by Orochimaru because such a thing is impossible to prove, and there is no way they can provide any proof." Fujin said, "We can see that. What do you propose?" The Wind Daimyo replied, "I don't want to see the two countries going to war once again. Irrespective of who wins, both sides will suffer. In the end, the only ones who will win are our enemies. After our war, Kumogakure might launch an assault on the Land of Fire, while Iwagakure gobbles up what is left of the Land of Wind before turning their gaze to Konoha. It would be the start of the Fourth Great Ninja War, and we have seen that no one wins such wars. At the end of a great war, we can only see who is the biggest loser and who lost the least. Hence, I'm proposing a compromise so the talks can proceed." His words gained the attention of both sides. They paid careful attention to his next words, as they could determine how the talks progressed ahead. Nearly all ninjas on both sides hoped he would provide a wise compromise. "AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, patilsarvesh8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Soko, Nazar, Trempor, Alfie, Bookworm, Nirok, and Katani for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 802, The Fourth Great Ninja War. Chapter 808 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The Wind Daimyo slowly spoke. Since Konoha can't prove that the fourth Kazekage wasn't controlled by Orochimaru and Tsunagakure can't prove that he was, I propose we move forward under the assumption that the fourth Kazekage was indeed controlled by Orochimaru. In return, Tsunagakure will accept responsibility for their actions. They'll accept the blame for launching an assault on Konoha, even if the fourth Kazekage was controlled. Thoughtful expressions appeared on the faces of ninjas on both sides. The Wind Daimyo's initial words pleased Tsunagakure ninjas, while upsetting the Konoha ninjas. However, his latter words leveled the field. Both sides quickly calculated the pros and cons of the proposed compromise. A couple of minutes later, Fujin thought, "This is rather ingenious. I guess this is to be expected of a daimyo, an ordinary human who deals with the dangerous ninjas on a daily basis. By accepting that Rasa was controlled by Orochimaru, Konoha loses its biggest excuse to launch a war. It alleviates his greatest worry while giving some breathing room to Tsunagakure in the negotiations. However, by making Tsunagakure accept responsibility, they'll have to pay a painful price to quell Konoha's anger and slowly mend the ties between the two villages. It also allows Konoha to set terms to ensure such an attack doesn't happen again. Of course, any terms will be unreliable, and everything will eventually depend on the actions of the next Kazekage. However, if Gaara becomes the next Kazekage like in the original story, that's not really an issue. A Tsunagakure ninja suddenly spoke loudly. "This is bullshit. Why should we accept responsibility when this isn't our fault? We are the real victims here." Immediately, a Konoha ninja snorted, "Indeed, this is bullshit. Who'd believe that no one in Tsunagakure can tell whether their Kage was controlled or not? You should disband your village if you're that weak." Elder Homura, I don't think we should accept such an unfair proposal. While the council members on both sides stayed quiet, the other ninjas immediately dismissed the Wind Daimyo's proposal and continued blaming the other side. Ironically, it was all an act. In truth, both sides liked the Wind Daimyo's proposal, as it would avoid the result they didn't want the most. However, they couldn't accept it too willingly. If Tsunagakure ninjas accepted it quickly, it would display how weak they were to Konoha, and could tempt Konoha to actually attack them. Even though Arisa claimed they would fight to the last ninja, it wasn't a future they wanted to experience. On the other hand, Konoha ninjas couldn't accept it quickly either, as it would show their unwillingness to go to war. It would undermine the greatest advantage they possessed to apply pressure on Tsunagakure. As things started getting ugly, the leaders on the two sides finally intervened to ease the tensions and accepted Wind Daimyo's proposed compromise. As calmness returned to the room, Yura asked, "What are Konoha's demands to put this matter to rest?" Homura and Koharu calmly listed all their demands, one by one. Their every word made the expression of the Tsunagakure ninjas increasingly dark. When the Konoha elders finished listing their demands, the Tsunagakure camp was seething in rage. They barely controlled themselves from lashing out, knowing that it would only backfire on them. Clenching his fists, Yura muttered angrily, "Is this a joke?" Homura replied, "I'm afraid not." Arisa exclaimed, "This is unreasonable. If we agree to these demands, we'd be no different from a vassal state. We may be weakened right now, but don't forget that we are still one of the 5 great illages. There is a limit to how far you can push us." Koharu calmly replied, "Our demands have nothing to do with how strong or weak you are or what your status is. This is about you accepting responsibility for your actions. If you can't even accept it, it would show that you aren't serious about negotiating with us. Why should we trust Tsunagakure wants to mend ties with us, instead of looking for another opportunity to stab us in the back?" While Koharu's point was reasonable, Konoha's demands truly weren't. In order to get what they truly wanted, they started with the harshest conditions possible. Needless to say, they were well aware that Tsunagakure wouldn't accept it. Hence, the room heated up again as the two sides argued passionately. This time, neither of the daimyo intervened. The talks continued for another hour, with neither side reaching a consensus, bringing an end to the first round of the talks. Over the next week, the two sides talked twice more with a gap of 3 days between each talk to prepare and communicate with their respective villages. While they didn't reach a consensus, Konoha eased some demands, while Tsunagakure ninjas accepted in their hearts that they would have to accept some harsh conditions to avoid a war. While Tsunagakure and Konoha continued their negotiations, the secret talks between Tsunagakure, Iwagakure, and Kumogakure continued in the background. Due to the abilities of the Yamanaka clan, neither Yura nor Arisa were informed about these plans. Tsunagakure viewed them as a backup in case the talks with Konoha didn't go well. Unlike Tsunagakure, Kumogakure was more serious about these talks. For a war would be a way to sweep aside Kumogakure's internal troubles and clear the termites inside his village at the same time. Even so, he wasn't unrestrained. While there was no one strong enough to replace him as the Raikage, he understood that the public sentiment was against him, and his actions would be scrutinized by everyone. In addition, Konoha wasn't his only enemy. Kumogakure was still on high alert in case Akuro paid another visit to their village. In terms of hatred, Kumogakure hated Akuro infinitely more than Konoha. After all, Konoha's actions were in the dark, and there was no proof they were involved. The people in Kumogakure blamed their Raikage more than Konoha for the missing ninjas. On the contrary, Akuro slaughtered their ninjas and humiliated their village openly. After careful consideration and a couple of rounds of talks, Kumogakure sent its proposal to Iwagakure just like Sunagakure. Sitting in his office, Onoki examined the two proposals while analyzing every possibility. Kitsuchi muttered, "This is incredible. A month ago, I would have never imagined that Sunagakure and Kumogakure would want to ally with us and launch an all-out war against Konoha." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Then again, I suppose this was inevitable considering Konoha's rapid recovery and their increasingly audacious actions. Still, I didn't think it happened so quickly and that the Raikage would swallow his pride and ask for our help," Roshi said. "I don't think he has any other option. To think that another couple of 100 Kumogakure ninjas would go missing. I can only imagine how much pressure he is under. It's no wonder he wants a war to distract the citizens of Kumogakure. Still," he turned his gaze to Onoki and continued, "such a war will be very risky. With 4 great ninja villages fighting, we'll start the 4th Great Ninja War. Even though Kirigakure wouldn't be involved, they're already at war. What do you think, old man? Do you think this is the right time to start the next Great Ninja War?" Onoki put the proposal back on his desk and said, "Perhaps, or maybe not. If a war starts now, it'll be quite a unique one with 2 villages being woefully unprepared to go to war. It might be the first war where a great village falls." Roshi and Kitsuchi saw Onoki's eyes land on Sunagakure's proposal as he spoke. Needless to say, Sunagakure was the most vulnerable village at that moment. Kirigakure was embroiled in an all-out civil war, while Kumogakure had its share of problems. Neither village was in a shape to launch a war against Konoha. In such a situation, if Iwagakure and Konoha joined hands and attacked Sunagakure, Sunagakure would have a difficult time surviving the war without anyone forcing Konoha and Iwagakure to split their forces. Ironically, instead of joining forces against Konoha, the most tempting option for Onoki was to join hands with Konoha and wipe Sunagakure from the map. Would he choose to suppress his temptation and join hands with Kumogakure and Sunagakure to stop a rising Konoha? Would he fall to his temptation and do the opposite by wiping out Sunagakure? Or would he do neither and sit on the fence as he was known for? Roshi and Kitsuchi eagerly waited for their leader's decision. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, pedalsarvshate at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Gvintus, Pervisage, Kenny, Coleman, Harsha, Neo, Declan, Running, Stan, Allen, and Godeye for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 803, Creating a Sense of Urgency. Chapter 809 of Naruto The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Onoki felt Roshi and Kitsuchi's curious gazes and shook his head. He said, "You are looking too much into these proposals. An alliance between 3 nations can't happen within the blink of an eye. Not unless Konoha declares war against one of the villages and gives us an opportunity to attack. However, they're too smart to take such a risk. Besides..." The 2 proposals on his desk turned to dust as Onoki angrily questioned, "Who do these brats think they are? Asking Iwagakure to be the vanguard and the brunt of Konoha's counterattack while they reap the rewards. They might even stay out of the war once we attack Konoha and just watch the 2 of us get weaker. I haven't gone senile to trust these snakes like that fool Rasa did." Roshi and Kitsuchi glanced at each other while thinking, as expected. While Kumogakure's and Sunagakure's proposals were good, there was a major flaw that even they understood. The 3 villages didn't trust each other. Hence, no one wanted to be the one to start the war. After all, if they attacked Konoha and the other 2 villages reneged on their agreement, they'd be beaten extremely badly by Konoha. It was too big of a risk. The only one bold enough to take such a risk was A. Unfortunately, Hiruzen had schemed against him just before Sunagakure and Orochimaru attacked Konoha. Fujin's actions in the dark not only gave a huge blow to Kumogakure's military might, But it also meant I would never have the political support to start a new war before raising several hundred new elite ninjas. So, Kumogakure wasn't in a state to start a new war. Tsunagakure was in an even worse position. While they had some confidence in engaging in guerrilla warfare in the desert, they would need to send their forces to the plains of the Land of River to declare war on Konoha. If they sent a small army, there was a high chance that Konoha would wipe them out, even before Iwagakure and Kumogakure could join the war. However, if they sent most of their ninjas and were betrayed yet again by their new allies, Konoha could deal a massive blow to their main forces, possibly wiping out more than half, if not nearly all their ninjas. Tsunagakure will simply cease to exist and be disbanded in that case. They didn't dare gamble on it. The only one who was in a state to launch a war was Onoki. He also had a good reason considering the recent humiliation he suffered on the border with the Land of Grass. Hence, both Tsunagakure and Kumogakure insisted that the Iwagakure should be the one to start the war, and they'll join immediately. Unfortunately, there was no way to know whether other villages had launched a war or not instantly. While some means of communication, like the chakra transmission communication devices, existed, they couldn't be trusted. So, Onoki had no desire to go along with such a proposal. Kitsuchi asked, "What should we say then?" Onoki replied, "Send a letter to them and say that one of them will have to lead the war. Iwagakure will join in immediately after. Unlike them, we'll have to face Kusagakure and Takigakure too. Though they aren't great villages, they are still quite strong. We won't risk facing 3 enemies at the same time by ourselves. This is non-negotiable." Kitsuchi nodded. He was about to leave when Onoki ordered, "Also keep an eye on the negotiations between Konoha and Tsunagakure. If they fail, we may have a good opportunity." Recalling Onoki's earlier gaze, Kitsuchi smirked and said, "I will do so." In Fire Capital, Konoha's elders called for an internal meeting of the council members the night before the 4th round of talks were supposed to happen. Koharu pushed a scroll on the table and said, "We received a message from Shikaku. He has confirmed that Tsunagakure, Iwagakure, and Kumogakure are in talks. They want to create an alliance against us." Homura said, "Considering their past hostilities, a proper alliance between the 3 of them is unlikely. However, this is a great risk. If the improbable does happen, we will be in a tough spot. We need to wrap up the talks quickly. At our current speed, we'll need 4 or 5 more rounds before reaching an agreement. We need to speed it up to 1 or 2 rounds to make Iwagakure and Kumogakure suspicious of Tsunagakure." Tsume asked, "Why would they hurry up the negotiations in that case? Their council must have already informed them about it. No wonder they were so resistant to our demands." Inoichi said, "I doubt their council would have said anything about this to them. They won't risk letting that information fall into our hands. However, they could act indirectly by asking them to slow down the negotiations or not accept our demands." Homura and Koharu nodded. Fujin muttered, "If that's the case, then they don't have much of a reason to conclude the negotiations in 1 or 2 rounds. The only way we can achieve that is if we make significant compromises and give them a deal that they couldn't resist." Homura replied, "Yes, that is the only way." Seeing Fujin's dissatisfaction, Hiromasa sighed and muttered, "This is how it always happens. In order to maintain peace, Konoha has to take a step back almost every time. In addition, our geographical location makes us vulnerable to attack on all sides. If we try to destroy one of the other great villages, every other great village would gang up on us fearing that it would be their turn next." Fujin replied, "True, but that doesn't mean we should be so quick to compromise. It just makes us look easy to bully. This time it was Tsunagakure and the Kazekage. Next time the Raikage might try to assault our village knowing that we won't retaliate." Fujin glanced at Homura and Koharu and said, "This is enough role reversal. I'll take the role of the aggressor while you guys can contain me when I go overboard. If we have to end the negotiations in 2 rounds, let me give them a sense of urgency." Tsume glanced at Fujin and thought, "So he finally had enough. Heh, this should be fun. I want to see what made Kusagakure accept such an unfavorable deal." Homura awkwardly replied, "You have seen them, Fujin. You should know that they are prepared to die. You can't threaten them like you did in Kusagakure." Tsume smirked and replied, "Why do we have to threaten them with their lives? Even though they're prepared to die, every one of them will have someone they don't want to see dead or tortured. Even though they will be in Sunagakure and sending our ninjas there will be risky, we don't need to do that. We just need to convince their negotiation team that we will do it." Hiromasa shook his head and refuted. "Such an agreement won't hold. Their council will tear it up once they return to Sunagakure. Threatening is fine, but we can't threaten in such a distasteful way. In addition, our reputation will plummet once the news spreads. It'll also ruin our relationship with the Wind Daimyo." Fujin said, "All right, but I'd still like to try." Fujin didn't bother giving an explanation or put forth his ideas, putting others in an awkward position. On one hand, giving Fujin a free hand was risky and could derail the talks entirely. On the other hand, they couldn't just say no, considering what he had done in the past couple of months. Finally, Homura decided, "Oh well, the reason why we are in such a good place is due to his performance during the assault and how he destroyed Otogakure. Even if he squanders the negotiation, it won't be a big issue for the village, as we'll just have to make some more compromises. It'll also be a good lesson for him. Of course, if he pulls off another miracle like he did in Kusagakure, then the benefit to the village will be endless." He nodded and said, "All right, Hiruzen wanted to see you lead our negotiations in the future anyway. However, I don't think he saw you negotiating against Sunagakure so early. Take the aggressor role, but be careful." Fujin nodded. Others had similar thoughts as Homura and didn't oppose his decision. The group discussed their negotiation strategy going forward and the demands they could compromise on if they had to. Once everything was finalized, the elders met other members of the negotiation team and informed them of the same. The next morning, the two sides met again to begin the fourth round of negotiations, a round that would end in a strange manner. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link it up to patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, pedalsarvash8 at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, SageRat and Diogo, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 804. Fujin's Bizarre Actions. Chapter 8 and 10 of Naruto The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The two sides started their negotiations just as they previously did. As Konoha predicted, Sunagakure was more resistant to their demands and slowed the talks. With Homura and Koharu easing up the pressure, the Sunagakure side gained more confidence and slowly started to test where Konoha's true limits lay. Arisa observed, "Something is different. They seem far more patient and enduring today. Their elders have mellowed down as well. No wonder the council asked us to slow down the talks. Something disadvantageous to Konoha must have happened. I don't know what it is, but it's the best time to check their bottom lines." In actuality, the Konoha ninjas were puzzled too. While they planned on letting off the pressure, they didn't plan on doing it suddenly to this extent. It was just that Fujin had asked for the aggressor's role, causing others to anticipate the havoc he'd create and mellow down even more as a precaution. However, Fujin didn't perform the role he asked for. While the two sides discussed, Fujin didn't speak a single word. Minutes passed, and soon turned into hours, yet Fujin didn't even move his lips. Instead, he did just one thing. He stared. For 2 hours, his eyes stayed on the Sunagakure ninjas. While they weren't bothered by his stare initially, nearly every Sunagakure ninja was spooked after being stared at constantly for 2 hours by one of the strongest ninjas in the world. Even if they were prepared for death, no one wanted to be kept on the edge of death for hours. It was torturous. Even so, they did their best to not let his stare affect the negotiations. As the discussions continued, Yura said, "This is unacceptable for Sunagakure. We can't have Konoha interfere in who we select as our Kazekage. That will be too big of an interference in our internal matters. No Sunagakure ninja will endure such humiliation." In order to ensure that the next Kazekage doesn't make stupid moves like Rasa, Konoha wanted veto power in the appointment of the 5th Kazekage. While they wouldn't appoint the 5th Kazekage, they wanted to have a say in whether the one selected by Sunagakure should become the Kazekage. Seeing how compromising Konoha was during the fourth round, Yura took the opportunity to raise this point. However, before others could reply, they heard, "I'm afraid we must insist." Everyone's gazes turned to Fujin, who had spoken for the first time. Yura frowned and replied, "Just because." Fujin interrupted him and calmly said, "This point is non-negotiable. You fellows may be suicidal enough to choose another incompetent fellow, but Konoha has had enough of backstabbing from Tsunagakure." While Fujin was calm and his statement wasn't too outrageous, one word in his statement was. Neither the Konoha ninjas nor Tsunagakure ninjas could believe that Fujin used it. The two daimyo were in disbelief too and stared at Fujin in shock. Sume smirked and thought, "He's something. To openly say that, does he want to ruin the negotiations? No, he isn't short-sighted. What is he planning?" At the same time, Homura thought in disbelief. Did he call the Kazekages incompetent? Even though I agree with his assessment, it is not something you openly say, especially when we want to reach an agreement. Hiromasa, Inoichi, and others from Konoha's team did their best to hide their surprise and glanced at Fujin. They were curious about what his plan was. On the other hand, Tsunagakure ninjas didn't care what Fujin's plan was. Fujin had just insulted their leader. One of their ninjas cursed, "Bastard!" Another stood up and shouted, "Asshole! Do you dare call our Kazekages Inc.?" The words got stuck in his throat as Fujin's eyes focused solely on him. The adrenaline rush he felt a moment ago dried up instantly. Realizing the threat he was feeling, Arisa stepped in. "Suzuki Fujin, I'd remind you that we didn't backs." Without a hint of politeness, Fujin interrupted her as well. He snorted and said, "Of course they're incompetent. Your third Kazekage went missing during peacetime. Who knows which ditch he fell into and died? Instead of stabilizing the situation and finding the truth of the matter, the newly appointed fourth Kazekage decided to attack Konoha to secure his position as the fourth Kazekage and started the Third Great Ninja War. Instead of learning from the humiliating losses in that war, he decided to assault Konoha without any provocation. Even more pathetically, he gets killed by Orochimaru and becomes his puppet. If we hadn't pushed Orochimaru to the limit, his death would have remained a mystery to Tsunagakure, just like your third Kazekage. If Tsunagakure had the wits to select a sane and competent Kage, we wouldn't have to put forth this demand. Unfortunately, you have proven yourselves to be incapable of doing so. Considering that you consider such individuals competent, it doesn't surprise me." Fujin's unfiltered and merciless reply left the room tongue-tied. None of them imagined Fujin would conduct an analysis of former Kazekage's performance. While Konoha had the demand, their only goal was to ensure the new Kazekage wouldn't attack Konoha like Rasa. They didn't care whether he or she was competent or incompetent. On the other side, Tsunagakure ninjas were left wondering how they should reply. After all, Fujin's words contained some truth, though they weren't entirely true. Other than how he disappeared, the third Kazekage had led Tsunagakure very well. Similarly, Rasa had done a decent job in between the two wars. He started despite Tsunagakure's difficult situation. Unfortunately, those three failures cost massive losses to Tsunagakure, offsetting any good work they had done, especially in Rasa's case, who also got the only other rank S ninja in Tsunagakure of his generation, killed and raised a very unstable Jinchuriki. The Tsunagakure ninjas realized this as well. However, they couldn't not defend their former leaders. Arisa replied, "It is for us to decide whether or not our Kazekage does a good job. It's none of Konoha's business." Fujin indifferently replied, "It is when you attack us without any reason after they get killed." Yura immediately asked, "Was it truly without a reason? Can you prove that Konoha wasn't behind the assassination of Lord Third? Do you want to say that Konoha had nothing to do with the troubles we faced in the West?" A cold smile appeared on Fujin's face, making both Konoha and Tsunagakure ninjas worried. He said, "You should have said this at the start. No matter what trouble Tsunagakure faces, you'll blame Konoha without having a shred of evidence. Even if it is due to sheer incompetence or an internal matter, you'll just put all the blame on Konoha and find an excuse to attack us. The fourth Kazekage's actions now make sense." Koharu looked worriedly at Fujin as she wondered, how exactly are we supposed to control him when he goes to this extent? I knew it. It was a bad idea to give him this role. This boy doesn't understand limits. Hiromasa and Homura had similar thoughts. In fact, Homura was worried that Fujin might slaughter the Sunagakure team within that room itself. The only one who was amused was Tsume, who thought, "No wonder Shikaku asked us to switch roles. If he played the aggressor from the start, Sunagakure and Konoha would have already met on the battlefield. Still, this is surprising. He should understand the consequences of his actions. How can he recover from this situation? Or does he want to force a war between our two villages and replicate his achievements in the land of rice?" Arisa glanced at Yura, her gaze containing some annoyance. His words gave a reason for Konoha to become aggressive once again. Unfortunately, it was too late. She said, "You miss." Once again, the poor lady was interrupted by Fujin, who got up and said, "It's pointless. There is only one side negotiating in good faith. With the way you're acting, we'd negotiate for years without reaching a consensus. The fourth round of talks ends now." Without waiting for anyone's response, he turned around and walked out of the room. The move was so unpredictable that everyone else sat dumbfoundedly in the room. The Konoha ninjas, Sunagakure ninjas, and the two daimyos stared at each other awkwardly, wondering for a moment what they should do. Hiromasa was the first one to gather his wits. He got up and followed Fujin, following which the remaining Konoha ninjas did the same. Yura and Arisa looked at each other, both wondering, what the hell happened? If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Paddle Servesh 8 OKSBY. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Luke, Abdifatah, Harmon, Sunny, Christian, David, Yassine, Jacob, Nice One Bud, Mimez Syndicate, Devildham, AR3S, Mohammed, Nofathana, Ymir, Dre, Blaze Savage, Coleman and Zorro for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you Abhinav for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 805, Authority. Chapter 811 of Naruto The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. What in the fucking hell was that? First, they suddenly mellow down and start compromising on nearly everything. Just when the talks are going smoothly, that bastard just explodes and wrecks everything. Which fucking game are they playing at? Asuna Ninja let out his frustrations after they returned to their hotel. Needless to say, the entire Sunagakure team was confused. The events in their meeting weren't just unusual, but downright bizarre. No one had ever seen talks swing this wildly and abruptly before. They couldn't understand what Konoha's plan was. After discussing it for a bit, an old Junin said, "Actually, I was observing the reactions of Konoha ninjas when Fujin had his outburst. They too were caught off guard by his actions, and I don't think any of them were acting. I believe something happened, causing Konoha to soften their stance to reach an agreement with us quickly. However, Fujin may not have been satisfied by the sudden change and lost his cool due to the constant compromises they were making. Considering how he was staring at us before he went ballistic, I'm even more certain that this is the case." Arisa shook her head and said, "Don't underestimate him. He isn't just a brute. If he was truly the one behind our troubles in the West, then he's as good at scheming as he is at fighting. His actions, though bizarre, must serve a purpose that would be very disadvantageous for us." Yura sighed and muttered, "Yes, I didn't think he'd use my words in such a manner." Arisa said, "While there is little doubt that Konoha was involved, we don't have any proof. Trying to use it in negotiations will only hurt us. Let's not mention it from here onwards." Everyone nodded. The old Junin once again spoke. "Actually, there was another odd thing. Do you recall how the Sand Slayer referred to Lord Third's death?" His words made everyone think. Within a matter of seconds, everyone's eyes widened. Another Suna ninja asked, "Do you mean to say he knows what happened to Lord Third?" The old Junin replied, "That could be the case. Otherwise, why would he mention it repeatedly? Of course, it may also be a move to distract us, since we presume that Konoha was behind that incident. He could be trying to divert our hatred towards another great village." While Sunagakure ninjas wondered what Fujin's actions implied, some of the Konoha ninjas were absolutely livid. No one had any idea how the talks could proceed forward. The 5 council members walked towards Fujin's room. Koharu said in dissatisfaction, I knew he was too impulsive. That is why I didn't want him to lead. Shikaku must have known this too, which is why he switched our roles. Homura didn't say anything since he was the one who let Fujin be the aggressor. However, Hiromasa countered, "Let's not jump to conclusions so hastily. Fujin hasn't disappointed us so far. He should have a reason for acting in such a manner." Koharu replied, "Let's hope so." The five of them reached his room. To their surprise, the door opened even before they knocked. What shocked them was that it wasn't Fujin who opened the door. Instead, it was a bunch of servers who were quickly leaving while carrying several empty plates. They politely bowed slightly on seeing Konoha's elders and clan leaders before leaving quickly without giving them a second glance. Before the elders and clan leaders could enter Fujin's room, another group of servers arrived carrying several freshly prepared dishes. They rushed into the room without even glancing at them. Without an exception, all five had dark expressions as they glanced at each other speechlessly. They finally entered the room, only to see Fujin sitting in front of a table filled with exquisite dishes and stuffing his face without a worry in the world. If anyone were to look at him, they would never guess that he had just destroyed the peace talks between two great villages. Homura thought, "They can't prepare such a luxurious meal in the blink of an eye." Koharu realized, which means that he must have pre-ordered it. However, how could he know that the talks would end at this exact time? Don't tell me? Others had the same realization. Hiromasa calmly said, "Everyone, leave now and close the door behind you." The servers immediately left the room, leaving Fujin alone with his food and 5 upset council members. Koharu asked strictly, "Fujin, what was that?" Fujin gulped down the food, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "What do you mean by that?" In order to ease the tensions, Homura intervened. "She means to ask why you left the meeting and ended it prematurely." Focusing back on his meal, Fujin said, "I had asked the chefs to prepare and deliver my food at this time. If I had waited, it would have gotten cold. That wouldn't be nice, would it? Even though they aren't ninjas, we shouldn't be insulting their profession insensitively." Without even glancing at their dark expressions, Fujin dived back into his food. A tick mark appeared on Sume's forehead as she thought, "He definitely has some issues. Sigh, I hoped we'd have a normal rank S ninja again like Minato. However, he is as weird as the Sanins." Hiromasa sighed and said, "Fujin, stop joking around. This matter is serious." Fujin muttered, "Well, I wasn't joking, but all right. Why are the 5 of you so concerned?" Fujin's unserious reply angered Koharu, who scolded, "How will you salvage the negotiations after what you did?" Fujin finally stopped eating, turned his head towards her and asked in a confused tone, "Isn't that your job? How can I play the role of an aggressor and a mediator at the same time? Those poor fellows may go crazy and kill themselves if I do that. What will you report to Tsunagakure in that case?" The 5 council members were left speechless once again. The last part aside, Fujin was technically correct. He couldn't play both roles. However, it was Fujin who shit the bed. They couldn't clean it up after how badly Fujin messed up the negotiations. Stuffing his face once again, Fujin said, "Besides, I won't be joining the next round, so it all depends on you guys anyway." Even before they could figure out what to do, Fujin dropped another piece of shocking information on them. Inoichi asked, "What do you mean you won't join?" Fujin replied, "What's the use?" I stared at them for over 2 hours straight. Even some rank S ninjas like Kitsuchi would have backed away. However, these bastards have truly given up on their lives. They don't care if they are killed or tortured. I can't intimidate them inside the meeting room, which makes my presence rather pointless. Anyway, you don't need to worry too much. I waited until the terms reached a stage where they would be acceptable to the Tsunagakure side. When you negotiate tomorrow, just force them to accept those terms. No need to compromise any further. After all, we won the war while they lost." Fujin's words puzzled the group. Homura said, "The next round will happen in 3 days from now." Fujin replied, "Well, I did say I would give them a sense of urgency, didn't I? I'm leaving the city once I'm done with this food." Hiromasa asked seriously, "What are you planning?" A few minutes later, Fujin's room was quiet. Other than the sound of Fujin eating, no other sound could be heard, as all the remaining council members were deep in thought. Hiromasa analyzed, "This plan, it could work. However, it is very risky. We'll be betting that Tsunagakure doesn't want a war under any circumstances. But if we're wrong... Tsume glanced at Fujin and thought, outrageous. He's completely outrageous. To think those bizarre actions were to set this plan in motion. I don't think even Shikaku would predict this particular move from those actions. However, this is the type of move I'd expect from Shikaku. The only question is whether Fujin considered every possibility to check whether his plans could go wrong or not. Hiromasa analyzed further. Actually, even if our bet is wrong, it won't be entirely a bad thing. It'll show us the extent to which Tsunagakure is willing to go. In the future, we'll know for sure not to trust Tsunagakure. Inoichi and Homura looked unsure. Koharu said, "No, this plan is too risky. If it fails, we'll face an all-out war with Tsunagakure. It would result in Tsunagakure agreeing to all demands of Iwagakure and Kumogakure and forming a three-nation alliance against us." Without even glancing at her, Fujin replied, "You misunderstand me, Elder Koharu." Koharu frowned as Fujin continued, "I wasn't asking for anyone's permission. Even though I'm negotiating here, my army hasn't been disbanded yet. As such, I'm still the commander-in-chief. The only one who can order me is the Hokage or the acting Hokage. If you have any issues, feel free to take it up with Shikaku-san. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 OSB, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Philip, Frosty Harmon, our loser Dre, Honorona Donovan, and Yazid for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 806. A Message. Chapter 812 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. If you have any issues, feel free to take it up with Shikaku-san. Fujin said dismissively. Koharu's expression became ugly. Homura's expression became dark too, while the clan leaders watched in curiosity. It wasn't the first time Fujin faced off against Koharu. On the contrary, he had done it every time the elders tried to go against him. Hiromasa analyzed, as I expected, there are definitely some hostilities between them beyond what happened during Danzo's incident. Still, Fujin is reckless. Though not essential, he'll need the support of the elders if he wants to become the Hokage. Koharu replied, "I will. Fujin, I hope you know what you're doing. Even a slight mistake could result in the deaths of thousands of our ninjas, which will be fatal for our village." She turned around and left before Fujin questioned her authority any further. The others gave Fujin some advice before leaving. Fujin quickly set up his food and thought, time to leave before she actually contacts Shikaku. I wonder how that conversation would go. Will he shut them down, or will he try to convince me? Either way, he should have fun, hey? Fujin flickered out of his room while still in thought. That said, I need to talk with him once. However, it would have to be done without these old folks pressuring me. Irrespective of whether he is in favor or against it, he'll have ideas to make this plan even more potent and foolproof. Now that I think about it, Hiruzen and Shikaku had failed to eliminate Suna's spies. How convenient. Anyway, I should do that before I go. After a short meeting with his colleagues, Hiromasa retired to his room and tiredly sighed. These youngsters, they are so full of energy. I wonder how the talks will prose. He suddenly heard a knock. He turned around and opened the door just to see Fujin standing outside. He said in surprise, I didn't expect to see you so soon, Fujin. I thought you'd be on your way. Is something the matter? Fujin's clone nodded and replied, My main body left earlier. I'm a shadow clone. I came here to give you this. Fujin's clone handed Hiromasa a scroll. Hiromasa opened it while asking, What is this? Fujin's clone answered, A little gift for the next round of negotiations. I learnt this in the land of rice. If you can use it to make Tsunagakure relent more, feel free to do so. If not, there is no need to use it. We could save it for another day. Hiromasa's breathing became rougher and his eyes widened in shock as he read the information in the scroll. Taking a deep breath, he muttered, To think the third Kazekage disappeared in such a way. Tsunagakure, what a fucked up village. He looked at Fujin's clone and said, Thank you. This will be a great help in the negotiations. I'll use it at the most critical point. Fujin's clone smiled and replied, Good luck, before dispersing into a cloud of smoke. Hiromasa took another look at the scroll, thinking he is full of surprises. To think he had such a card and didn't use it despite going through 4 boring rounds. I suppose all the anger he displayed earlier was fake too. It is rare to see such control in youngsters. Hanging around those two has undoubtedly had an effect on him. In Tsunagakure, the council met once again. Considering how fragile their situation was, the council meetings had become a daily occasion. Goza glanced at everyone and started the meeting. He reported, "We received a message from our squad in Iwagakure. The Tsuchikage is still refusing to lead the attack. He is insistent on us or Kumogakure starting it." Tojiro cursed. "That fence-sitter. Will he ever take the initiative for once? This is such a good opportunity to keep our hatred aside and target Konoha. Why can't any of his advisors talk some sense into him?" Tsunagakure was absolutely livid with Onoki's stubbornness. No matter what concessions they and Kumogakure made, Onoki stayed resolute. Sajo muttered, "Kumogakure is useless as well." The 4th Raikage maintained an aggressive stance for over a decade. However, when we need him the most, he is like a toothless tiger. We can't count on them to start a war. Ebizo said, "It's not surprising. Iwagakure has the same reservations that we have. The 3rd Tsuchikage won't take such a big risk. As I said earlier, don't put a lot of hope into such an alliance. They are even more unreliable than Konoha." Tojiro glanced at the siblings and said, "I know this sounds ridiculous, but I want your opinion. What will happen if we take the initiative and lead the attack? Would Iwagakure and Kumogakure follow through on their promise? Or will they stay back and make a move only after we have been severely weakened?" Chiyo suddenly chuckled. She looked at Tojiro and said, "You underestimate them too much. I wouldn't be surprised if Onoki forms an alliance with Konoha, destroys our village, and annexes half of our country, with Konoha taking the other half." Her answer left the council in shock. Ryusa asked in confusion, "But why would he do that? Wouldn't Iwagakure be in greater danger if Konoha has one lesser enemy to face?" Ebizo answered, "On the contrary, it'll benefit Iwagakure. For over a decade, Iwagakure was surrounded by 2 countries that were allies. If we no longer exist, then Konoha will have one lesser enemy to face, but so will Iwagakure. Considering their geographical location, the only major threat nearby would be Konoha. Though they have plenty of conflicts with Kumogakure and Kirigakure, those villages are too far away from Iwagakure. It'll allow Iwagakure to focus entirely on Konoha." The pressure on the Tsunagakure council members increased tenfold with this revelation. They hadn't considered that Iwagakure might have a reason to see their demise too. The danger their village faced suddenly increased exponentially. After a long silence, Goza sighed and muttered, "In that case, all our hopes lie with the negotiation team." Ryusa nodded and said, "They did a good job yesterday. Konoha should have learnt of our talks with Kumogakure and Iwagakure and decided to compromise. However, they were derailed by the Sandslayer. It's difficult to say what will happen now." A frown appeared on his face. The council wouldn't have even considered taking the lead against Konoha had Fujin not derailed their talks the day before. Chiyo thoughtfully said, "The actions of Konoha were within my calculations. As I said earlier, they will compromise to maintain peace. That is the nature they developed due to their location. However, a youngster like Suzuku Fujin is a problem. Unlike mature ninjas, youngsters can be hot-headed and passionate. They are also enthusiastic about battles. I hoped Konoha wouldn't be foolish enough to give a youngster too much authority. Unfortunately, they seem to have done just that." Goza replied, "I'm not surprised. If we had a youngster who could do what he did, he would also have a lot of authority. In fact, we might even consider him for the position of 5th Kazekage. Unfortunately, we don't have anyone like him. Regardless, what do we do? Do we place our bets on an alliance, or should we make more concessions with Konoha?" Chiyo answered, "Neither. You underestimate Konoha's older generation. They were likely caught off guard by his outburst. In order to avoid a war, they'll suppress and educate him, and likely make more concessions in the next round. I'm sure of it. Don't lose your patience. Despite the abrupt end, the talks will still continue. Ask Yura and Arisa to take their time to see Konoha's attitude without rushing the negotiations. We'll get a better idea then." The council calmed down on hearing Chiyo's words. Ebizo was about to say something when the door to the council room suddenly opened. An Anbu ninja rushed in and reported, "We were just contacted by Lord Yura. It's an emergency. Please speak with them." A few minutes ago, the Sunagakure ninjas in Fire Capital were discussing their strategy for the 5th round of negotiation. However, no matter what approach they took, they hit a dead end. One muttered, "This is pointless. We can't decide what to do until we know what approach Konoha will take." Arisa replied, "That is true. However, we need to be prepared for all possible approaches they can take, including if the Sandslayer has another outburst or threatens us physically." The mood became solemn. Before anyone could reply, a knock was heard. With permission, a Sunagakure ninja entered the room and handed Yura a scroll as he reported, "We just received a message. I'm unsure where it has come from or who sent it, but it has our stamp." Yura frowned as he looked at the scroll. He thought, "This is weird. We use this mark when we aren't sure if the communication channel is safe. Still, why would the village send us a bird when they can contact us through the chakra transmission communication devices?" He handed the scroll to the sealmaster, who deemed that it was safe to open and handed it back to Yura. Yura opened the scroll and began reading its content. In an instant, his body froze. Next to him, Arisa froze too. Shock and disbelief were visible on both faces, alarming the remaining Sunagakure ninjas. "Lady Arisa, Lord Yura, what's the matter?" a ninja grimly asked. Without saying a word, Yura handed the scroll to them. They quickly began reading the message. "I'm a member of the Sunagakure patrol team deployed in the Land of Rivers. A few minutes ago, a massive Konoha army reached the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rivers. We aren't sure how big the army is, but it definitely numbers in the thousands. We suspect that this is the same army Suzuki Fujin led earlier. However, we're unsure if he is leading this army or not. Please confirm whether he's still in the Fire Capital and report to the village. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, pilsarvesh8@OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Anessa, Bookworm, Terry, Jory Harmon, Marcus, Dry, and Stefan for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 807. Sunagakure in Crisis. Chapter 813 of Naruto the Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The scroll fell from the hands of the ninja holding it. Everyone could see his hands shiver in terror. He wasn't the only one. Nearly everyone else was terrified. This was the worst-case scenario for Sunagakure. It was the situation they desperately wanted to avoid. This is crazy. Will Konoha really attack us? Shit! Has our mission failed? What will happen now? Unless other villages interfere, thousands of our comrades will die. We may also be killed on our way back. However, since when did Konoha become so reckless? It's all that monster's fault. Sunagakure's negotiation team was in complete panic. Arisa suddenly shouted, "Calm down!" Everyone turned their gazes to her. She said, "Don't lose yourself. We still need to confirm how true this information is, and we still need to know Konoha's intention. Perhaps this is another pressure tactic. This move could be just to force us to compromise." She paused and glanced at everyone before calmly saying, "Don't forget how many compromises they were making yesterday. This is definitely a bluff." Before she could complete her words, the door opened once again, and another Sunagakure ninja entered hurriedly. He handed Arisa a scroll and reported, "We received the highest priority message from the same source." The room was silenced once again. Arisa opened the scroll while Yura peeked into it. "The Konoha army isn't stopping. They have entered the Land of Rivers and are heading towards the Land of Wind. Please inform the village about this quickly. I will send several messenger birds towards the village, but they'll arrive a couple of hours later as compared to you. The village needs to be notified immediately so that they can react." As they read the message, their pupils dilated and their eyes widened in fear and shock. Their breathing became rougher as well, which worried others even more. Others quickly read the scroll and were terrified even more. Everyone had the same thought, this doesn't look like a bluff. Without wasting any time, they contacted Sunagakure, disturbing their council meeting. As a censor, Sajo took the chakra transmission communication device and talked with Yura. The entire council was stunned to learn that Konoha sent an army toward them. Chiyo frowned and muttered, "Have they gone senile? How could those fools let a youngster dictate their policies?" Ebizo was confused as well. He quickly analyzed before sighing. He muttered, "Konoha's actions have been too confusing. I can't put my finger on what their real intentions are." Ryusa asked, "What now? Is war inevitable?" Tojiro muttered hatefully, "Let them come. We'll show them the terror of the desert. At the same time, we need to attack them from elsewhere." "Lord Ebizo, how long can our ambush units stall them? Can we delay Konoha's army long enough and cause them enough harm to tempt Iwagakure or Kumogakure into attacking Konoha?" Ebizo's expression was that of a man who had accepted defeat. He shook his head and said, "They can't hold them back for long. As for harming Konoha ninjas, that is very unlikely too." His words shocked most of the council members again. Only a few understood what he was implying. Ryusa asked, "What do you mean they can't? Didn't you oversee the deployment of 3,000 ninjas in the desert? We have over 450 ambush squads in the desert. Why can't they stall them? Didn't we use this tactic successfully in previous wars?" Ebizo sighed and answered, "It's due to the events in the land of rice. Our tactic of ambushing repeatedly with small squads is very effective. However, it depends on the stealth of those small squads. There is no doubt that Orochimaru's bases in the land of rice would be well hidden, and they numbered in the hundreds. Yet, Suzuki Fujin eliminated all his bases in a week without letting any information leak. I'm not sure how he did it and what techniques he or his army used. However, if he can do the same in the desert, he'll slaughter most of our ambush squads. Forget killing twice or thrice their numbers with their suicidal attacks and lowering the enemy's morale, our ambush squads could be killed without killing even a single Konoha ninja and boost the morale of Konoha's army." Ebizo's analysis was on the mark. The tactic that such small ambush squads used was hiding near the paths that the enemy would take and catching them by surprise. Depending on the situation, they would either kill a few and escape, forcing the enemy to chase them, causing their army to be disoriented, or perform suicidal attacks, killing twice or thrice as many enemies as them, and poisoning dozens or even hundreds. While Konoha didn't have any good means to discover every ambush, Fujin did. If he used his space-time sensing technique, every ambush squad was merely free pickings for Fujin. He wouldn't even need an army to eliminate them one by one. If Tsunagakure persisted with their tactics, the only result would be a complete annihilation of 3,000 ninjas, as Ebizo predicted. The gravity of the situation finally dawned on the council members. They were in a hopeless situation. Goza finally said, "No, it's not hopeless yet. Don't forget Yura and Arisa are still in Fire Capital. They can negotiate with Konoha before the army reaches our borders." Suddenly, Chiyo said, "Calm down. Don't fall for what you see. I'm having an odd feeling about this entire ordeal. These actions are unlike Konoha. Even more absurd is that they do this after compromising so much yesterday. It is likely just a power play. If they are serious about attacking us, they need to." The door slammed open, interrupting Chiyo. Another Anbu ninja rushed in and reported, "We received the highest priority message." He handed a scroll to the council, who immediately opened it up and began reading. "Konoha has started preparing an army. According to what I heard, it'll be a 5,000 ninja-strong force. I don't know who the target is, but everyone believes that the Toad Sage Jiraiya will lead the army. It'll leave Konoha the morning after tomorrow. In addition, Konoha is also preparing a second army. They are more secretive about it, but I believe it'll consist of around 2,000 to 3,000 ninjas. No one knows who will lead this army, but most speculate it'll be led by Tsunade." Stunned silence appeared in the council room. Everyone was visibly nervous. It was obvious that this was no longer a bluff. Konoha was serious. They quickly began evaluating all their options and analyzing the information. After some time, Goza muttered, "Konoha wouldn't send all 3 armies to us. That will leave them vulnerable to Kumogakure and Iwagakure. I believe they'll keep the larger army in the village to attract attention while the smaller army secretly reinforces Fujin's army. Considering that it'll be led by Tsunade, it would make sense." However, Ebizo shook his head and said, they aren't so defenseless. Both Kusagakure and Takigakure hate Iwagakure due to their actions in the recent past. They'll be Konoha's first line of defense against Iwagakure forces. They'll buy Konoha enough time to allow them to have a decisive war against us. Similarly, Yugakure hates Kumogakure for how they tried to take over their mine. They'll stall Kumogakure's forces, granted they aren't strong enough. Konoha will send their smaller army to secretly reinforce Yugakure and stall Kumogajure, while their larger army takes the route secured by Suzuki Fujin's army and assaults our village directly. Ebizo's words made the room even more gloomy. After a few moments of silence, Tojuro said, "If we can't ambush them in the desert, our only option will be to put our best defense in the village. Even if they send 8,000 ninjas, we can stop them. However, Suzuki Fujin and Jiraiya are in a different league. Both can turn the tide of the battle single-handedly. Can you defeat the two of them, Lady Chiyo?" With Rasa dead, Chiyo was the only rank S ninja in Tsunagakure. As such, she was their only hope. However, their hopes came crashing down as Chiyo shook her head. At the end of the day, Chiyo was as old as Hiruzen, and her strength waned rapidly. Combined with the fact that she was much weaker than Hiruzen when the two were in their prime, she didn't stand much chance. She said, "It's almost impossible. The only way I could win is if they get careless and get poisoned. However, Jiraiya is a very experienced ninja. He won't fall for my poison. Fujin's youth and inexperience make him more susceptible to my tactics. Unfortunately, I have a feeling that his wind technique will be a perfect counter for my puppets. If my fears are true, I wouldn't be able to defeat him even if I had been a couple of decades younger." The last hope the council had disintegrated. Goza sighed and muttered, "Then we have no choice. We have to count on Yura and Arisa. They are our only hope now. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, patilsarvesh8@OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Luco, Astaroth, Ephrain, Gorama, and Dr. Storage for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 808, Shikaku's Arrangements. Chapter 814 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Then we have no choice. We have to count on Yura and Arisa. They are our only hope now. Goza sighed tiredly. Ebizo thought, there is another hope. That is if Iwagakure and Kumogakure make a move right away after getting this news. Unfortunately, they won't do that. Even if they did, sending a message here would take several hours, something we don't have. Our negotiations have to be completed before Fujin's army enters our country. Besides, Ebizo glanced at the council members. Instead of heroic or brave faces, all he saw were tired and defeated faces. From the day the Chunin exams ended and they received the terrifying news of their defeat, the Tsunagakure Council was on edge. They had to dig deep into their reserves and use any resource they had to dissuade others from making a move and limiting their losses simultaneously. Unfortunately, Konoha's latest move was the final nail in the coffin. Tsunagakure had reached a limit. If they tried anymore, they would increase their losses drastically, instead of limiting them. The Tsunagakure Council lost all will to continue playing games with Konoha and the other villages. Ebizo sighed internally. This was a thorough defeat. In a sense, it is worse than even the previous Great War. We don't have any good candidate for the 5th Kazekage. He said, "We should discuss what compromises we're willing to make. Even though Konoha is in a dominant position right now, they'd still make some concessions to maintain good relations with us." The council nodded and began discussing. Within 15 minutes, they were done discussing almost all topics. Since Konoha had compromised so much the previous day, the terms were somewhat acceptable for Tsunagakure. There were only 3 aspects where they had some reservations. The first wasn't a demand made by Konoha, but the fact that Konoha took most of the missions from the Land of Wind. The second was the amount they had to pay to Konoha. And the most important aspect was the selection of the next Kazekage. Tojuro, who had his sights on the seat of the Kazekage, completely opposed it, knowing that Konoha wouldn't support him. On the other hand, the remaining council members weren't so stubborn. Tojuro had been the biggest instigator in clashing with Konoha. He encouraged Rasa on every turn to attack Konoha. As such, none of them wanted to see him in the Kazekage's seat. Realizing the conflict, Chiyo said, "You're taking this issue too lightly. It's a pity, but I'll make concessions to their demand for our puppetry techniques. However, we can't take a step back on this issue. If Konoha gets a veto, they could continuously veto all our options and keep us without a Kazekage for years. They could use the absence of a leader in our village to create factions and cause conflicts within the village, weakening us further. This will not only ensure that we never have the strength to attack them again, but will also make it easier for them to attack us in the future. Even if they don't, we won't be any different from a minor village within a few decades." Chiyo diverted their attention from the fifth Kazekage to the hidden danger within Konoha's condition. Their moods became grave. However, they were troubled by the circumstances. Tsunagakure had no option but to accept Konoha's demands. Goza asked, "What if they refuse to drop this demand?" Chiyo said, "Then we'll have to alter the demand. Instead of giving them the sole veto, we'll follow their decision only if the Wind Daimyo has an issue with our candidate as well." Even though he is friendly with Konoha for now, he knows he can't let Tsunagakure be too weak. In such a case, he won't side with Konoha even if we don't pressure him. However, only resort to this if they're adamant, since it is still a hidden danger for our village. The council thought for a bit and agreed. Ryusa said, "That's a good idea. Konoha wouldn't refuse it as it would worsen their relationship with the Wind Daimyo." "I still think we should refuse this condition entirely. Lady Chiyo's fears are accurate," Tojuro interjected. Unfortunately, he still got no support from the council. After finalizing their discussion, Sajo immediately conveyed their decision to Yura, who informed Tsunagakure's negotiation team. After a small discussion to prepare themselves, the team immediately left their hotel to meet the Wind Daimyo, informed him about Konoha's movements, and asked him to talk with the Fire Daimyo and Konoha ninjas to start the next round of negotiations immediately. Just like the Tsunagakure side, the Konoha side had been preparing too due to the recent changes. When they finally received the Fire Daimyo's message, Tsume chuckled. "They finally feel the urgency. Should we waste some time and reply after an hour or two?" Koharu's expression was dark. While others weren't exactly on board with Fujin's plan, she was the one who opposed it the most. She immediately asked Shikaku to stop Fujin's plan. However, after talking with Fujin, Shikaku did the exact opposite and permitted Fujin to move. Of course, Fujin was marching with his army long before Shikaku permitted him. Homura sighed, "I'm afraid Fujin might attack the Land of Wind by then. Let's go, but walk slowly and in a relaxed manner. Also, inform Shikaku that they have come to the negotiating table." In Konoha, Shikaku sighed in relief and muttered, "They finally decided to relent." Sitting across from him, Eagle chuckled and said, "Did you doubt it after you went to such lengths to put up a performance?" Shikaku slumped tiredly on his desk and complained, "What else could I do? That boy will work me to death someday." "Do you even know how shocked I was when I learnt that he marched that army without even asking anyone? Even the legendary Sanins, for all their quirks, never did that during the previous war." Smirking behind his mask, Eagle said, "Well, you were the one who supported my father's decision to make him the commander-in-chief." Shikaku could only curse in his heart. It was supposed to be a simple training exercise with some attacks against Otogakure. How could I guess that Kusagakure would suddenly accept the most unreasonable deal and start this bizarre chain of events? Eagle said, "Regardless, Fujin has proved himself to be an excellent commander and tactician. I didn't think he'd transition from solo and squad missions to leading armies so smoothly." Shikaku agreed. "Yes, but this was rather expected. It would have been surprising if he couldn't." Eagle agreed. "Yes, but I'm talking of this particular move. To use the fact that there are no Iwagakure and Kumogakure spies in Konoha, while Tsunagakure still has some spies here. This move threatened Tsunagakure without alarming Iwagakure or Kumogakure, ensuring that they wouldn't make any moves and make Tsunagakure feel lonely." When Shikaku contacted Fujin, instead of backing down, Fujin asked Shikaku to prepare an army in the village. When Hiruzen took advantage of the opportunity Fujin provided, he eliminated Iwagakure and Kumogakure's spy networks. Sunagakure's spy network was spared because they had no reason to investigate, and thus, they avoided the trap. However, Sunagakure's spies became an asset for Fujin as he wanted to send a message through them. His tactic succeeded with ease, as Shikaku agreed with his plans and began preparing an army as if Konoha planned to invade a great village. In order to appear more convincing, Shikaku also prepared a second army, a bit more discreetly. With his modifications to Fujin's plan, Sunagakure was put in a position where they didn't dare to take any risks. And since there weren't any Iwagakure and Kumogakure spies, those villages weren't aware of the pressure bearing down on Sunagakure, and hence couldn't take advantage of the same. Since Sunagakure wasn't aware of it, they'd think that neither Iwagakure nor Kumogakure were serious about allying, forcing them to be even closer to Konoha in the future. So while Konoha was actually preparing two armies, Shikaku had no intention of sending them out of Konoha. Despite the work he did, it was just a bluff. Even if Sunagakure refused to compromise, he didn't plan on sending the two armies to reinforce Fujin. Instead, he'd just ask Fujin to do something along the lines of what he had done in the Land of Lightning and the Land of Rice. Fujin would be allowed to target the ambush squads and eliminate several hundred or possibly up to a couple of thousand ninjas. Konoha would then claim that as a fitting punishment for Sunagakure's cowardly attack and close the matter. While there were some dangers, Shikaku was confident about his plans. He knew Sunagakure wouldn't dare to leave the desert and confront Fujin's army head-on. Similarly, Iwagakure and Kumogakure wouldn't act if only 3,000 Konoha ninjas were deployed in the Land of Wind. Combined with the minor villages, Konoha had more than enough forces to deter the two villages from making a move. Of course, it was still risky. Shikaku would have to work a lot in order to maintain the delicate balance. And all this was due to Fujin deciding to implement such a bold and risky move. So Shikaku had another reason to curse Fujin for the needless work he kept piling on Shikaku's head. Luckily, things had happened as he and Fujin anticipated. Shikaku replied, "Yeah, it is. Anyway, inform him that Sunagakure has started negotiating and ask him not to enter the Land of Wind. Tell that to Renjiro and the other generals too. Who knows how he'll spin my orders if we don't?" AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon, link patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, till Sarvesh8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you. Kapale, Cheridim, Proyar, One Sword, and Samuel for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 809, The Best Actor. Chapter 815 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Eagle chuckled seeing how worried Shikaku was and flickered away. Not wanting to entertain any more unconventional ideas Fujin might get and want to implement with his permission, Shikaku didn't bother communicating with Fujin by himself. He no longer wanted to discuss anything about this matter with Fujin. Alone in his office, Shikaku thought, his performance against Sunagakure and Odogakure forces and his recent achievements as a commander have caused people to overlook that his real expertise is in hunting down isolated squads. Sunagakure's terrifying ambush squads will be easy pickings for him. I can't even imagine what that boy would do if I didn't send explicit orders to stop and not do anything. I still have to deal with this Kumogakure mess. Iwagakure is looking for a weak spot in our defenses too. I don't want to deal with Sunagakure at the same time if there's no need. His expression became serious as he thought, even though our forces have recovered to a great extent, there is no need to start the Fourth Great Ninja War just yet. Now is not the time for a war. Instead, it's time to take Konoha's military might to the next level. As long as we can maintain peace for another 5 to 6 years, we can raise a new batch of elites from the ninjas who graduated in the last 8 years. If we raise around 1,500 new elite ninjas, it'll be a game changer for Konoha. Not to mention, this time will be sufficient for Fujin to mature completely. Along with any new geniuses that would appear in this time, we could become as strong as we were before the start of the Second Great Ninja War. That said, Shikaku sighed, tired yet again. It was a lot of work. He thought, luckily, this isn't my work. Lord Third and Lady Tsunade can focus on it. Maybe Fujin will play a role too, since the orphans in his compound will be a part of this next generation of elite ninjas. Regardless, I'll have nothing to do with it. While Fujin marched towards the land of wind, Shikaku contemplated the future, and the two negotiation teams quickly worked on finalizing the terms. Two individuals met on the outskirts of Tanzaku town. One of them extended her palms towards the other's arms and emitted a green light. Suddenly, both individuals retreated as several shurikens landed between them. They turned their heads to see Amachi on a branch. Orochimaru's expression became grave. He asked, "What is the meaning of this? Coming here and betraying me? Tsunade!" With a crazed expression, he continued, "What led you to such a decision, Tsunade? To try and kill me?" With Kabuto dead, Amachi, Orochimaru's next best medical ninja, accompanied him. Orochimaru had met with Tsunade a week ago. Their meeting was quite similar to what had happened in the original story. While Orochimaru was undoubtedly in a worse condition and under great stress, he did well to hide it, and used Tsunade's hemophobia to ensure that she wouldn't make a move against him. Naruto's battle with her was a bit different due to Naruto learning supercharged wind jutsus. Unfortunately, it made no difference against a monster like Tsunade. Coming back to the present, Orochimaru looked at Tsunade's conflicted expression and said, "Tsunade, I really did intend to bring them back to life." Cutting him off, Tsunade muttered, "It's merely the Edo Tensei Jutsu. Do you think I can't learn the jutsu that my granduncle created? However, that's not the way the two of them would accept to be revived. Edo Tensei needed a sacrifice to be used, and in order to sustain it over a long time, even more sacrifices would be required. With their morals, neither Dan nor Nawaki would accept living in such a manner. As much as Tsunade wanted to see them, she wouldn't insult their memories and wishes in such a manner." She glanced at Orochimaru and said, "I had higher expectations from you, Orochimaru. After all these years, all you can do is just copy that forbidden technique. No wonder you are in such a state. You've fallen too much." Memories of being forced to escape from Konoha, the land of rice, and the land of hot water surfaced in Orochimaru's mind upon hearing Tsunade's insults. The last month had been extremely rough on him. His expression hardened as he said, "The negotiations have failed. Too bad. Now I'll just..." Once again, he was cut off by Tsunade, who calmly said, "Since your subordinate saved you from dying easily and painlessly, I'll have to do it the hard way." The next moment, Tsunade disappeared and appeared above Orochimaru. Both Orochimaru and Amachi retreated as Tsunade changed the terrain in the blink of an eye. She glanced at Orochimaru and said, "Come on, Orochimaru, let me see how well you can fight in your current condition." Orochimaru chuckled and said, "Come to think of it, we haven't fought before, have we?" Tsunade replied, "Indeed." Amachi asked, "Are you planning on fighting her today?" Orochimaru ignored his question and advised, "Don't be careless. If she hits you, it's over." Amachi chuckled and replied, "It'll be interesting to see how this body holds up against one of 3 legendary ninjas." To Tsunade's surprise, Amachi's body started transforming. Green scales appeared on his skin as he transformed from a shady-looking human into something similar to a fishman. With a maniacal grin, he arrogantly said, "This is the Kaima form I developed. Even a Sanin can't damage me in this state." Tsunade muttered, "Makes sense that you are his subordinate. You're even weirder than him. Regardless." Tsunade's figure disappeared as she rapidly moved towards Amachi. Amachi suddenly spread his arms, and the scales on his body began moving. Scale Senbon Jutsu. Dozens of sharp scales flew out at high speeds towards Tsunade. Due to their numbers, it wouldn't be easy for a normal ninja to dodge it easily. However, he wasn't facing a normal ninja, and compared to Kabuto, Amachi's strength was lacking by a huge margin. Tsunade dodged them easily as she continued moving forward. Amachi grabbed a scalpel and said, "Impressive," as expected of one of the Sanins. However, this is it. He swung his scalpel towards Tsunade, who muttered, "Too slow." Her fist moved towards Amachi's head. However, before she could reach him, Amachi changed the direction of his scalpel and sliced his left palm. Blood spurted from the cut and sprayed on unsuspecting Tsunade, who immediately froze. An evil grin appeared on Amachi's face as Tsunade shivered and fell to the ground. Terror was visible on her face. He said, Come on, did you actually think I'd be arrogant enough to take someone like you head-on? Especially when you have such a huge weakness. Orochimaru suddenly appeared next to Tsunade and said, "To confront me by yourself despite Jiraiya being present here. I truly wonder what you were thinking, Tsunade. Now you'll heal me irrespective of whether you won." Orochimaru suddenly stopped moving towards Tsunade. His words stayed stuck in his throat as well, as he saw a fist coming straight at his face. At such a short range, he couldn't evade. It landed on target and sent Orochimaru flying for over 100 meters. At the same time, Amachi was stunned as well. He was so shocked and terrified that he couldn't even move. He could only stutter. "How? You should be." Amachi couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. The one who hit Orochimaru was none other than Tsunade. Despite being covered in blood, she still moved and attacked at her full strength. As her fist moved towards Amachi again, she exclaimed, "Figure that out in hell!" Much like Orochimaru, Amachi didn't have much of a chance to dodge at such close range. While he wasn't caught by surprise like Orochimaru, he was too slow compared to Tsunade. Her fist landed on his chest before he could make any move. Instead of flying away, a massive hole opened up at the center of his chest. Cracks spread through that hole as Amachi screamed in terror and pain. The spread along his chest and eventually his upper body, consisting of his head, neck, and upper half of his chest, tore away and was sent flying while his remaining body fell to the ground. Without giving him a second glance, Tsunade flickered towards the direction in which Orochimaru had flown. She stopped when she heard a maniacal laughter echoing through the area. Ha! Ha! Orochimaru's condition was beyond terrible. His face was bloodied. He could feel that even his skull had been fractured. Yet, he laughed like a madman. Finally, he glanced at Tsunade and asked, "When did you cure your hemophobia?" Tsunade indifferently replied, "When do you think?" Her reply surprised Orochimaru, who immediately felt something was off. His eyes widened as he realized, could it be? No, it can't all be an act. You definitely had hemophobia after Dan died. That can't be faked. However, it suddenly clicked in his mind and disbelief appeared on his face. A slight twist to canon here. Hope you guys enjoyed it. More details in the next chapter. Next chapter, When Gods Want You Dead, What Can Mortals Do? If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI. Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Eric the Reaper's Shadow, Need Health, and Ephraim for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 810. When Gods Want You Dead, What Can Mortals Do? 1 Chapter 816 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. It suddenly clicked in his mind and disbelief appeared on Orochimaru's face. A second later, he began laughing maniacally again. He said, "No wonder. It all makes sense now. I always felt that you leaving the village with such a deadly phobia and a young child was suicide. Even if you wanted to go, Sensei would never allow you to. Your clan wouldn't either. That means you should have cured yourself before you left the village. Yet, all these years, you acted as if you had it. For over 2 decades, you used this reason to avoid every Konoha duty with the exception of the Third Great Ninja War. The elders backed off due to this reason. I couldn't sense anything off about your acting either, not back then or last week. If not for this incident, I would have been in the dark. Ha ha ha. Well played, Princess Tsunade." Tsunade's expression stayed indifferent, but it was as Orochimaru predicted. Hiruzen flatly refused to let her leave in such a state. He even sent several Anbu squads to keep an eye on her, led by none other than Sakumo, to ensure she didn't sneak out. Considering that they had just endured a great war and were soon heading towards another, Hiruzen wasn't even willing to let her leave. However, understanding her state of mind, losses, and contribution, he had no option but to relent, but he did so only after her hemophobia was cured. However, this was kept hidden. The only individuals aware of her being cured were Hiruzen and Hiromasa. Sakumo had some doubts, but he wasn't sure. The remaining 3 elders, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, weren't informed of this and believed that she still suffered from it. As for the rest, they weren't even aware of this issue, except for Shizune, who learnt it later since Tsunade decided to keep up the act to avoid being called to duty. Her acting was so good that no one aware of her phobia ever questioned it. Even Hiruzen wondered at times whether she had been cured. So Orochimaru's shock was completely understandable. Even though he was laughing, Orochimaru felt a chill running down his spine. In his original plans for attacking Konoha, he had only considered Hiruzen and Jiraiya as threats. He had completely dismissed Tsunade and wasn't aware of Fujin's strength until he clashed with him in the Forest of Death. He couldn't help but wonder, so you didn't think of me as a big enough threat to play this card, Sensei? Or did you not play it because you wanted to respect her wishes? Regardless, his attack had already failed. It was pointless to think about it. Seeing her former teammate laughing like a madman, Tsunade felt a tinge of sadness. After all, they, along with Jiraiya, had fought countless battles together and trusted their backs to each other. Yet, the person in front of her didn't seem to have any such memories. He was almost like a stranger. As she began concentrating chakra in her fist, Orochimaru finally stopped laughing and said, "Come on, Tsunade. You don't think I would come here without any escape route. You may have fooled me today, but the next time wouldn't be like this. Besides, even without your help, I have." Surprise appeared on Tsunade's face as Orochimaru disappeared mid-sentence. She thought, reverse summoning? However, something feels odd. It seemed forced for some reason. Orochimaru had the same thought. He wondered, since when did Jugo become so quick in Rever? His eyes widened as an unexpected sight appeared in front of his eyes. 3 massive snakes were towering around him. Moments later, his eyes landed on a figure standing between them. He thought, what the hell? Why is White Snake Sage here? What is happening? I wasn't able to summon anyone for over a month, and now they suddenly reverse summon me? Suddenly, Orochimaru noticed something even more strange. The place he stood at wasn't like how he remembered. Instead, it looked like a massive explosion had happened there. The surrounding terrain was in a bad shape, and several burn marks were on the ground and surrounding rocks. Orochimaru wondered, what the hell happened here? Did someone attack Ryuchi Cave? Before he could analyze, Manda asked, "Orochimaru, do you have anything to say in your defense?" Orochimaru frowned and asked, "What do you mean? And why couldn't I summon you?" Manda angrily asked, "You dare to ask that after you attacked Ryuchi Cave and killed thousands of young snakes? Bastard, do you have a death wish?" Orochimaru was stunned by the accusation. He wondered, what the hell? I attacked? When did I do that? At the same time, the White Snake Sage observed, this is weird. His condition is terrible. Even his soul feels off. Did he finally make a mistake while playing around with his soul? Also, why does it look like he fell from the sky right on his face? Manda continued, "We waited for over a month, waiting for your explanation. We even restricted your summoning contract. However, instead of giving us an explanation, you avoid us for so." Manda suddenly stopped speaking, as disbelief appeared on his face. Garaga and the other snakes who were staring down at Orochimaru were dumbfounded too. Every single one of them was caught off guard. Immediately after, all their emotions immediately changed into rage. Even the calm White Snake Sage was angered. Manda cursed. "That bastard! He escaped! He dares to look down so much on us?" The reason why everyone lost their temper was because Orochimaru disappeared instead of answering. They could easily see that he had used reverse summoning. The short-tempered snakes immediately saw that as a massive insult. The White Snake Sage muttered, "Summon him back. This time, attack him as soon as he appears." It's been a while since a summoner looked down at us to this extent. In a hidden base in the Land of Hot Water, Orochimaru appeared in front of Jugo. Disbelief appeared on his face as he realized what had happened. Jugo reverse summoned him due to the signal he sent earlier. However, the snakes didn't know that. Orochimaru didn't need a second guess to understand how the snakes would interpret it. His expression became grave as he instructed, "Reverse summon me immediately. Keep doing it until I tell you to stop. Start weaving the hand seals now." Jugo was confused, but seeing how serious Orochimaru was, he didn't hesitate and started weaving hand seals. Moments later, Orochimaru disappeared from the base and appeared in the Ryuchi Cave, right at the place where Manda and Garaga were attacking. He cursed internally, Shit, what the hell happened during my attack on Konoha? How was Ryuchi Cave impacted? I should have looked deeper into this issue. Unfortunately, I didn't have the time due to being hunted non-stop. Not to mention my condition. He immediately flickered. Unfortunately, there wasn't much space to dodge. Garaga's tail appeared right in front of his body. Moments before he could be hit, Orochimaru disappeared from Ryuchi Cave and appeared in his base. He immediately instructed, "Continue doing it." At the same time, he thought, "Shit, I need to find a way to pacify those bloodthirsty snakes. If I can't, then I will have to terminate our contract somehow before they kill me." The danger Orochimaru felt was even greater than when Hiruzen cut off a part of his soul, or Fujin went at him intending to kill. After all, neither Hiruzen nor Fujin could summon him and continue attacking till he died. Had he been at full strength, he would have had the confidence to survive and negotiate with the snakes. Unfortunately, he wasn't. The main reason why he hadn't looked deeply into why he couldn't summon snakes was because he didn't want them to see his terrible state. Unfortunately, luck wasn't in Orochimaru's favor. Not only did he have to confront them when he hadn't healed from the injuries inflicted by Hiruzen, he had to do it right after taking a full-power punch from Tsunade to his face. Over the years, Orochimaru had been in desperate situations several times. However, nothing came close to the danger he was feeling at that moment. While Orochimaru was facing a rare life-threatening situation, Tsunagakure was extremely tense as well. The talks hadn't concluded yet, but Fujin's army reached the border of the Land of Wind. The entire council was on edge. Fortunately, they finally received good news. Sajo sighed in relief and muttered, "They have stopped marching and have stationed themselves at the borders. It looks like he won't cross the border until the talks are concluded." The others in the council were relieved as well. Only Chiyo and Ebizo thought, "As I suspected, this is a bluff too. It's just that we can't afford to call their bluff. How unfortunate." Before they could finish their thoughts or anyone else could express their relief or concerns, an Anbu ninja came running into the council room. Despite his mask, every council member could see how tense and worried he was. The moods of the council members became grim once again as they immediately imagined the worst. Goza thought, "What now? Don't tell me that maniac still attacked us." At the same time, Chiyo wondered in shock, would he attack? No, Konoha wouldn't take that decision. However, if he disobeys their order and acts independently, everyone had similar thoughts. While they had some confidence in Konoha's leadership, Fujin was an unknown factor. If he forced a war upon them, Konoha would undoubtedly be forced to follow. Ryusa nervously asked, "What happened?" The Anbu ninja reported, "We have lost contact with Grandmaster Renkaz. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh, 8OKS Buy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you for supporting me on Patreon. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Ahmad, JTSSE, Marcio, Ryan, Kioske, Zima Blue, Adrian, and Frank for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 8:11, When Gods Want You Dead, What Can Mortals Do? 2. Chapter 8:17 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. So this is the Land of Wind. The deserts seem to have no end. Hoka muttered as he gazed at the Land of Wind. Fujin asked, "Is it your first time here?" Hoka nodded. "Yeah. I visited the Land of Rivers a few times for missions, but never the Land of Wind. What about you?" Fujin casually replied, "A few times. It is pretty much the same throughout the country." Hoka turned his gaze back to the desert and muttered, "Irrespective of how magnificent the deserts look, I didn't expect Tsunagakure to be such a disappointment. They didn't even send an army to confront us. Instead, I only spotted patrol squads who are cowering in fear." Renjiro replied, "Don't judge a book by its cover. If they face us in battle, they'll obviously lose. The true terror of Tsunagakure appears when someone invades this desert. We had tried it during the Second Great Ninja War, but our losses became too high to sustain the campaign. In the end, we had to retreat. Konomi, who was standing nearby, heard him and thought, sure, their ambush units are deadly. However, considering what he did against Otogakure, will these ambush squads stand any chance against us? Even though we can't use the exact tactic, I won't be surprised if Fujin comes up with something new and equally crazy. Sigh, it's a shame Commander ordered us not to attack. Otherwise, the infamy of Tsunagakure's deadly ambush units could have ended soon. Illumi curiously asked, what do we do now? Fujin answered, what can we do? The talk should be nearing the conclusion by now. Just have the army pretend to set up a camp until we are recalled. Orochimaru! You can't escape this time! Manda shouted as he bit down at Orochimaru. As he said, Orochimaru didn't have any route to escape, so he didn't bother doing so and instead jumped into Manda's mouth, confusing him. Manda quickly clamped his mouth but failed to harm Orochimaru with his deadly teeth. You oaf! Spit him out! He's wasting time inside your mouth. Garaga yelled as Manda failed to kill or harm Orochimaru. Of course, Manda had no reason to follow a fellow snake's command. Instead of spitting, he tried to swallow Orochimaru entirely. However, before he could do so, Orochimaru disappeared from his mouth. He disappeared. It's your fault. Garaga hissed angrily. They had summoned Orochimaru 8 times continuously, and had realized that his injuries were extremely severe and he was nowhere near his full strength. Yet, Orochimaru always found a way to slip away. No matter what tactic they used, they couldn't harm him before he disappeared, causing the snakes to be very frustrated and even more humiliated. Manda hissed back, what did you call him? Calm down, both of you. The 2 gigantic snakes froze as the white snake sage roared angrily. He said, neither of you can harm him. This time, I'll make a move myself. While the snakes were angry, Jugo and other subordinates of Orochimaru were worried. Though no new wounds opened up on his body, they could sense that Orochimaru was extremely exhausted. Orochimaru didn't pay any attention to them. His mind was completely occupied by the strange yet deadly battle. He grimly thought, there is no way to pacify them. My only hope is to severe this contract. However, it'll be tough, especially in my condition. If I fail, I'll die. Though I can still revive through the curse seals, it'll be difficult. The few I had taught the method to revive me are already dead. I'm running out of loyal, competent subordinates. Even if I somehow revive, my strength will drop too much. No, I can't give up just yet. Dying now will disrupt my plans too much. What do you mean you can't contact Grandmaster Renkaze? Goza questioned in disbelief. Tsunagakure didn't have many Fuinjutsu Grandmasters. If Chiyo, who was retired and never did such jobs, wasn't considered, Tsunagakure only had 3 Fuinjutsu Grandmasters in recent times. Not too long ago, one of them went missing along with 1 elite Junin and 20 other ninjas in Yamakawa town. They still hadn't figured out what had happened to those ninjas. With just 2 active Grandmasters remaining, Tsunagakure could absolutely not afford to lose another. Ebizo said, calm down. Wasn't Renkaz creating new ambush bases in the desert and with a strong group? He shouldn't be anywhere near the front lines. Why can't you contact him? While Tsunagakure had several small bases created for ambushing, the possibility of a war with Konoha made them build even more. As such, Renkaze was dispatched with 1 elite Junin and 4 Junins to guard him. Considering that the bases were being created deeper in their territory and they had been moving constantly, it was highly unlikely for Konoha or other enemy villages to target him. The others realized the same and calmed down. The Anbu ninja answered, we aren't sure. He was done creating the bases and was resting in Aramachi town. He was supposed to return to the village, but a huge sandstorm appeared due to which he decided to stay there for a couple of days. We contacted him regularly, but they suddenly stopped replying to any message from the chakra transmission communication device. We've tried 5 times over the last 30 minutes without getting any response, so we aren't sure what happened. His words made the council think. After some time, Ryusa muttered, the chakra transmission communication devices aren't perfect. Perhaps they damaged them somehow. Tojuro countered, how could they damage the devices while being safe in a town? We should dispatch the Anbu to find out what happened. Everyone agreed. Sajo said, hopefully it's something along the lines of what Ryusa said. We can't afford to lose another. What are you thinking of, Baki? Unlike others, Baki's expression was very tense. In fact, he looked terrified. Sensing everyone's gazes, he muttered, "Don't you find it odd that a sandstorm suddenly appeared in the path Renkaze was supposed to take? The day after the sandstorm appears, Suzuki Fujin has an outburst in the negotiations and leads an army here. And today, Renkaze is missing." Baki's bizarre hypothesis shocked the council. It didn't take a genius to figure out what he was implying. Tojiro exclaimed, "You mean to say that Suzuki Fujin is the one who attacked Renkaze? That's impossible. He was in the fire capital yesterday. It's already remarkable that he could move the army in such a short time." Baki replied, "Perhaps. However, we made the mistake of underestimating his chakra reserves during our attack. It isn't ordinary. What if the one who had an outburst wasn't Fujin, but his shadow clone? He could have left the fire capital long back secretly, and left a clone behind to fool Yura and Arisa. If so, he would have plenty of time to enter our deserts, amplify a small sandstorm into a massive one, and target Renkaze. And the army that is rushing in isn't to attack us. Instead, Fujin will carry out the preliminary strikes while the army reinforces him." Once again, Baki stunned the council. Ryusa asked, "Do you mean to say he came here alone as the vanguard?" Goza said, "That's impossible. Konoha has no reason to risk his life in such a manner." However, Baki questioned, "Is it really a risk? As long as he stays away from our village? Can anyone stop him? Our scattered units will just be easy pickings for him." This time, the council was left speechless by Baki's question. After all, it was true. Who could stop Fujin if he entered the desert? Only Chiyo looked sharply at Baki and thought, "What a shame. The loss in Konoha has mentally impacted him. I can feel his dread at the prospect of facing that boy again. With such a mentality, he can't reach rank S in this lifetime." She said, "We can't blame every incident on Suzuki Fujin. Dispatch Anbu to find out what happened." "This is what?" In the main tent of the Konoha army, Hoka exclaimed in shock as he was looking at a map placed in front of him. He wasn't the only one. Konomi, Illumi, and Renjiro were in shock too. Unlike Hoka, they nervously glanced towards Fujin. Renjiro thought, "Sorry, Shikaku, this is just too much. I don't think I can stop him now." "You're on your own." What none of them noticed was that Fujin's left eye twitched slightly. He thought, "Even though I put up an aggressive front, it was just because I was bored and didn't want to spend another month in the fire capital. As good as the food was, I need to get back to training. I didn't actually want to go to war and waste another few weeks or months bullying some weaklings." However, Fujin glanced at the unfamiliar face in the tent and thought, "What a strange chain of events. To think something like this would happen. Sigh, this is too much, even by my standards. It's almost as if the gods want Tsunagakure annihilated through my hands for some reason. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Pedalsarvish8 OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Parthabon, for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 812. Karma. Chapter 818 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. A few minutes earlier, a figure rushed through the vast deserts in the Land of Wind while Tsunagakure dispatched several Anbu squads towards Aramachi town. Surprisingly, despite running for a long time, he didn't run into a single Tsunagakure ninja. As he ran, he glanced behind and thought, "My clone ran out of chakra nearly an hour ago." By now, Tsunagakure should have realized something is off. That said, a smile formed on his face as he chuckled and muttered, "What an unfortunate village. Of everyone they could have selected, they chose me. No, this isn't bad luck. This is karma. It is retribution for their treacherous acts. Tsunagakure is doomed. Hey, I'm finally here." The ninja was running straight to the camp being set up by Fujin's army. His movement was finally picked up by Tsunagakure's patrol squads, but they couldn't identify who he was since he had used the transformation jutsu. They wanted to stop him, but it was too late. He was very close to the Konoha camp. Several Konoha sensors, including Fujin and Hoka, also picked up his presence. Hoka muttered, "A Junin-level ninja is coming straight at us. I can't see any traps on him. That's strange. He doesn't look afraid. On the contrary, he seems happy and excited. What's up with Sunagakure? Fujin replied, Who knows? It's a crazy village for sure. Maybe it has finally spread into their ordinary ninjas too. Renjiro glanced in his direction and asked, Does he have seals hidden on his body, or perhaps poison? Fujin replied, I don't feel any seals on his body. As for poison, it's hard to say. Though I have some knowledge about it, I can't be compared to the experts in Sunagakure. Thankfully, poisons need a medium to travel. Anyway, this should be interesting. Renjiro and Hoka nodded. The Konoha ninjas responsible for keeping an eye out immediately reacted and confronted him. A Yamanaka ninja grabbed a kunai and asked, Who are you? And why did you come here? The ninja calmly answered, I am here to meet Konoha's sword, Suzuki Fujin. I have something he needs. The Yamanaka ninja snorted. Do you think we'll let anyone meet our commandee? He stopped talking as wind suddenly began moving around him and echoed, Send him in. Surprise and shock appeared on the faces of the Konoha ninjas as well as the Sunagakure Junin. He thought, incredible. His control over the winds is insane. No wonder those guys were so spooked. I would be too if I had to face something like this. Following Fujin's orders, the Konoha ninjas led him into the main tent. The man finally dropped his disguise and respectfully said, I'm Hisakawa Takahiro. I bring you information that is very critical for Konoha's plans. However, it is extremely sensitive. The fewer people who know it, the better it would be for Konoha. Renjiro raised an eyebrow and wondered, Information, huh? Is he betraying his village? Or is he a... Renjiro glanced at others in the tent who quickly left. In a few seconds, only Fujin, Hoka, Renjiro, Illumi, and Konomi were left in the tent, all watching Takahiro like hawks. Takahiro didn't pay much attention to others, instead focusing on Fujin. He thought, even though he is sitting with a harmless smile on his face, I can feel his intensity. If I make a single suspicious move, my head will roll before I realize. Sigh, he's much different from Lord Third. Takahiro finally explained, I was given a mission by Lord Third to infiltrate Sunagakure before the Third Great Ninja War started. Over the years, I have provided several crucial pieces of information to Konoha. According to my orders, I should have stayed there for a long time, but I saw an opportunity that I just couldn't pass on. Fujin thought, as expected. No wonder he is as calm as he is despite my intent. He smiled and asked, So, what was the opportunity? With a grin on his face, Takahiro answered, In order to prepare for an impending Konoha invasion, Sunagakure dispatched Fuinjutsu Grandmaster Renkaze to create over 100 new small bases in the Land of Wind. They sent an elite Junin along with 4 Junins to protect him. Unfortunately, a grin appeared on his face as everyone else in the tent was surprised. He continued, They chose me as one of the 4 Junins. Though it was difficult, I found an opportunity to make a move against them. I drugged them before killing them silently. I left a shadow clone to fool Sunagakure, but it ran out of chakra around an hour ago. They should have figured out something is off by now. Konomi's eyes widened. Did he really kill a Grandmaster? Sunagakure has only 3 of them. This is a huge blow. Others had similar thoughts while Fujin thought, That's 2 down. They now have only 1 in active duty. To lose 2 elite Junins and 2 Fuinjutsu Grandmasters merely due to coincidences. Those guys truly are unlucky. Takahiro grabbed a scroll, placed it on the table, and said, This scroll contains their well-preserved bodies. We can read Renkaze's memories and understand more about Sunagakure's seals. And Takahiro pulled out another scroll, opened it, and summoned a large folded paper from it under the watchful gazes of Fujin and others. He spread the paper on the table, showing a large map of the Land of Wind with several markings. He explained, The 84 blue markings here are the new bases Renkaze created after the attack on Konoha failed. The 116 green markings are the older bases whose seals he improved upon. And the yellow markings are the location of other bases that I remember from my memory. They aren't accurate, but knowing that ambush squads could be present there should help us save some lives. Every base marked green has an ambush squad hiding there. As for blue markings, 52 of them are occupied while the rest are traps that will blow up if we send our ninjas inside. And I have no idea about the status of the black markings. If we make a move swiftly and stealthily, we could eliminate over 1,300 Sunagakure ninjas even before you launch your assault. Combined with their losses in Konoha and several smaller but significant losses even before that, this will be a massive blow to Tsunagakure. They'll be forced to withdraw their remaining ambush squads and give us a clear path to Tsunagakure. We will have an opportunity to destroy Tsunagakure as revenge for attacking us. The more he spoke, the more passionate Takahiro became. There was little doubt about how much he hated Tsunagakure for attacking Konoha. However, that wasn't surprising. The leaders of the army focused entirely on the map laid out in front of them. Everyone had a hard time believing that they had access to such information at this particular moment. Needless to say, the information was too good. However, unlike what Takahiro thought, the Konoha army wasn't here to attack. They were merely applying pressure and had orders against taking a single step in the Land of Wind. As such, everyone's gaze turned towards Fujin, the commander of the army. Konomi and Hoka thought, "This intel, it is marvelous. If we make a move, we could cripple Tsunagakure's army and completely crush their morale." However, Shikaku, will Fujin disobey Shikaku's orders and act upon this intel? Illumi sighed internally. This is troublesome. Why didn't we get such information during the Second or Third Great War? Renjiro looked at Fujin, who was deep in thought, and said, "Fujin, don't forget what Shikaku-san said." Fujin finally took his gaze off the map and looked at Renjiro. He said, "I understand, but the situation has changed drastically. With this information, Fujin, even though sending the army in could be risky, in case this is some sort of a trap, I could make a move and eliminate them one by one within a few hours. Unless Tsunagakure realizes what's happening and orders a mass retreat, they are doomed. That said, a mass retreat will be another opportunity to kill a large number of ninjas. Unfortunately," Fujin said, "contact him and get his opinion. We'll see what he has to say after this development." "Takahiro, you've done a great job. Eliminating one of Tsunagakure's grandmasters is a huge accomplishment. However, it is also a sensitive matter, as you rightly said. Returning to Tsunagakure will be too risky for you now. Transform into a different disguise. You'll stay with the army and return to Konoha with us. Let the absence of their grandmaster stay a mystery to them." Takahiro nodded and left as Fujin continued thinking. "Unfortunately, there isn't much for me to gain. If I could plunder their treasuries like I did in Kumogakure, it could have been worth the effort. However, my attack on Kumogakure had the element of surprise. Tsunagakure knows that a war might be coming. They should have moved everything of value a long time ago. Finding it would be difficult and dependent on luck. It's not worth it considering I could earn a lot more while just sitting here and enjoying the show. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, wpatreon.com/devilhex. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarveshet OKS Buy, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you. Silver Leaves Fall, Marvin Ace, Slothy, Sanjay, Arkit, Zypharis, Olamide, My Face is Awesome, K4S, Nigolas, Travis and Alex for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 813, Complications. Chapter 8 and 19 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. And thanks for all the wishes, guys. Still very sick, but was able to write today. Can't promise about tomorrow. Enjoy and take care. Shikaku, who finally found a moment of peace, was suddenly disturbed. He glanced at Eagle and muttered, "I thought I said not to entertain any weird ideas from him." Eagle replied, "You did, but Renjiro said that Fujin will most likely attack Tsunagakure if you don't get in contact. I thought talking with him now would be less troublesome." Shikaku's eyes twitched as he muttered, "He'll attack without permission?" Eagle replied, "Most likely. However, considering the situation, I won't blame him. This is indeed quite extraordinary." Disbelief appeared on Shikaku's face as Eagle informed him about Takahiro and his accomplishments. He instinctively muttered, "This." For a moment, even Shikaku was left speechless. Takahiro's accomplishments were just too good. Shikaku sighed and thought, this is a huge change in the situation. No wonder Fujin is insistent on hearing my opinion. Takahiro. I recall reading his name, but I didn't think he'd give us such a surprise. Killing a grandmaster and bringing his body intact. That's extremely rare, even though Fujin did it not too long ago. Not to mention, he has compromised the positions of over 1,000 Tsunagakure ninjas and delivered the information to the one ninja who can slaughter every last one of them. Still. A tired expression appeared on Shikaku's face as he wondered, why do so many strange incidents occur when he is in charge of that damned army? It was supposed to be a simple training mission. How did it turn into a war against Kusagakure rebels, the annihilation of Odagakure and the vanguard against Tsunagakure? If such incidents keep occurring, the next great war might begin if we let him lead more armies for training missions. Anyway, what do I do? While Shikaku hated doing the work as a military strategist, he understood how valuable the information was. In fact, he was tempted to make a move and deal another crippling blow to Tsunagakure. A quick, successful campaign would break Tsunagakure's will and force them to retreat deeper into the desert. It would also force them to doubt the effectiveness of their ambush units, something that was a big headache to Konoha's strategists. And, as long as Konoha didn't venture deeper into the Land of Wind, Iwagakure and Kumogakure would be on guard and not attack Konoha prematurely. While there were plenty of risks, the advantages seemed to outweigh them considerably at the moment. Yet, Shikaku shook his head and thought, as tempting as this is, I am not the person who can order the start of a new war. That is something only the Hokage can do. In the absence of the Hokage, the entire council has to agree to it unanimously. Considering that Lord Jiraiya and nearly everyone in the council was against war, and the fact that negotiations with Tsunagakure are nearing an end, I'll be crossing too many lines if I give him permission right now. Besides, even though we appear strong, we have too many vulnerabilities right now. Lord Third still hasn't woken up and Kakashi is down as well. I still don't know whether Lord Jiraiya has found Lady Tsunade or not. Under such circumstances, I can't send Guy out of the village. So, even though our forces are relatively unharmed, Fujin is the only capable commander available right now. On the off chance that Iwagakure and Kumogakure attack us and Lord Jiraiya and Lady Tsunade do not return in time, we'll be in a terrible situation. Shikaku stayed still, his mind completely focused on the matter. Eagle didn't disturb him, as Shikaku calculated hundreds of possibilities before letting out a sigh. He muttered, "What a waste of such a good opportunity." He got up and followed Eagle to the communication room. In the Fire Capital, the negotiations reached the final stage. Unlike the previous day, it was Tsunagakure who was making the compromises and accepting most of Konoha's terms. In the end, they reached a stalemate regarding the three important matters. Tsunagakure's side hoped that Konoha would make some concessions given how much they had conceded. Unfortunately, Konoha's team took full advantage of the pressure Fujin applied on Tsunagakure. Yura sighed and said, "The elemental crystals are already touching our bottom line. We truly can't pay 500 million Ryo on top of that. Our village will be bankrupt if we do. How about this? Instead of paying you up front, we'll do missions worth 500 million Ryo for Konoha for free of charge." However, Koharu quickly replied, "Konoha ninjas are fully capable of doing every mission that comes to our village. We don't need any assistance in completing them." Yura analyzed. "Looks like Konoha truly didn't take much losses in the attack." He said, "In that case, we want Konoha to block missions coming from the Land of Wind so that we could stand on our own again. Only then can we afford to pay 500 million Ryo." Homura replied, "No, that goes against our policy. We accept missions from everyone, no matter where they come from." With a smile, he added, "If you want, Tsunagakure could issue missions to Konoha as well." Such a statement would have angered any Tsunagakure ninja. However, the negotiation team had faced too many such instances and had become pretty immune to them. Arisa and Yura glanced at each other. No matter what they proposed, Konoha didn't budge, indicating how confident they were in their army. Arisa sighed and said, "You truly leave us no choice. All right, we'll accept this proposal. However, we have a condition. As an ally of Konoha, 50% of the missions Konoha gets from the Land of Wind will be given to us. Our ninjas will do the missions for free, while Konoha will get all the mission rewards. And this arrangement will continue for as long as we want." For the first time during this round, the Konoha side was caught off guard. The proposal of Tsunagakure seemed marvelous for Konoha on paper. Their ninjas would complete the mission and take all the risk, while all the money would go to Konoha. No one would decline such an offer. Yet, the Konoha side hesitated. Hiramasa thought, "This is indeed very clever. Though they're providing us with free labor, their true goal is to improve their reputation and make the people of the Land of Wind trust them again. Once they succeed in reestablishing the trust, their citizens will start going to Sunagakure instead of coming to Konoha. Sunagakure could also offer to do them directly at a cheaper price, attracting more customers. Over the next 4 to 5 years, they'll take nearly 80% of business coming to Konoha from the Land of Wind." Others realized the same. Inoichi thought, "We should reject this condition. Though it'll be good for us in the short term, it'll cause us a huge loss in the long term. Unfortunately," Inoichi glanced at the Wind Daimyo. As he suspected, the Wind Daimyo took a lot of interest in this proposal. Even if Konoha rejected the proposal, it was obvious that he would look into it and negotiate a separate deal with Sunagakure. It could cause Konoha to lose business from that country even faster. Thinking quickly, Koharu said, "This can be controversial. What if your ninjas don't do the missions to the same standard as our ninjas? Our reputation could be dragged through the mud if they mess up." Arisa immediately replied, "Don't worry. If anyone isn't satisfied with our job, we'll reimburse the full amount to them, even though they're paying Konoha." Homura sighed internally. "Their council has thought about everything. I didn't think they'd be wise enough to come up with something like this. Where was this wisdom when they decided to ally with Orochimaru?" He glanced at the Wind Daimyo and thought, "Luckily, past differences can't be settled so quickly. They'll need several years to prove their sincerity." Realizing the futility of negotiating in this matter, Homura said, "All right, we will accept it. However, this arrangement will continue for a minimum of 3 years, and during this time, Sunagakure can't undercut Konoha's mission prices." Yura immediately said, However, Homura interrupted him and said seriously, "This is non-negotiable. If you want to make a move, better commit to it." Seeing his strong stance, the Sunagakure side relented. Arisa said, "All right. There is one more matter. It's regarding the appointment of our 5th Kazekage. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Tilshate at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Ren, Wahed, Blanket, Snow, Rudarnley, Hanglina, Ferris, Cooling Cloud, Patreon user, and Panayotis for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 814. A Colossal Loss. Chapter 820 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The Konoha side prepared themselves. As they expected, Sunagakure would fight tooth and nail to ensure that Konoha wouldn't have a say in who became their Kazekage. Arisa said, "We can't give you a say in who becomes our leader. It's a strict no for us. However, we understand the points Suzuki Fujin made yesterday. As such, we want to offer you something that will be even more beneficial for Konoha." Homura asked, "What is it?" Arisa replied, "In exchange for giving up on this demand, we will not only give you our knowledge on puppetry techniques, as you want, but we will also give you Elder Chiyo's research in this area." With the help of a Yamanaka ninja, Shikaku used a chakra transmission communication device to contact Fujin's army. To his surprise, the one talking was Renjiro and not Fujin. He thought, on one hand, it's a relief that I don't have to convince him. On the other hand, the fact that he isn't communicating despite having such critical information is worrisome. I hope he isn't acting independent right now. From the perspective of others on the council, Fujin wouldn't make such a bold move, as it would hurt his prospects of becoming a Hokage. They were only worried due to Fujin's youth and relative inexperience. However, Shikaku understood very well that Fujin didn't have much interest in taking such a troublesome responsibility. So, he was far more worried. Unfortunately, there wasn't much he could do to stop Fujin from such a long distance away. He explained his reservations to Renjiro and told him not to make a move as of now. In the end, he said, "For now, let's wait for the negotiations to end. If they are successful, we'll give up on this opportunity since we'll gain a lot anyway. However, If they are still incomplete, I'll discuss the matter with others in the council to make a decision. Most likely, Fujin will have to make a move during the night to eliminate most, if not all, of the squads Takahiro marked. In the meantime, have a few Yamanaka ninjas read the memories of the dead ninjas to ensure that Takahiro's information is accurate and that this isn't a trap. Also, ensure that Fujin doesn't make a move until we give orders. Renjiro replied, "All right, I'll see what I can do." He began walking back to the main tent while thinking, as I suspected, the village is still against starting a war impulsively. If Lord Jiraiya and Lady Tsunade had returned and Lord Third and Kakashi had healed, the situation could have been different. However, right now. Renjiro sighed and wondered, now how do I convince Fujin? He has become way too adventurous in the last few weeks. Sigh. I hope he hasn't already snuck some clones out. Returning to the main tent, Renjiro informed the rest about Shikaku's decision. Once he was done, everyone looked at Fujin, wondering what he'd do. The senior ninjas were slightly nervous. However, Fujin's response would stun every one of them. In Land of Hot Water, Orochimaru reappeared in his base and saw Jugo weaving hand seals once again. He dropped to the ground and rested against the wall while breathing roughly. He muttered, "That's enough. You can stop now. I have broken the contract." Jugo stopped weaving hand seals, but he couldn't believe his ears. He wasn't the only one. The remaining subordinates of Orochimaru in the base were shocked to their core. For decades, Orochimaru's name had been intertwined with the snakes of Ryuchi Cave. Their raw power and cunning had been one of his greatest weapons, carving a bloody legacy through countless battlefields. Alongside the other Sannin, his snake summons had toppled armies, striking terror into all who opposed him. The two were so closely intertwined that the thought of them breaking the contract was unthinkable. Yet, the unthinkable had happened. Severing the contract was a massive loss to Orochimaru's prowess. It was also a blow to his identity as a shinobi. What also surprised his subordinates was the state he was in. The image he projected at that moment was far from the cruel, imposing, and infallible image he created. The aftermath of the brutal battle was visible on his body. He looked completely drained of chakra. His face had been badly damaged by Tsunade. Even though Orochimaru expertly dodged the massive snakes, the White Snake Sage inflicted several injuries on his body. His left arm looked ruined, and several massive cuts were visible on his remaining body. Despite being immune to most poisons, some parts of Orochimaru's body had turned purple, showing that Ryuchi Cave's knowledge of poisons exceeded that of Orochimaru. Apart from Jugo, none of his subordinates had ever seen him in such a terrible state. Jugo thought, "This is unbelievable. I didn't think I'd see him in such a state once again in just a month. Even though he isn't as injured this time, I can feel that he is losing his spirit." Orochimaru finally opened his eyes and noticed how his subordinates were looking at him. He was immediately infuriated. Unfortunately, he didn't have the energy to do much. Breathing heavily, he thought, "I can't sustain this body for much longer. Though I want to take Sasuke's body next, my body will collapse far before he is brought to me. Not to mention, I don't have many capable subordinates left. Anbu watches over the new Uchiha compound at all times. And, whenever Sasuke isn't there, he will be around Kakashi. Konoha might even provide him additional security since they know my intentions for him. If true, none of my current subordinates could kidnap him from Konoha, even if he comes along willingly." As he rested, Orochimaru quickly analyzed his possible options. In the end, he sighed and decided, "I have no choice. I have to get a new body now. Sasuke can wait." To the surprise of Renjiro and others, Fujin casually nodded and said, I thought as much. I doubt Tsunagakure will give up this last opportunity to survive." Needless to say, none of them expected Fujin to back down. On the contrary, they expected him to actively create more openings to exploit. Their surprise immediately changed to suspicion. Fujin raised an eyebrow and asked, "What? Did you see a ghost or something? Or did you want to disobey a direct command from the village?" Hoka wondered, "That's it. This isn't how he operates." Illumi thought, "That is logical. However, something feels off." Konomi didn't buy Fujin's act and concluded, he must have done something secretly. There's no way he would give up on such a good opportunity. Renjiro sighed internally, wondering, what did he do this time? I should have let him keep his cautious, non-confrontational nature instead of changing it and making him fight enemies head-on. Homura and Koharu glanced at each other. Both found the offer very tempting. The benefits of getting access to Chiyo's knowledge were far more tangible than having a say in who the Kazekage would be. After all, Tsunagakure could just terminate the deal if they gained enough strength, but the knowledge would forever remain with Konoha. They were about to agree when Hiromasa suddenly said, this proposal is good. We don't have any issue accepting it. However, it's for the good of Tsunagakure that I hope you'll give Konoha the veto power. Hiromasa's words surprised everyone. In a moment, everyone glanced at him. Homura and Koharu wondered, what is he doing? Meanwhile, the Tsunagakure side wondered, for our good, how is it in our interest for Konoha to have such a power over us? Had it been anyone else, they would have rejected it right away. After all, the deal was nearly done. They could see that others were on board. However, the one speaking was the clan leader of the legendary Senju clan. Hence, Yura and Arisa decided to see what he was talking about. Yura asked, what do you mean? Hiromasa sighed and said, I know you have your doubts, but believe me, if you know what I do, you would agree without a second's hesitation. The Tsunagakure ninjas frowned. It didn't sound like Hiromasa was lying. However, they couldn't make such a huge decision by trusting the words of their enemy. Even so, they hesitated. Arisa realized, the key here is the information he knows. It's likely he wants to give that information to make us agree to this. In a way, he's selling information to us for these rights. She quickly analyzed before concluding, if this information is truly that important, then agreeing here wouldn't be a loss. Luckily, we still haven't reached our bottom line. I can link their veto with Wind Daimyo, and it'll still be acceptable for Tsunagakure. The only question is that information worth such a price? Arisa calmed down and asked, what is the information? Next chapter, battling 7 rank S ninjas. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, wpatreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKS Buy, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Cole, One Piece, Gilberto, Ithak, Ajami, and Wade for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 815, Battling 7 Rank S Ninjas. Chapter 821 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. What is the information? The Tsunagakure ninja looked at Hiromasa attentively. They had a feeling that the information would be very important. Hiromasa replied, it is related to the mysterious disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage. The Tsunagakure ninjas were surprised, though there were several reasons for that. For starters, they hadn't expected Hiromasa to mention this matter. More importantly, they believed that Konoha was behind that incident, despite not having any concrete evidence. Arisa wondered, what does this mean? Is he saying the truth, or is this another attempt to confuse us? Thoughts clashed at the speed of light in her mind as she carefully analyzed every aspect of Hiromasa's words. At the same time, the Konoha ninjas also looked at Hiromasa with surprise. Needless to say, the ones who were shocked the most were the 2 elders. Homura wondered, when did we learn about what happened with the 3rd Kazekage? Koharu wondered, why didn't he inform us if he had information on that, or is this just a bluff? Arisa analyzed he shouldn't be faking it. Though it can give Konoha some benefits, he won't ruin the Senju clan's reputation for such small benefits. However, this can still be an attempt to misguide us and divert our attention. After thinking for a bit, Arisa asked, how accurate is this information? And what do you know about it? Do you know everything related to his death? Hiromasa shook his head and answered, it has been nearly 2 decades since his death. Getting concrete evidence about everything that happened then is impossible. However, with this information, we are 99% sure who the killer is. We also know why no one ever discovered anything related to him. Hiromasa let out a long sigh. He looked at the Tsunagakure ninjas and muttered, the information is quite shocking. Even I never expected it'd be something like this. If you don't learn it, who can say how many more losses you'll face in the future? If you don't take the necessary precautions, you may even lose another Kazekage. That is why I insist that you give Konoha the veto power." The room became dead silent. Both sides realized that Hiromasa wasn't bluffing. The Tsunagakure negotiation team felt the gravity of the situation. They realized that their village had a few terrifying hidden dangers. At the same time, Homura and Koharu were miffed at not being informed of something so important. Even Inoichi and Tsume wondered why Hiromasa never shared this information with the council. After a few minutes, Yura said, "All right, however, we want to make a change to your terms. Instead of Konoha having the power to veto our choice of Kazekage, that power will lay with both you and Daimyo-sama. Only if both of you reject the person we choose will we change our choice." The Konoha side had already considered that Tsunagakure would demand this change. So, Hiromasa immediately agreed. "That's fine with us. However, the information will cost you extra. You'll have to pay 1,000 wind crystals, 250 fire crystals, and 250 earth crystals to get this information. In addition, the payment will have to be made first." Once again, everyone was caught off guard by Hiromasa's words. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a kind, compassionate old man to an experienced swindler. For a moment, no one knew what to say. A few from Konoha noticed a detail. They wondered, just wind, fire, and earth crystals? Why's that? Before any of her subordinates lost their temper, Arisa asked as politely as she could, "Do you mean this is in addition to 2,000 wind crystals and 500 of each of the remaining elemental crystals that we agreed to pay?" Without a moment of hesitation, Hiromasa nodded casually. Arisa's eyes twitched. Yura immediately said, "I'm sorry, but the previous agreement itself is way beyond our bottom line. We can't afford such a cost. Besides, we are giving you the power of veto in exchange for the information." Without backing down, Hiromasa said, "If we weren't allies, we wouldn't have sold this information even if you offered us 10,000 elemental crystals. From what I see, you're getting off easy. Besides, considering how dangerous it was to obtain this information, you're practically getting it for free." Hiromasa's words directed the focus of everyone to a question they had but didn't ask. How did Hiromasa get this information? Needless to say, such things wouldn't be asked openly due to the secrets involved. However, since Hiromasa brought it up himself, they could finally ask. Yura immediately jumped on the opportunity. "Would you enlighten us how dangerous it was?" Arisa analyzed. "If he answers, we can get clues about where he obtained the information. Perhaps we could obtain it ourselves, too. However, he isn't foolish to make such a mistake. If he says it, then it'll be something we can't get with our capabilities, or perhaps the cost of doing so would be disastrous." Even Homura, Koharu, Inoichi, and Tsume were curious. After all, this was one of the greatest unsolved mysteries in the ninja world. There was no other instance of a Kage vanishing without a trace. Hiromasa finally said, "This information wasn't obtained by me or my clan members. It was recently obtained by Suzuki Fujin. Even as strong as the boy is, he nearly lost his life in getting it." Everyone was shocked. Fujin's strength was no longer hidden or subject to speculation. While he still had several terrifying hidden cards, the strength he exposed was extremely formidable. Tsunagakure no longer held misgivings about it and had no plans to assassinate him like Rasa wanted to do. Similarly, everyone in Konoha was aware as well. During the attack on Konoha, Fujin contributed the most after Hiruzen. No one else came close to his contributions. The fact that he fell into such a predicament alarmed the Konoha council members. Hiromasa continued, "He battled 7 rank S ninjas by himself, and it was during this battle that he gained this information." Battled 7 rank S ninjas? Without an exception, everyone's pupils dilated and eyes widened, some in surprise, others in terror. Their breathing became rough. They quickly came to their senses as they had some doubts. Tsume looked suspiciously at Hiromasa as she questioned, 7 rank S ninjas? Do rank S ninjas grow on trees now? Where did Fujin run into so many togi? Her eyes widened once again as she realized the answer to her question. The council members on both sides realized it as well. Arisa analyzed. The Akatsuki, the mercenary organization, recruited several rogue rank S ninjas. To think they would have as many as 7 while our village barely has 1. So that organization has something to do with the disappearance of Lord Third? From what I know, it didn't exist back then. However, Someone strong enough to recruit such ninjas wouldn't appear out of thin air. Could he be the one behind it? Not to mention, Elder Chiyo's grandson, Sasori, is also said to be a member of Akatsuki. Did he have something to do with it? Or could it be that he figured it out and wanted to pass the message through Fujin? Or is it something completely unrelated to the Akatsuki, but something Fujin found just due to their battle? Of course, there's also a chance that this is a lie. He knows that we can't take on such an organization at this moment. Maybe they got the information from somewhere else, but are mentioning them in case we make a stupid decision and confront them. Arisa had a headache. Though Hiromasa's words gave them some clues, it created more confusion instead of solving the mystery. Complicated expressions started appearing on the Sunagakure ninjas as they grasped Hiromasa's move. Even though her face gave away nothing, Arisa was completely annoyed. Doing her best to hide her hate, she looked at Hiromasa and thought, what a cruel move. He has dangled this information in front of us like bait. There is no way we can say no after coming this close to understanding what happened to Lord Third. The price he put is just low enough that we can't use it as a reason and try to bargain it down. Honorable clan my ass. He's more cunning and devious than anyone I have seen. Volume 6 has ended on Patreon today. I'll be taking a week off. More details on Patreon. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Paddlesarvesh8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Daichi, Shran, Lazy Taoist, Aldav, Ben, Jaden, Dylan, Wade, and Rain for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 816, Concluding the Negotiations. Chapter 822 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Been a long break. I don't think I've taken such a long break from writing since ending my hiatus. Glad you guys supported me taking the break. It's been a good break to cool off a bit. Also, thank you for all the responses in the polls. Gave me several new and fun ideas, which we'll see later in the story. Anyway, let's hit the ground running. We'll follow the same schedule as before. I'll write 6 days per week and take a break on Saturdays. Chapters will be published daily around this time. Arisa and several others understood they had no choice but to accept Hiromasa's terms. Even though the cost had truly surpassed what the Sunagakure Council had agreed upon, they would have to accept it considering the circumstances. It was just that it was humiliating how badly they were being manipulated, making them reluctant. Hiromasa easily read their feelings as he glanced at the Sunagakure ninjas. He said, "If you don't think this information is worth this small cost, then I have no words for you. It is due to this information that Fujin was against the alliance. I had to work hard to convince him to sell this information at such a low cost. If you don't want it, then it's fine. We can complete the negotiations without including this." He quietened down after expressing himself, displaying no concern about whether Sunagakure accepted the deal or not. To ensure that he didn't start adding more conditions later, Arisa unwillingly muttered, "We accept. However, considering how critical this information is, I hope you can provide it to us immediately." Hiromasa smiled and said, "Unfortunately, this was Fujin's decision. Considering the danger he had to face, I couldn't ask him to compromise any further." Arisa thought, "As if! Seeing how devious he is, I am even more certain that Fujin didn't fight 7 rank S ninjas. At most, he may have had a run-in with them and escaped immediately. Or perhaps he just met a few of them, if at all, and they are now exaggerating it." Unfortunately, she had no choice but to relent. They had to know what had happened with the 3rd Kazekage and the dangers they were unaware of. Arisa and Yura agreed to the terms. With their agreement, the long negotiations finally came to an end. Konoha and Sunagakure would continue their alliance despite the small hiccup. The two sides began drafting the final agreement and sent messages to their respective villages at the same time. In Konoha, Shikaku had a strange expression. He looked at the Yamanaka ninja who reported the news and asked, "Tell Fujin that Sunagakure accepted his deal? What did they mean by that?" The Yamanaka ninja answered, "I don't know." Shikaku replied, Contact them and ask them. Wait, I'll come with you. He followed the Yamanaka ninja into the communication room and contacted the negotiation team. As he learned what it was, Shikaku entered into deep thought. He wondered, the news of the third Kazekage? Did Fujin confirm that the puppet with Sasori is the third Kazekage? When did he do that? Or is he just betting that is the case? Shikaku analyzed for a bit before concluding, no, Hiramasa won't stake the reputation of the Senju clan on speculation. Fujin must have some solid proof. Did he run into the Akatsuki again? Why didn't he report it to me? Shikaku frowned. He had a hunch that something critical had happened. Unfortunately, he couldn't guess what happened. He thought, I suppose the information is too sensitive to send through messenger birds or chakra transmission communication devices. I'll ask him when he returns to the village. He immediately asked the censors to contact Fujin's army, report the success of the negotiations, and order them to return to the village. A few minutes later, Fujin and other leaders of the army were informed about the same. Fujin's lips curled upwards as he thought, as I expected, they accepted. Why bother attacking the vast deserts and wasting weeks, if not months, to eliminate some weaklings for no benefit when they're willing to pay me such a nice little sum for useless information, which they might learn anyway? Of course, Sunagakure wouldn't find that information useless. Considering their state, they would accept Sasori with open arms if he returned to the village. In fact, they would also be open to making him the next Kazekage due to his strength, which effectively would have made Sunagakure the next Kirigakure. Gaining this information would ensure that Sunagakure didn't fall into such a trap. However, Fujin knew that Sasori had no interest in returning to Sunagakure. He also didn't think Nagato or Obito would bother trying to take control of a weak village like Sunagakure. Hence, the information was more or less useless from his perspective. Renjiro looked at Fujin and thought, as expected, he had made a move. It's just that I didn't expect he would make a move in the negotiations instead of against Sunagakure ninjas. Not bad. He is becoming better at scheming. Renjiro didn't bother asking Fujin what it was. Illumi and Konomi also understood that they shouldn't ask such questions. However, Hoka had no such reservations. He asked, "What was your deal?" Fujin chuckled and replied, "Just a little something I came across in the land of rice. You'll learn it later. Anyway, pack up everything. We are heading back to Konoha." Following Fujin's orders, the entire Konoha army began retreating. The reaction of his subordinates was mixed. Some were happy that they wouldn't have to risk their lives, while some were sad due to losing another opportunity to gain fame. Unlike the mixed reaction of Konoha's army, every single Sunagakure ninja who saw the massive army leaving was relieved. A massive weight was lifted off their shoulders. They quickly communicated the same to their council, who were relieved as well. Goza said, "Arisa and Yura did a good job. Other than elemental crystals, they resolved everything at or under our bottom line." Others nodded. Sajo muttered, "What do you think of this information? Do you think Konoha is telling the truth?" Ebizo answered, "It's hard to say. Rasa always assumed that it was Konoha. Though we had our doubts, they were indeed the most suspicious ones. Sharing information now could be a way to absolve themselves of the blame and divert our attention elsewhere. We need to wait and see what the information is before we can conclude." Goza added, "True, but I don't think our team would have accepted it if they didn't think it had substance. Let us wait for them to return. Then we can make an informed decision." Everyone nodded. Even though Sunagakure would have to pay a painful price, most of the council members were relieved. Unlike the remaining Sunagakure ninjas and other villages, they were well aware that they weren't in a shape to go to war against Konoha. If the talks had failed, it would have been a war for survival for Sunagakure. Even Fujin and Shikaku weren't completely aware of this, as they didn't know how the talks between Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Kumogakure were progressing. The only ones who weren't happy were Tojuro, whose path to the seat of Kazekage had been terminated, and Chiyo, who didn't like Sunagakure's increased dependence on Konoha. While she understood that they didn't have a choice, it was a bitter pill to swallow. In the Fire Capital, the two sides drafted the final agreement and signed it along with their respective daimyos. The Fire Daimyo wanted to have a celebration for the new alliance, but both sides rejected it due to the losses they faced. Once they retreated to their respective hotels, Koharu and Homura called for a small meeting of the council members. They immediately asked, "Hiromasa, how did the third Kazekage die?" Hiromasa looked at the two elders and replied with a smile, "To be honest, even I'm not completely sure. Fujin just told me he learnt about it during his trip to the land of rice, and is almost certain of what happened. He said that Tsunagakure would desperately want that information, so I used it to get more resources from them." Needless to say, Hiromasa wouldn't give out the secret now. After all, Tsunagakure had promised to pay a huge price, which would entirely go to Fujin. He could see that Fujin and the elders had some friction between them. If Koharu or Homura gave that information to Tsunagakure for free or at a smaller cost, they would have no reason to honor the deal with Fujin. Konoha wouldn't pursue the matter either, since Tsunagakure would honor the remaining agreement, which would mean that Fujin would be the only loser. Koharu and Homura realized his thoughts and had ugly expressions. Koharu asked, "Do you mean to say that you staked the reputation of the Senju clan without knowing whether his information was accurate?" Hiromasa casually replied, "You're forgetting that Renjiro trained the boy. He completely trusts Fujin, so I have no reason to doubt his words." He chuckled and added, "Don't be impatient. I'm sure he would inform the council of what he discovered once we meet in the village." Homura and Koharu understood that Hiromasa wouldn't back down. Pursuing it wasn't of any use. Inoichi and Tsume understood the same, though they didn't mind it unlike the elders. Inoichi suddenly said, "Now that I think about it, it's rather amusing. Tsunagakure doesn't know how the third or the fourth Kazekage died, while we know exactly what happened with the fourth Kazekage and have clues about the third Kazekage." AN, this brings an end to the cliffhanger arc Koth the Negotiations arc. Olum 6 still has some chapters left, related to the matters of Sasuke, along with some training chapters involving techniques concepts discussed earlier in the story. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, pedalsarvsh8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Born AAA, Christopher, R2, Gray, Ilehi, No Name, JD Delu, Tom, Ivan, Ren, Kanan Minority, Palav, Mikkel, K. Manbe, Marcio, Cesar, Austin, Kawa, Z. Arntej, Tyler, Sid, Garrett, Cash, and Idris for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 817, Ripping Off the Skin. Chapter 823 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Homura, Koharu, Hiromasa, and Tsume had strange expressions as they thought about what Inoichi said. Tsunagakure never learned what happened with their third Kazekage. Even though they understood that the fourth Kazekage was killed by Orochimaru, they didn't know how that happened either. They just knew the final result. On the other hand, Fujin discovered clues about the third Kazekage's death, while Konoha knew exactly what happened to Rasa, thanks to the memories of the Sound Four. They knew how, when, and where Rasa had been killed. This was why there was never a doubt in the hearts of any council members when Tsunagakure ninjas claimed that they were fooled by Orochimaru. It was unfortunate that they couldn't use this in the negotiations. Even though they read the memories of some of the Sound Four ninjas, they couldn't provide any concrete evidence of Tsunagakure's involvement since no one else had a technique to read memories. Tsunagakure could simply accuse Konoha of lying, and it would be their words against each other. So it wouldn't give Konoha any substantial upper hand in the negotiations. More importantly, claiming this information would force Konoha to take harsh measures. Otherwise, they would look weak and their decision to make peace would come under question. Hence, this information was never used during the talks. Regardless, Inoichi and the rest found this quite amusing. Tsume chuckled and said, "Maybe it would have been a good idea to go with Fujin's proposal. With their sheer incompetence and tendency to backstab, we can't count on them." Inoichi sighed. If only they weren't so difficult to invade. In Tanzaku Town, Naruto and Tsunade had a rematch, as in the original story. Needless to say, the result was no different from their first match. However, there were several changes as compared to the original story. Due to Kabuto's death at the hands of Fujin, Naruto didn't have a chance to battle him and master the Rasengan in the process. And since Tsunade had long recovered from her phobia, Naruto didn't get an opportunity to show how strong his resolve was. As such, the impression he left on her was far from what he did in the original story. That said, it wasn't as if he had no impact on Tsunade. His dream and words made her remember Dan and Nawaki. In addition, she saw how hard he trained to win his bet. As such, he still made a good impression on her. Knowing that her necklace would help him suppress the Nine Tails, she gave it to him despite winning the bet. However, she took his Gamachan, which held all the money he won in gambling while traveling with Jiraiya. They were about to call it a night, when Jiraiya received a scroll from one of his toads. His eyes immediately widened, something that didn't miss the eyes of others. Tsunade asked, "What happened?" Jiraiya replied in a grim tone, "Suzuki Fujin is marching his army towards the Land of Wind. We may soon be at war with Sunagakure. The army should have already reached the border of the Land of Wind by now." Even though Shikaku had no way to contact Jiraiya, Jiraiya had his own information network, which was independent of Konoha's network. However, it couldn't keep up with the instantaneous nature of the chakra transmission communication devices. In addition, Fujin's army had moved swiftly and stealthily. As such, Jiraiya received the message when the Konoha army was already withdrawing. Unfortunately, he didn't know that. Tsunade sighed. "A war once again." Naruto asked in shock, "What does this mean? Why is Big Brother Fujin attacking Sunagakure? Wasn't our war over?" Jiraiya replied, "I can't say for sure. When I left, the council was against starting a new war. Perhaps the peace talks collapsed, or this could just be a bluff to force Sunagakure to accept our demands. Or something critical may have happened. Irrespective, we need to head to the village immediately to understand what is happening." Tsunade nodded. Within minutes, the five of them started moving towards Konoha at high speed. As they moved, Tsunade asked, "I have heard Suzuki Fujin's name frequently recently. A bit too frequently. This should be the Nara kid's work. What do you know about him?" Before Jiraiya could answer, Naruto butted in. "Big Brother Fujin? He's awesome. He's cool, strong, and taught me cool wind jutsus. Also." Slight fear could be seen on Naruto's face as he added, "He can be a bit scary at times. I'm never pranking him." Tsunade chuckled at Naruto's reaction and thought, that's quite an impression he made on Naruto. Must be something if this kid is afraid of him while being so impressed at the same time. She glanced at Jiraiya, who replied, Fujin, he's a bit complicated to get a hang of. Anyway, he is an orphan with a civilian background and graduated around 7 years ago and became Renjiro's student. Sensei took a liking to him and had been guiding him for a while. He's become quite a shinobi, almost reminds me of Minato, though Fujin is more terrifying in some aspects. Tsunade was surprised by Jiraiya's words. She didn't expect him to compare Fujin to Minato. She thought, no wonder they have been promoting him so much. However, Jiraiya added, he specializes in wind jutsus. Sensei said that Fujin's control over the wind was the best he had seen since the second Kazekage. His mastery of Fuinjutsu is quite deep as well. Without him, Konoha would have suffered heavily due to Orochimaru's assault. Tsunade frowned and asked, if that is the case, why did I never hear about him earlier? Surely a ninja of that caliber would have gained fame earlier. Jiraiya nodded. He gained fame, rather infamy. However, nearly all of his missions were kept a secret. His mission record isn't maintained even in Konoha. I'm sure you must have heard of the Spectral Swordsman. Shizune's eyes widened as she asked loudly in surprise, he's the Spectral Swordsman? Naruto was startled by her sudden shout. He looked at her and asked, what's so special about the Spectral Swordsman? Shizune explained, he's sort of a legend in the countries around the Land of Fire. Nearly everyone is terrified when they hear his name. However, that name became popular a few years ago, but you said he graduated only 7 years ago. Naruto was surprised. Even though he had learnt about this title from Sayaka and knew some of the rumors, he never expected his name to be so feared. He suddenly recalled the scenes of Fujin cutting down the enemies in the arena and the gore around. Jiraiya nodded and said, yes, he was quite young back then, which is why the secrecy. He left the Anbu shortly after Iwagakure somehow discovered his identity. Following that, he has only been taking extremely critical missions. Even I'm not aware of most of them. Shikaku will likely brief you about them. Tsunade smiled and muttered, "Interesting." Jiraiya looked at his old teammate and thought, from what Sensei said, he is also a huge headache to deal with. Even Shikaku lost some hair due to him. Oh well, this can remain a surprise for her. I don't want her to turn around and decline this job. With neither Jiraiya nor Naruto speaking anything bad about Fujin, Tsunade rushed towards Konoha while being completely in the dark about what she would have to deal with in the future. As Fujin, his army, Jiraiya's group, the council members and the negotiation team started returning to the village, news began spreading throughout the ninja world. Konoha actively informed their allied village about the new alliance between the two villages. All the minor villages around the Land of Fire breathed a sigh of relief since the next great ninja war had been avoided for the time being. Even though Kumogakure and Iwagakure had no spies left in the Fire Capital or the surrounding villages, they had several in Sunagakure. Pretty soon, reports arrived on Onoki and A's desks. Onoki frowned and cursed. "Those cowards! I knew they were using our talks as leverage to renew their alliance with Konoha." Similarly, A cursed. "I knew those sandcrawlers couldn't be trusted. The minute we attacked Konoha, they would have turned around and betrayed us." Mabui asked, "What now, Raikage-sama?" I replied, "I don't trust that old geezer. Even if I did, attacking Konoha right now is too risky. By forming this alliance, instead of taking revenge, Konoha has shown that they aren't ready for the next great war yet. We will use this time to rebuild our forces and overcome our recent losses." Mabui nodded in agreement. I suddenly frowned and said, "Also, assemble the best medical team in the village right now. I will be ripping this skin off my body. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Paddle Sarveshe at OKSBI, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Caleb, Idris, Heating Gold, Igor, and Nixon for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 818, Peace on Borrowed Time. Chapter 824 of Naruto The Wind Calamity, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. And iOS users who plan on supporting me or any other creator on Patreon in the future, please read today's public post on my page. For over a month, I tried every method available in Kumogakure to remove the pink color sprayed on his body. Unfortunately, nothing worked. Though the shade became slightly lighter, it was still very visible. He had to maintain transformation jutsu every time he met others. Of course, there were several instances when he wanted to rip his skin off. Unfortunately, something important would happen just before he took that step, forcing him to return to work. Now that Konoha and Sunagakure made peace, he wanted to do it before something else happened. Mabui thought solemnly. To force Raikage-sama into such a situation without even facing him. Akuro, what a fearsome enemy. The fact that we have no idea where he is and when he'll attack us again is scarier. Sigh. I hope he doesn't show up right when Raikage-sama does this. Even though several shocking events had happened around the world, the humiliation inflicted by Akuro was still fresh on the minds of people living in Kumogakure. Their hatred hadn't decreased either. Unfortunately, the subject of their hatred was nowhere to be found. They could only divert their hatred elsewhere, which caused Ai even more headaches. Kirigakure received information about the new alliance too. However, neither faction paid any attention to it. The situation in the Land of Water, though tense, was a bit strange. After the death of Mangetsu, the 4th Mizukage was expected to join the front lines. However, he didn't do so. Not knowing what he was planning, the rebels pulled back their forces and waited to see what move he would make. As such, no battles were happening in the Land of Water. The ninja world, which was on the verge of exploding into another great war, suddenly calmed down completely. Of course, this peace was very brittle. All it would take to break it would be a single rank S-ninja. It was something that every leader understood. Not one of them was counting on this peaceful phase to continue for long. The two factions in the Land of Water had a war to settle. The rest would soon begin building their forces to prepare for the next round of hostilities. In Kumogakure, Ai had to rebuild his reputation and regain the trust of his subordinates. In addition, he had to rebuild their elites. Tsunagakure was the most hit among any village. They needed to do some serious introspection to stop declining any further. They had taken the first step by establishing another alliance with Konoha and buying much-needed time. However, the road to rebuild their village was very long. Awakagure was doing relatively well. They had already recovered to some extent from the blow Fujin gave them a few years ago. However, Han's absence was a painful blow to Iwagakure. With Onoki not getting any younger, Iwagakure needed to raise more rank S ninjas. At the same time, Onoki wanted to raise more elite forces to make up for this shortcoming temporarily. Konoha, which looked extremely strong and near invincible, had its fair share of troubles too. What other villages didn't know was that Hiruzen was still in a coma. Kakashi, one of their strongest ninjas, was also unconscious. In addition, they would have to adjust under a new leader. However, with the two Sanins finally returning to the village, their situation was far better than others. They would soon start working to become so strong that they would truly seem indomitable. There was another who finally enjoyed some peace. Even though he was still hiding, he was relieved that no one was chasing after him or reverse summoning and ganging up on him. While Ai healed his mutilated body, Fujin's army marched back to Konoha. The two Sanins rushed back to their village, and Tsunagakure searched for their missing grandmaster. Orochimaru was preparing to use his forbidden technique to take over a new body. While the Fire Capital slept peacefully, the schemes in the dark never halted. As the first rays of the sun hit Konoha, a few figures appeared at their gate. The guards were shocked as soon as their eyes lay on those figures. However, their shock quickly changed into relief. Two of the strongest ninjas in Konoha's history had returned to the village. Tsunade glanced at the village and muttered, "It's been a while." Naruto looked at her, reminiscing about the past. Jiraiya smiled and muttered, "Told you, you should have visited occasionally." Tsunade didn't reply. Instead, she said, "Let's go. We need to see what the situation is." Without a word, both flickered without the use of any hand seals, leaving Shizune and Naruto dumbfounded. Neither noticed their teachers leaving until they disappeared. Shizune exclaimed in surprise, "Lady Tsunade?" Meanwhile, Naruto angrily exclaimed, "Hey now, you're gonna ditch me here? I can use body flicker too." He weaved hand seals and flickered too, though lagging behind by a huge distance. Shizune followed as well while carrying Tauntaun. The guards just looked helplessly at each other, wondering what they should do. Shikaku, who finally slept peacefully after several weeks, was disturbed once again as several Anbu ninjas appeared outside his house. Waking up, he grumbled, "What is it this time? Did someone tell them to disturb my sleep every single night? Stop complaining and go see who it is." Poor Shikaku could only follow his angry wife's words. As soon as he opened the door, one of the Anbu ninjas reported, "Shikaku-sama, Tsunade-sama, and Jiraiya-sama have returned to the village. They want to inquire about the situation from you." Shikaku looked at the Anbu ninja expressionlessly while wondering, couldn't they show up at a normal time? Why did they choose this time in particular? "Shikaku-sama?" Seeing Shikaku being non-responsive, the Anbu ninja asked again. Shikaku sighed and muttered, "Lead the way." In the Hokage's office, Tsunade observed, "This place hasn't changed one bit." Jiraiya replied, "You can make all the changes you want soon." "Hey, you two! It wasn't fair to leave us behind like that." Naruto complained while breathing heavily as he finally caught up with the two of them. Tsunade smirked and crossed her arms, glancing back at the winded Naruto. "And you want to be Hokage? If you can't even keep up with two old folks, how do you plan on leading a village?" Naruto immediately retorted, "You just caught me off guard by that cheap move. Besides, why would I chase anyone when I become the Hokage? Everyone will be following me." Tsunade and Jiraiya just stared at Naruto. Neither had the heart nor knew how to tell how troublesome the job was to the spirited kid. Several Anbu ninjas suddenly flickered outside the office along with Shikaku, who walked in. Both immediately became very serious. Jiraiya asked, "Shikaku, what's the status of our talks? I heard that we were marching on the land of wind." Shikaku thought, so the reason why I was woken up was because he heard something, and that something was Fujin's doing. In the end, it's still that kid disturbing my sleep. He sighed and answered, "You're late." Jiraiya, Tsunade, Naruto, and Shizune tensed up as they feared the worst. Shikaku continued. "The talks concluded yesterday. Sunagakure accepted most of our demands. We did march towards them, but the army is already returning to the village." Everyone sighed in relief, while Shikaku complained in his heart, "You could have asked this to anyone. Why did you have to disturb my sleep?" Despite not saying anything, both Tsunade and Jiraiya could read him like a book. It was very obvious that Shikaku wanted nothing more than to go back to sleep. Smiles appeared on the faces of two Sanins. Tsunade walked next to Shikaku and said, "You haven't changed at all since we last met." Jiraiya added, "Come, sit here. Tell us all that has happened since I left the village. Naruto, you can go home. I'll come see you later." Naruto complained, "Hey, I want to listen too. Besides, she has to heal Sasuke." Jiraiya shrugged him away. "You can listen when you become the Hokage. Besides, Sasuke's safe for now. The old man takes priority. You can wait outside if you're impatient. Shizune, take him out. Shikaku, why are you still standing?" Naruto was unwillingly dragged out while Shikaku was unwillingly forced to stay in the room and inform the two Sanins of everything that happened after Jiraiya left to look for Tsunade. Poor guy could do nothing other than curse in his heart as the two Sanins shamelessly piled onto his misery. And, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Patil Sarvesh8 at OKSBuy can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Thrower Emblems, 883388, Alucard and Keaton Dragon Ball for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 819, Hiruzen's Burden. Chapter 825 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Outside the Hokage's office, Naruto became increasingly agitated. Once again, he lost his cool and shouted, "It's been 2 hours. How long will they take? Sasuke needs to be treated immediately." Shizune muttered internally, "Here we go again." She tried to soothe Naruto once again. "It'll be over soon, Naru." Suddenly, the door opened and Tsunade and Jiraiya walked out, followed by Shikaku, who walked like a sleep-deprived zombie. Naruto was about to scold the two Sanins when he noticed Shikaku and asked curiously, "What happened to him?" Tsunade replied, "He just needs some sleep. Take me to the old man. I'll inspect him first." The Anbu ninja nearby immediately said, "Follow me, Lady Tsunade." He immediately led the group to the top floor of Konoha's hospital. As many as 12 Anbu squads were deployed to protect Hiruzen at all times. Relief appeared on their faces on seeing Tsunade finally appear. They quickly allowed Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Shizune in the room, while Naruto and Tonton were left out once again. As soon as they entered the room, their eyes fell on Hiruzen, who seemed to be sleeping peacefully. Izamu immediately brightened on seeing Tsunade. Along with the 12 Anbu squads, one senior medical ninja was also stationed at all times. Izamu joyfully said, "Lady Tsunade, you finally returned." Tsunade nodded without taking her eyes off Hiruzen. She observed, "He has no external injuries." "That's good." Jiraiya said, "Yes, Fujin healed his external injuries immediately. It's just his soul which we couldn't heal." Tsunade asked in surprise, "That boy is also a medical ninja?" Jiraiya replied, "Ah, yes. I forgot to mention it." Izamu added, "He's quite a good one, too. He's still rough around the edges due to low experience and short learning time, but is excellent at healing physical injuries. In fact, he's already better at it than us old fellows. He's probably second to only you in this aspect." Surprise appeared on Tsunade's face. She muttered, "Interesting. I didn't expect a frontline fighter to specialize in this field at such a young age. I'll meet him later. Let me first check Sensei." She placed her palm on Hiruzen's chest and slowly inserted yin chakra into his body. Within a few moments, her expression changed from normal to concerned to grave. Izamu and Jiraiya also became worried, but didn't disturb her. Tsunade continued examining him for nearly 5 minutes before withdrawing her hand. Jiraiya asked, "How is his condition?" For a moment, Tsunade didn't know how to answer. After a few seconds, she let out a sigh and muttered sorrowfully, "I have never seen a soul mutilated to this extent." The eyes of everyone else in the room widened as Tsunade continued. Even the ones Dan killed never had their souls damaged to this extent. They would die long before they reached such a stage. Jiraiya's expression became grim. He had already expected something like this after witnessing the moment Hiruzen did this. However, Tsunade's solemn tone gave him a bad feeling. He asked, "Can you heal his soul?" Tsunade didn't answer and instead asked, "You said he did it to himself, right?" Jiraiya nodded. He had already explained what happened to her in Tanzaku Town. Tsunade said, "Most people think the soul is a single continuous entity. To an extent, they're correct, as the soul doesn't have different parts like the physical body does. However, if you dive deeper, you'll find that the soul has different components as well." Jiraiya, Shizune, Isamu, and an Anbu captain listened carefully as Tsunade explained. However, researching it is quite difficult. Dan used Granduncle's research as the base to improve his understanding of the soul and improve the spirit transformation jutsu. Orochimaru used Dan's research as well to somehow be able to plant small fragments of his soul in some of his curse seals. I thought that his knowledge about the soul would be the greatest. However, it looks like Sensei's knowledge isn't far behind his, and probably even exceeds his in some aspects. Jiraiya asked, "What do you mean?" Tsunade answered, "Even though he severed 80% of his soul still has all the necessary components required to sustain itself. That is why it didn't collapse, and Sensei still hangs onto his life." Relief appeared on the faces of Jiraiya and the rest. He asked, "Does it mean he'll be safe and make a full recovery?" Tsunade sighed sorrowfully. "It's not that simple. A soul is both brittle and tenacious at the same time. As long as it hasn't collapsed, a soul will heal itself slowly over time. However, that is true for minor damages. Sensei's soul has been damaged to such an extent that even with my help, it is highly unlikely for it to completely recover. Had he been younger, there might have still been some hope. Unfortunately, his physique will only weaken. I should be able to heal his soul enough for him to regain consciousness. However, he'll likely live the rest of his life in unrelenting agony. His very existence weighed down by the damage to his soul. Living in such a manner would be no different from living in hell." Tsunade sighed once again. She was no stranger to living in hell. However, it was an emotional hell for her, rather than a physical one. Though injuries, even permanent ones, were rather common in the ninja world, she knew that the pain Hiruzen would experience would be greater than anyone else. Realizing this, everyone's expression became solemn. She continued, "In addition, due to the damage to his soul, his spiritual energy has weakened heavily, resulting in a significant drop in his chakra reserves. His chakra control will decrease drastically too. If he wants to battle, he'll have to relearn how to manipulate his chakra with a damaged soul. He'll have an easier time than Orochimaru in doing this, but it'll still heavily restrict him." The room grew quiet as everyone understood what Hiruzen would have to bear. Jiraiya and Tsunade couldn't bear to see their old sensei suffer so much. Similarly, the Anbu captain and Isamu didn't want to see the third Hokage, who carried Konoha for so long, to experience something like this in his latter years. Isamu couldn't help but think, wouldn't it be better to die than live like that? However, this isn't a decision we can make. No, even his students or the council can't decide this. Only Lord Third can. However, there is no way he would choose to die instead of helping the village with his remaining days. The Anbu captain had similar thoughts. Finally, Jiraiya sighed and muttered, "Sensei should have known this. Yet he did it. He must have wanted to deter Orochimaru from pulling a similar stunt, or perhaps even plans on using the Reaper Death Seal once again if Orochimaru attacked the villager with more Edo Tensei summons." Tsunade agreed. She had the same thoughts. Without hesitation in his voice, Jiraiya said, "Heal him." However, Tsunade replied, "It's not that easy. I haven't treated souls for nearly a couple of decades, and I have never healed a soul damaged to this extent. If I make a single mistake, I could damage his soul further, effectively killing him." She glanced at the Anbu captain and ordered, "Go to the torture and interrogation department and ask them to round up all prisoners who have been given the death sentence for committing some heinous crimes." The Anbu captain immediately flickered away. Shizune asked, "Lady Tsunade, you mean?" Tsunade nodded and answered, "Yes, I'll damage their souls to the same extent that Sensei's is and try to heal them. She looked at Jiraiya and said, "This will take some time. For the time being, I'll focus on healing Sensei. The 5th Hokage's position can wait." Jiraiya replied, "That shouldn't be an issue. We can trust Shikaku. He's even more capable than his father was." Tsunade sighed. "Those lazy Naras. I tell you, we should be making them the Hokage. Illage will be far more efficient." Jiraiya chuckled. "If only they accept." Tsunade said, "I'll heal Kakashi and the Uchiha kid first, since healing Sensei will take a while." Isamu immediately asked, "Is it safe to keep him like this?" Tsunade nodded. "Yes, for a soul to recover, a healthy body is required. Since Sensei was healed immediately, his body is nourishing his soul irrespective of how negligible that is, so he's not in any danger for the time being." Isamu sighed in relief. While Fujin and every other medical ninja in Konoha, including Isamu, had come to the same conclusion, hearing it from Tsunade was a huge relief. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon, link patreon.com/devilhexnospace. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, patilsarvesh8 at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Keaton, Dragonball, Savan, Key4X, Zadkiel, Gummy Gamer, Swimming Potato Samuel, Underwater Crab, MC, Nyareski, Damien, and Uru Anuran for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 820, Why Are You Still Up? Chapter 826 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Arr! In the dead of the night, a blood-curdling scream escaped a locked room. Outside, 2 Konoha ninjas looked at each other, horror visible on their faces. Neither dared to utter a word, but both had the same thought: we were wrong. Ibiki-sama is a saint compared to these monsters. In front of them were 7 Genin-level ninjas. All were handcuffed and had several chakra suppression seals inscribed on them. However, none of them cared about those. Instead, they were frozen in terror, their faces ashen as if life had been drained from them. Suddenly, the screams stopped and the night became silent once again. A minute later, the door creaked open once again and a figure stepped into the dimly lit corridor, her figure framed by the flickering torchlight. Even in the gloom, her flawless features and golden hair radiated an ethereal beauty. Her piercing eyes burned with a cold intensity that cut through the darkness like a blade, commanding both fear and reverence. However, to the 7 people waiting their turn, she wasn't a woman of legendary beauty. They didn't see the famed healer or the revered Sannin. In their eyes, she was death incarnate. Tsunade muttered, "Who's the next one in?" Without missing a bit, one of the guards said, "This one, Lady Tsunade." As Tsunade stepped towards him, the man immediately dropped to his knees, slammed his head on the floor and begged, "Please forgive me. I understand I shouldn't have targeted those villagers. Please give me another chance. I promise I'll never do any of those acts again. I'll dedicate the rest of my life to serving people." A smile appeared on Tsunade's lips as she reached the man. Bending down, she said, "It's good that you're finally feeling some remorse. As for repentance, don't worry. You'll soon make up for your sins by contributing to a noble cause." For a moment, the man felt relief. However, it vanished immediately and was replaced with dread as Tsunade dragged him into the room and shut the door. The remaining 6 prisoners were equally terrified as they heard the man's pleas and frightened screams. That said, it was when the man's scream suddenly changed from a horrified scream to a blood-curdling scream that the real horror set in. In an instant, every one of them regretted the acts they committed that brought them here. They weren't the only frightened ones. While the torture and interrogation department wasn't in the middle of a residential area, it wasn't far either. Over the years, several residential houses were constructed closer to their building. Hence, the blood-curdling screams echoed even in some of those houses, scaring their inhabitants. And one could imagine what other prisoners in the building, who weren't imprisoned in soundproof rooms, felt that night. This was another purpose that the torture and interrogation department served indirectly. The reason why residential houses were allowed to be built close by was that people could occasionally catch glimpses of the terror that happened here. It would result in those people starting rumors, which would become more terrifying as they spread, thus discouraging anyone from committing acts that could land them there. Inside the room, the screams stopped once again. As she looked at the man lying on the bed, a troubled expression appeared on Tsunade's face. She muttered, "This is the third prisoner. I want to heal a soul to see if I can heal Sensei. But how did you do it, Sensei?" Tsunade let out a sigh. In order to get the best idea, she wanted to work with souls that had been mutilated exactly like Hiruzen's soul. Unfortunately, she couldn't mutilate any soul to that extent. All 3 prisoners died before their souls were reduced to that state. As Tsunade looked at the lifeless body in front of her, she couldn't help but marvel at what Hiruzen had done. She thought, to think Sensei could sever his soul this perfectly while it was being sealed by the god of death, he must have had only a fraction of a second and just one chance to get it right, and he also had to keep an eye on Orochimaru and his subordinates. Not to mention, it was his own soul. Meanwhile, I'm failing to reduce the souls of these powerless prisoners to that condition despite having ample time and no obstacles. Tsunade realized that the task would be much more difficult than she initially envisioned. Looking at the lifeless body, she muttered, "I'll need more test subjects." Through the night, blood-curdling screams echoed around the torture and interrogation department as Tsunade worked tirelessly. For anyone in the vicinity, irrespective of whether they committed a crime or not, the night was a terrifying one. The sun hadn't even appeared in the sky yet, as knocking sounds were heard in a part of Konoha. For the 2nd day in a row, Shikaku woke up and grumbled in frustration. Do they have a problem with sleep? The sun isn't even out today. Shikaku, who expected his workload to fall drastically after the peace agreement was signed, experienced the exact opposite as he was continuously woken up earlier than the previous night. Following another round of scolding from his wife, he got up to see who it was. Opening the door, his eyes laid on another Anbu squad. Before they could say anything, he asked, "Couldn't this wait? Didn't I tell you not to disturb my sleep unless something very important happened?" The Anbu ninjas were very well aware of Shikaku's laziness. They weren't bothered by his words, and their captain replied, "It is important, Shikaku-sama. Councilman Fujin returned to the village and—" Shikaku interrupted him. "Why is he here so early? Didn't I tell him to bring the army to the village at 8 so we could have a victory parade to boost morale?" The Anbu captain answered, "He's here alone, Shikaku-sama. And he said that he has something extremely important to report to you. He said it could cause the village more harm than Orochimaru if we don't act quickly." Shikaku's laziness vanished as he became serious. Even though Fujin created several troubles for him, he didn't dare to overlook or underplay any information Fujin considered so important. After all, Fujin had a track record of finding suspicious things, be it the dead bodies of the Sunagakure ninjas in Yamakawa town, which warned Konoha about a possible betrayal from their ally, or realizing some of Orochimaru's nefarious intents when the two fought in the Forest of Death. Shikaku immediately said, "Where's he?" "Lead the way." The Anbu ninjas immediately brought Shikaku to the Hokage's office. To his surprise, Fujin was reading a scroll while a few Anbu ninjas brought more scrolls to the room and said, "These are all we have on that matter." Fujin said, "Thank you." He glanced at Shikaku and said with a smile, "It's been a while." Turning his gaze towards the Anbu captain, Fujin ordered, "Seal the room on your way out." The Anbu captain nodded and immediately followed his orders, leaving Fujin and Shikaku alone in the office. Shikaku squinted his eyes as he recognized the scrolls. He muttered, "These scrolls. Did you come across something related to this? But how?" Shikaku was a bit confused. The matter Fujin was looking into was quite old. He immediately recalled, He also discovered what happened with the third Kazekage. That matter is even older. Still, this is strange. Without taking his eyes off the scroll, Fujin nodded. I have a feeling that it could be related to this, though it's more of a hunch than solid proof. However, if my hunch is true, then it'll be quite terrifying, and we have severe holes in our defenses." Realizing that Fujin wasn't joking, Shikaku became extremely serious as well. It wasn't the first time Fujin had spoken about the village's defenses. However, he didn't use such strong language even when they had to face Orochimaru and Sunagakure. Fujin rolled the scroll back. looked at Shikaku with a puzzled expression and said, "Anyway, I thought you'd be asleep. Why are you still up at this hour?" In an instant, Shikaku's expression changed. Disbelief appeared on his face as he looked at Fujin, the person solely responsible for disturbing his sleep. Yet, Fujin asked the question as if he had nothing to do with it. His expression gave nothing away. There wasn't even a hint of amusement in Fujin's voice, implying that he wasn't enjoying Shikaku's misery. But that didn't change the fact that Fujin was the one who forced him to wake up. Shikaku immediately asked, "What do you mean? Didn't you tell them you had something extremely important to tell me?" Fujin nodded. "Yeah, but it isn't very urgent. I have known this for over 2 weeks now. A few more hours wouldn't have mattered. I just returned earlier so that I can familiarize myself with the events back then." Shikaku stopped hearing what Fujin was saying as his mind went into overdrive. He analyzed, something very important but not very urgent? Why did the Anbu ninjas wake me up then? Suddenly, Shikaku's eyes widened as he realized what had happened. He looked at Fujin with a gaze full of resentment and complaint as he cursed, "This brat! Something extremely important but not urgent. He must have told Anbu only the extremely important part. They must have just assumed it was urgent and woke me up. However, how could he not see that?" In an instant, Shikaku understood that Fujin purposefully left out that part. His words were just to pull his leg. And his acting had improved so much that Shikaku was fooled for a moment. Before he had a chance to let out his frustrations, Fujin said, "Anyway, it's great that you're up. I have been wanting a second opinion for too long now. Come sit. This will take a while. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Mugen, Chopper Forever, Sahil, Pervy Sage, Max, E. Reese, Fernando, Noctisy, and MC for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. 1. Detective Fujin. Chapter 827 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Shikaku was experiencing a tornado of emotions. For a moment, he didn't understand which of those emotions he should focus on. Without a shred of doubt, Shikaku was extremely annoyed and frustrated. For 2 days in a row, his sleep was interrupted when there wasn't a need to disturb him. Jiraiya and Tsunade could have learnt from the Anbu ninja they sent to wake him that Konoha and Sunagakure had signed a peace agreement and Fujin's army was returning. And Fujin's information wasn't exactly urgent. Yet, none of them bothered to convey the exact message to the Anbu ninjas, and instead disturbed his sleep. Any normal person would have exploded in rage and given Fujin a piece of his mind. However, Shikaku wasn't exactly normal. Even lecturing Fujin was too much work for him. And he understood very well that it wouldn't have any impact on Fujin. Besides, there was a generational difference between the two, considering that Fujin was just a few years older than his son. Not to mention, Fujin's status in the village wasn't much different from the 2 remaining Sanins, so Shikaku couldn't scold him like he could a colleague or a subordinate. As such, he even felt helpless. At the same time, he was also curious about what information Fujin had gotten his hands on. He still wanted to know what had happened with the 3rd Kazekage, and here Fujin was dealing with a matter that was as important to Konoha as the 3rd Kazekage's mystery was to Sunagakure. In the end, he could only sigh and collapse in a chair as he muttered, "What is it? Why are you looking into the secret reports of the Nine Tails assault and the death of the 4th Hokage?" He glanced at the scrolls and said, "Besides, those scrolls don't have all the information recorded." Fujin replied, "Of course not. However, they cleared up the picture a bit. The previous Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was Uzumaki Kushina, the wife of the 4th Hokage. Considering the timing of the assault, the Uzumaki name, Naruto's birth date, his appearance, and the fact that he has the beast inside him, it's safe to say that he's their son. Which means something went wrong during her pregnancy. Am I right?" Shikaku wasn't surprised by Fujin connecting the dots so easily. He simply nodded lazily. Fujin asked, "So what was that strange factor?" Shikaku answered, "We don't know the entire truth yet." The seal that contained the 9 tails weakens during pregnancy, so there was always a risk of something going wrong. However, Lord Third's wife and Lord Fourth were handling the matters personally. In addition, dozens of Anbu squads were deployed, and a barrier was erected to ensure nothing went wrong. When the 9 tails assaulted our village, we thought the unthinkable had happened. However, we discovered some things later. Apart from Lord Fourth and Kushina, everyone else inside the barrier was killed by a sharp weapon, and the 9 tails couldn't inflict such small and precise wounds. So there was another aspect involved. We believe that the person or the group that attacked them were responsible for causing this accident in some way. Unfortunately, we never found out who was responsible. Since everyone involved was dead, we had no clue. Fujin didn't say anything, and instead stayed silent as if he were analyzing Shikaku's words. Before he divulged any information, he looked at Shikaku again and asked, "And what about the 9 tails? Was he just feral, or was he controlled by something? Or, more specifically, the Sharingan?" Shikaku became silent. Since Hashirama was no longer alive, the Sharingan was the best method to control the tailed beasts. Everyone was well aware of this. So, everyone was suspicious of the Uchiha clan. Even though Hiruzen didn't involve Shikaku in this matter, he was well aware of how closely the Uchiha were watched by the Anbu and the Root for years until the massacre. In fact, Shikaku also had several suspicions about the massacre, though he failed to confirm any. He sighed and muttered, "Once again, we didn't find any explicit proof, but the 9 tails appeared inside the village very suddenly. It was almost as if he was summoned. So, there were several suspicions, if you understand what I mean." Fujin nodded and said, "With this information, I'm even sure of my hunch. I may have run into the very person responsible for that tragedy." Shikaku's pupils dilated, and his eyes widened. Any drowsiness he felt vanished in the blink of an eye. Though he expected Fujin to say something similar, it was still shocking to hear. He immediately asked, "Who is it?" Fujin didn't answer and instead said, "His abilities are extremely strange and very dangerous. If I assume his goal was to hurt Konoha or steal the 9 tails, then I'm surprised that he hasn't tried again. He could have easily kidnapped Naruto or caused chaos in our village. He could have inflicted more damage on us than what I inflicted on Kumogakure. Yet, there isn't any other known incident involving him." Shikaku's worry grew. He couldn't make sense of what that person's goal could be. At the same time, he wondered what abilities he would have for Fujin to rate him so highly. A shadow clone suddenly appeared next to Fujin, who immediately transformed into Obito. Shikaku looked at the orange mask and asked, "Him? Who is he? Did you get a look under the mask?" Fujin shook his head. "Unfortunately, no. I just noticed one thing." Once again, Shikaku was surprised as he saw a red design in the eye through the hole in the mask. He muttered, "A Sharingan? So it was an Uchiha." Fujin said, "Not an ordinary Sharingan, but a Mangekyo Sharingan." Shikaku sighed tiredly. "Another Mangekyo. How did you run into him?" Fujin answered, "As our reports said, we were led astray by Orochimaru from his main base. What the reports didn't say is that we found 2 members of Akatsuki hiding close to the area where we eliminated the Otogakure ninjas who led us astray. I fought Sasori and Deidara, and would have eliminated them both if this man had not interrupted our battle. His ability is a space-time technique that allows him to turn his body intangible at will. My attacks simply pass through his body without hurting him. In addition, he also seems to have the ability to transport others and himself. It's similar to Lord Fourth and Second's Flying Thunder God, but is slower. Instead of teleporting, it almost felt like he was sucking them into a different dimension." Shikaku's expression became grave. He immediately understood how troublesome the ability was to deal with. Fujin added, "With the ability to become intangible, the barrier would be non-existent for him. The Anbu ninjas deployed to protect Kushina wouldn't have a chance against him either. And he could control the 9 tails with his Mangekyo Sharingan, so I'm almost certain that it was him who did it." It was Shikaku's turn to enter deep in his thoughts. For 5 minutes, he didn't say a single word. Finally, he massaged his forehead while muttering, "What a troublesome ability. I can't think of any counter. How did you deal with him?" Fujin answered, "Well, he can't attack others while he is intangible. Since I was surrounded by my wind domain, he would have to enter it and become tangible for any attack to land on me, which would have been no different from a suicide unless his body was as strong as the Raikage. Of course, I can't sustain my wind domain infinitely. However, seeing that he retreated, it's safe to assume that his ability has time limits or severe costs. He actually has another crucial weakness. His body has to become tangible when he's transporting himself or anyone else into a different dimension or whatever that it is. Even though it is only a fraction of a second, it's still a chance to hurt him. Shikaku thought and said, "It's still very difficult to deal with, but at least there's some hope now." "Good work discovering this, Fujin. I'll see what arrangements I can make to counter his ability. Anyway, I take it that Sasori used a human puppet of the third Kazekage?" Fujin nodded. He didn't give any information regarding it or reply to my taunts, but it's obvious that he has something to do with his death. I'm not sure if the Akatsuki was involved, but that's a problem for Tsunagakure to deal with. Shikaku nodded. His mind was completely occupied by the mysterious Uchiha. He asked, "How did the battle end then? Did he rescue Sasori and Deidara and escape?" A smile appeared on Fujin's face as he answered, "Not quite." The look on Shikaku's face was a sight to see as Fujin continued. "I killed Deidara, though I couldn't secure his body. Sasori got away, but I got a few more of his puppets. As for this guy, I shot a Acume bullet straight through his eye when he was transporting himself." Shikaku thought in disbelief. He killed them both? No, something's off. Why would Fujin consider him a threat if he's dead? As Shikaku expected, Fujin continued. Unfortunately, his chakra suddenly underwent a massive change just before my attack landed on him. It almost felt like a genjutsu, but something he cast on himself. Even though I saw his dead body enter that plane, I have a feeling that he isn't dead. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link wpatreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKE. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Dragonsworn, Luke, Christopher, Fakridin, Dimitri, Zeraket, Daniel, and Scar31 for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 822, A Troublesome Person. Chapter 8 and 28 of Naruto the Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. A genjutsu cast on himself. Shikaku muttered. He felt another headache as he thought, Akatsuki, everything about them is troublesome. He said, "That sounds like the forbidden Izanagi jutsu of the Uchiha clan." Fujin raised an eyebrow and asked, "Izanagi, what does it do?" Even though Fujin knew very well what that jutsu did, he hadn't encountered any scroll mentioning it. Hence, he could only feign ignorance despite being one of the most knowledgeable about the technique. Shikaku explained, "It's a very powerful jutsu that the caster casts on himself. It blurs the line between reality and illusion. It's quite complicated, and even I don't know how it works, so I'll just explain the effects. From the moment this jutsu is cast, any damage the Uchiha ninja takes is reversed when the duration of this genjutsu ends. Even if they die, they'll be back in the same condition they were in at the moment they cast Izanagi. However, it comes at the cost of an eye, as they forever lose the eyesight of the eye that casts Izanagi." Surprise appeared on Fujin's face as he muttered, "That's an incredible jutsu. Even though the cost is high, losing an eye is better than losing their life. Is there any way to counter it?" Shikaku answered, "There is one jutsu which is called Izanami. It was created to counter Izanagi. Unfortunately, it was created by none other than the Uchiha clan and needs a Sharingan to cast. And it also costs the eye, so only Kakashi could use it if we knew how to use it. So, the only available option is to kill them twice or thrice, depending on how much they're willing to sacrifice. The only good thing is that they'll be much weaker once they lose both eyes, especially if it's the Manjikyo Sharingan." "Did he have a Sharingan in the other eye?" Fujin answered, "Not sure. The mask was covered with dense seals, blocking all my sensing techniques. Since the mask only had one eye hole, his left eye should have an issue. Even if it were the Manjikyo, he would only have one Mangekyo Sharingan left in the worst-case scenario. If that was his only Sharingan, he's no longer a big threat. Unfortunately," Shikaku completed Fujin's words, Your instincts feel that isn't the case. Fujin nodded. It wasn't his instincts, since he knew Obito had normal Sharingan in his left eye, but it didn't matter. Shikaku wouldn't overlook the instincts of a ninja of Fujin's caliber. Shikaku sighed tiredly. He had another troublesome matter to handle. Even so, he was glad that Fujin brought this information. It was better to take precautions than be caught off guard by someone with such a troublesome ability. After thinking for a while, Shikaku asked, "How do you think you would have fared without your wind domain technique?" Fujin thought for a bit before answering. "Not so good. I would have still been able to defend myself and counterattack, but my position would be very passive and vulnerable. A single mistake could have been fatal for me, while landing a single attack would have been an uphill task. Without a technique like Wind Domain, I'd consider him a greater threat than the 3rd Tsuchikage and 4th Raikage. Perhaps only someone with a space-time mastery like Lord Fourth could take him head-on. Maybe Jiraiya-sama's Senjutsu could stand a chance too, but he'll be quite passive too. If Grandpa recovers completely, then he may have another way too." "Speaking of him, is he up?" Shikaku answered. "Not yet. Still, you're increasing my headache further. An opponent of this level. If he was indeed the one behind the Nine Tails assault, then he's a huge threat for us. No, the fact that he is in the Akatsuki is already a big threat." Fujin said. "Now you know why I said he's a bigger threat than Orochimaru and Tsunagakure. Also, he wasn't a normal member of Akatsuki." Shikaku raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you mean?" Fujin answered, "Neither Sasori nor Deidara recognized him. As you can see, he wasn't wearing their cloak or the ring either. It was when that plant-like member called Zetsu appeared and said that he was a part of their organization that those two trusted him. This should imply that he's one of their secret members, perhaps one of the founding members too. And we may need to take that plant-like being more seriously too. It knows more about Akatsuki than someone like Sasori, meaning it should be higher up the chain of command." Shikaku nodded and asked, "Exactly how many Akatsuki members did you battle?" Fujin answered, "I basically just battled 2. This guy appeared after I had set up my wind domain and was about to trap them. He was more focused on escaping than attacking me. Zetsu didn't fight either, and just escaped through underground once my wind domain closed in on them." Shikaku thoughtfully said, "That's better. Still, it was too risky. You should have returned to the village immediately after the clash. His ability is just too convenient to assassinate. Your life could have been at risk if he attacked." Fujin replied, "On the contrary, I stayed out longer hoping he'd sneak attack me. The reason I marched out to the Land of Wind, along with pressuring Tsunagakure, was to lure him out. I even left myself open several times. If he tried, I would have had an opportunity to kill him for good. Unfortunately, he didn't show up." Fujin sighed like he had missed an opportunity. Shikaku's eyes twitched as he thought, "I should have guessed." This is in line with his personality. If someone is troublesome, the best way to deal with them is to kill them right away. Since he took such a risk, it seems he has the confidence to kill him again. So that's one possible counter. The only question is, how do I ensure that this masked fellow attacks only Fujin or Jiraiya-sama instead of others? I should also increase Lord Third's protection. If he had made a move against Lord Third, our arrangements would have fallen short." His chain of thoughts was broken when Fujin asked, "Anyway, why hasn't he healed by now? Did they still not return?" Shikaku sighed and answered, "They returned just yesterday. Lady Tsunade is experimenting in the torture and interrogation department to prepare for healing Lord Third's soul. The process is quite risky and she doesn't want to take any risks." Fujin placed his chin on his palm as he thought for a bit. He muttered, "I didn't think it'd be so complicated. I'll give her a hand later. Along with helping the old man, it'll also deepen my understanding of the soul. But first," Fujin yawned, "I need some sleep. Expecting his sneak attack, I haven't had a proper sleep in weeks." Shikaku's eyes twitched once again, this time in annoyance. Ever since the attack on Leaf, he hadn't had a single complete and undisturbed sleep. Recalling the ordeal Fujin put him through, he said, "You shouldn't let your guard down completely. With his abilities, attacking you inside your house wouldn't be difficult." Fujin chuckled as he got up and began walking away. "If he does that, then we can rest easy." Fujin couldn't care less if none of his seals could stop Obito from entering. As long as he entered, he would experience hell trying to escape alive. As annoying as Obito's ability was, he was no Hashirama or Madara. Fujin was fully confident in chasing him around for 5 minutes inside Konoha. Shikaku thought, so those seals are still under his control. Considering how many there are, I assumed he lost track long ago. Keeping track of tens of thousands of seals. Too troublesome. Just as Fujin was about to leave the room, Shikaku said, "Don't forget you have to be present for the victory parade." Without turning around, Fujin replied, "There won't be any more fighting or talking. Ask Hoka or Sensei to disguise themselves as me. Don't send anyone for me. I won't answer my door." Fujin disappeared as soon as he was done speaking. Shikaku muttered in annoyance, "He disturbed my sleep but doesn't want to be disturbed himself. Still, this is good. I still have time to return to my house and take another nap." As soon as Shikaku had that thought, an Anbu captain entered the room and reported, "Shikaku-sama, Lady Tsunade said that the prisoners on death row may not be enough for her. She wants you to immediately work with Ibiki and decide who else can be experimented on." Without uttering a single word, Shikaku just stared at the Anbu captain. "Shikaku-sama?" the Anbu captain asked, puzzled at Shikaku's unresponsiveness. Shikaku sighed and thought, they just won't let me sleep. Shikaku could only respond, "All right, I'll look into it. Tell her that I had asked the army to bring back bandits alive, so we'll provide as many prisoners as she needs." The Anbu captain nodded and flickered away. Even though the rays of the sun fell on Konoha, the houses around the torture and interrogation department continued to be tormented by horrendous screams. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh, 8OKSB, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Arctic Raven, Zarakit, Alfie, Jacob, Meligant, and Paolo for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 823, Tsunade's Curiosity. Chapter 829 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. As soon as he reached his house, Fujin entered the basement. Despite his returning to his home after nearly a month, a shadow clone was sitting at the center of the basement with a pot placed in front of him. Of course, no shadow clone could sustain itself for a month. The reason why there was still one there was that Fujin regularly sent shadow clones back to his house to keep an eye on Shikaku's chakra. Since the pot needed to absorb nature energy, he didn't keep it with him. With strong ninjas like Renjiro staying around him along with several Hyuga ninjas and other sensors, Shikaku's chakra would have been discovered no matter how careful Fujin was. Seeing Fujin, the clone dispelled himself and sent the memories and chakra back to Fujin. Fujin carefully observed the pot as he sighed. It is way too slow now. As he expected, the chakra grew. Unfortunately, it is way too slow, Fujin thought. The rate at which it increased initially was still decent. I had around 5% of Shikaku's chakra, and it increased by 20% in just 3 days, taking the amount of Shikaku's chakra in the pot to 6%. It took another week to increase to 7%. The rate dropped drastically after that, and I still have only around 7.5% of Shikaku's chakra. I have a feeling that even if I wait for over a year, the amount still wouldn't reach 10%. The drastic fall in its growth rate discouraged Fujin from waiting any longer. The gains didn't justify the amount of time needed. Fujin thought, anyway, the good thing is that the chakra didn't develop sentience. Even though the chakra is quite bale and I can feel Shikaku's hatred, it's not an issue since it can't think or act. There shouldn't be any complications with the seal, though. I need to monitor whether the vile nature and hatred would affect me. Still, I wonder how much chakra is needed before it can develop sentience. Fujin thought for a bit, but couldn't make an estimate due to the limited data with him. He muttered, "Leave it. The next time I target any tailed beast, I'll try to steal more chakra. It'll be a good way to learn how sentience can affect my seal." That said, Fujin turned his gaze back to the pot and decided, I'm not sure how absorbing the chakra inside the pot will affect me. Regardless, it'll be suspicious that my chakra reserves increased so drastically in such a short time. Normally, I wouldn't have cared. In fact, it'd be very difficult to even realize that. However, Tsunade is now in the village, and I can finally explore that method. Fujin thought for a minute before deciding, I'll explore her method first. No reason not to say yes to a free power-up, assuming there are no complications. If there are, then I don't need to explore that method now that I have this seal. Fujin let out a yawn. Realizing how tired his body and mind were, he decided to get a good sleep. Unlike him, Shikaku couldn't return to the dream world due to Tsunade's orders. Instead, he disturbed Ibiki's sleep, though Ibiki didn't care much about it, unlike Shikaku. The two immediately worked on deciding which prisoners could be sacrificed for the greater good. At around 8, the Konoha army finally returned to the village. Hoka disguised as Fujin and created a shadow clone to take his place, as the army participated in the victory parade organized by the council to increase the ninjas' morale, motivate the students to train harder, and encourage the civilian population to enroll more children in the academy. The entire army marched around Konoha as several people flocked on both sides of the streets and cheered for them. It continued for several hours until they finally stopped in front of the Hokage building at noon, where Tsunade delivered a speech before dispersing the army, except for the generals. The generals met up with the council members on the rooftop. Tsunade observed Fujin carefully and thought, so he's the Wonder Kid. Not bad. His temperament looks good for someone who accomplished so much at such a young age. She smiled and said, we finally meet, Fujin. I've heard a lot about you. Jiraiya added, good work, kiddo. Sensei would be proud when he learns what you did in the last few weeks. The other council members nodded in agreement as Hoka awkwardly wondered, what do I do now? Shikaku-sama didn't say anything about fooling the council members and 2 of the legendary Sanins. Luckily for him, Shikaku suddenly coughed and said, if you want to praise Fujin, you can do it later when he actually shows up. Several confused glances landed on him as some asked, what do you mean? They quickly turned their gaze back to Fujin as Hoka dispelled the transformation jutsu in his shadow clone and said with an awkward smile, sorry, I didn't intend to fool you. All were shocked to see that Hoka was disguised as Fujin. Jiraiya's eyes twitched as he wondered, did Fujin avoid the victory parade? Tsunade was taken aback too and asked, what does this mean? Where is Fujin? Shikaku answered, he returned to the village earlier as he had to report some information. Right now, he's probably resting at home. Jiraiya thought, he really did that? Others were surprised as well. They had heard children bunking classes, but this was the first time they saw a commander-in-chief of the army bunking a victory parade. For a moment, no one knew what to say. Tsunade thought, skipping the victory parade? That's quite a way to make an impression. She turned her gaze towards Jiraiya as she wondered, why do I have the feeling that Jiraiya didn't tell me everything about this boy? Koharu muttered, skipping the victory parade. How insolent. She shook her head in disappointment. Homura sighed and said, well, he worked a lot for the past month, so this can be excused. Koharu replied, I know. Even though he made matters risky, the success of negotiations with Tsunagakure can be attributed to him as well. That is why I didn't say much. Shikaku, did he tell what happened with the 3rd Kazekage? Shikaku replied, he did, but that isn't very important. There is another hidden danger to the village he discovered, which is giving me headaches at the moment. Luckily, it isn't an immediate threat. I'll think of some countermeasures and discuss them later during a council meeting. It'll be better if Lord Third can wake up by then, as I'd like to discuss this with him too. Shikaku looked at Tsunade as he spoke the last sentence. Koharu wanted to ask how the 3rd Kazekage had died. However, with Shikaku diverting the subject to a more critical matter, which he refused to say as well, she couldn't force the answer from him. Tsunade said, I'm still working on it, but I'll need a few days to start healing Sensei. Shikaku said, that should do. Fujin heard that you were working on this and wanted to help. He'll probably come to you later. Tsunade asked, does he have knowledge of souls too? Shikaku nodded. He has some expertise, but I'm not sure to which extent. You can make the judgment when you meet him. Even though Shikaku and Hiruzen knew that Fujin had learnt the spirit transformation jutsu, it wasn't public information. As such, Shikaku didn't want to disclose it in front of the entire council. Tsunade was surprised by Shikaku's answer. She couldn't help but wonder, did this kid dip his paws into every aspect? That's not a good thing at such a young age, but Sensei must have a reason to let him diversify his skills to such an extent. Tsunade's curiosity towards Fujin increased even further. The very fact that Fujin defeated Orochimaru and led Konoha's armies to several outrageous victories had evoked her interest. She expected him to be an intelligent ninja completely focused on training and fighting. She never expected him to have a deep knowledge of medical ninjutsu and souls, especially since he was already a grandmaster in fuinjutsu. Tsunade said, "All right, just send him to the torture and interrogation department. I'll head back there and continue experimenting." Shikaku said, "All right, we'll focus on ensuring that Tsunagakure honors the terms of the agreement. We also need to start a new recruitment drive to capitalize on the high morale of the citizens." With more children signing up for the Academy's entrance test, the number of students who get selected will skyrocket. He turned his eyes towards the two elders and requested, "I hope you two can focus on this aspect. Lord Third wanted to create a new elite force from the next generation to raise our strength to the next level, and this is our best chance. In his absence, only the two of you can handle such an important responsibility." Still writing the next chapter. ETN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, ep.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Paddle Sarvesh 8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Dip, Jaden, Ymir, Ivrit, Damien, Michael, and Matthew for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 824, Naruto's Troubles. Chapter 830 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. In his absence, only the two of you can handle such an important responsibility, Shikaku said to the elders. Needless to say, if the number of children who applied for the Academy's entrance exam skyrocketed, the workload would skyrocket too. They would need to recruit more teachers, expand the infrastructure, and implement the new schemes that Fujin had proposed earlier. None of the clan leaders were free to take such an undertaking. The only council members who had time to handle this were Fujin and the elders. However, Shikaku knew very well that Fujin wouldn't volunteer for this, so he could only dump it on the elders. Of course, the elders also understood what Shikaku was thinking. Unfortunately, he had phrased the question in such a manner that refusing would look very bad. Koharu replied, "Of course. We will take care of it. However, it'll be a lot of work for our old bones. We'll need the clan's support." Just like the elders, the clan leaders could only nod as well. As the representative of the civilian ninjas, this job should have fallen on Fujin's shoulders. Not to mention, he was the one who recommended the changes to the Academy, increasing his responsibility further. However, he was still very young, and everyone on the council knew that Fujin prioritized his training over council duties. As such, they couldn't count on him in this matter. Of course, it wasn't completely a bad thing for most of the council members, and many were actually relieved. Ever since the Chunin exam started, Fujin's reputation and prestige in Konoha had skyrocketed. Kakashi, who was extremely popular and looked at as the leader of the next generation, had been left far behind by Fujin in this short time. Fujin's popularity had even surpassed that of the Sanins and was only under Hiruzen's. If he started taking more responsibility in the council and increased his influence further, he could very easily start eating into their spheres of influence, and perhaps their benefits too. If it had been a few months ago, they wouldn't feel so threatened. However, with the fearsome prowess Fujin revealed, they now understood that they wouldn't have an easy time protecting their benefits if Fujin decided to make a move. As such, they didn't want to see his prestige grow further by undertaking a task of such importance. This was the reason why Homura and Koharu agreed without much resistance, despite seeing what Shikaku was trying to do. They intended to use this matter to improve their image further and rebuild their prestige, ensuring their positions wouldn't be threatened under Tsunade. The group finally dispersed, but not before praising Hoka, Konomi, and Illumi for leading their divisions successfully and asking them to write and hand the reports to Shikaku. And then, we went all over the place looking for Granny Tsunade. You wouldn't believe how much trouble Pervy Sage caused, always stopping at random inns and spending all our money on who knows what. But when we finally found her, she was super stubbo. Huh? As the parade ended, the village finally returned to work in high spirits. Naruto rushed straight to Ichiraku and enthusiastically shared his recent achievements with Ayame and Tochi while enjoying his ramen when suddenly someone appeared behind him. Before he could turn around, he heard, "You sure are in high spirits, Naruto." Naruto quickly looked behind him and exclaimed, "Fujin, you looked cool earlier today." Without any change in his expression, Fujin nodded and sat next to Naruto while thinking, "Looks like Hoka did a good job as always. Maybe I could pawn off some of the council work on him too. Something to consider for the future. That said, I'm more curious how his mission went. Even though Orochimaru might still have some capable subordinates, no one should be able to match Kabuto. Without him pushing Naruto, Naruto shouldn't have mastered the Rasengan, and Tsunade shouldn't have recovered from her phobia. Or did things go down the same path as Naruto's battle against Gaara, somehow forcing the events to stay the same? Ayame said, "It's good to see you again, Fujin. Congrats on the successful campaign." Tochi smiled and asked, "The usual?" Fujin nodded and said, "Yes. Thank you. I miss this place too. What about you, Naruto? When did you return to the village?" As Tochi prepared and served ramen, Naruto enthusiastically shared most of the details with Fujin. Even though Fujin's expression stayed the same, he was quite surprised. Fujin analyzed, "Tsunade took on Orochimaru by herself and won? That's strange. Surely Orochimaru hasn't degraded to a state where he can't even exploit her weakness. So what happened?" Fujin analyzed for a while before concluding, "No, he shouldn't be that weak. It means either someone, most likely Jiraiya, helped Tsunade, or she has already recovered from her hemophobia. If it's the latter, when did this happen? Was it also a butterfly effect due to some of my actions despite never having come in contact with her, or was it unrelated to me?" Fujin wanted to know the answer to deepen his understanding of the world and his impact on it. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to figure out. After all, Fujin wasn't supposed to know that Tsunade had hemophobia, let alone that it was cured, so he couldn't ask openly, nor could he resort to tactics like reading her memory. Fujin turned his gaze back to Naruto and thought, anyway, he didn't manage to master the Rasengan. It's quite a surprise. I expected him to still master it somehow. Should I help him out, or should I see how things would develop if he can't master Rasengan? Fujin thought for a few seconds before deciding, screw it. He has almost learnt the jutsu anyway. The rest is just a matter of clicking in his head. It'll happen sooner or later. Might as well help him now. Fujin interrupted Naruto as he said, "The Rasengan, huh?" Naruto nodded. "Yeah, the Rasen... What the hell?" As Naruto was speaking, a Rasengan formed in Fujin's left palm. Fujin didn't even bother to stop eating while creating the jutsu. Tochi and Ayame watched in awe. Naruto jumped from his stool and complained, "Why do you know my Rasengan? And how can you perform it so easily?" Fujin raised an eyebrow and asked, "Your Rasengan? That's Lord Fourth's technique. Even the pervy sage copied it from him. Anyway, the technique isn't too difficult to learn as long as you are good at chakra manipulation and control." Naruto muttered, "Chakra manipulation and control?" Fujin nodded. "Yes, unfortunately, neither is your strength. So you'll have a difficult time mastering this jutsu if you take the traditional route." Naruto cursed. "Damn it! It doesn't matter. I'll still master it." Wait a minute. Do you know an unconventional way?" Fujin smirked and answered, "Maybe." Naruto immediately pestered, "Stop the suspense and tell me, Fujin." Fujin replied, "Sure, if you pay for my ramen for the next month." Naruto's jaw dropped. He never expected Fujin to put forth such a condition. He immediately argued, "As if I can! You eat 8 bowls every time you show up. Wait, you're already on your 9th!" Fujin nodded and said without a hint of shame, "Yeah, and I'm thinking of coming here thrice daily since you'll be paying." Naruto was left speechless. Poor boy didn't know what to say for a moment. Pretending to cry, he showed his wallet and said, "Come on, look at Gama-chan. He's so empty because I lost the bet with Granny Tsunade." He stopped and looked at Ayame. She finally couldn't control herself anymore and giggled. She said, "He's just teasing you, Naruto." Naruto's eyes widened and he exclaimed, "Really?" Fujin sighed and said, "Think sometimes, Naruto. You're one of the poorest people in the village. The only people poorer than you are the ones in debt and cannot pay it back. Why would I ask you to pay for my food?" Fujin shook his head in disappointment. For a moment, Naruto didn't know how to feel. On one hand, he was glad that Fujin was only joking, and he wouldn't have to pay a huge price. On the other hand, being reminded of his financial state dulled the joy he felt. Not to mention he was pranked by Fujin once again. He slumped onto his stool and complained internally, "He hasn't changed one bit. Still messing with my head so easily." Fujin chuckled and said, "Well, don't feel too bad. You'll get a good salary when you become the Hokage. Anyway, the trick is rather simple, and it suits someone with a ginormous amount of chakra as you." Naruto's negative emotions vanished in the blink of an eye as he asked, "What is it?" Fujin answered, "Just use a shadow clone to assist in maintaining the shape of the Rasengan. You'll learn it in no time." Naruto's eyes widened as he visualized the idea and thought, "That's right. With a clone's help, I won't have to concentrate that much." He immediately exclaimed joyfully, "Thank you, Fujin." Fujin chuckled and said, "Just train later. Anyway, why were you so down earlier?" Naruto asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" He was met by Fujin's steady gaze. After looking back for a few seconds, he averted his eyes and said, "I don't know what you mean. It could be because I hadn't mastered the Rasengan or due to losing the bet." Fujin took his eyes off Naruto and continued eating. Naruto sighed internally when he heard Fujin's voice again. "You suck at lying, kiddo. Spit it out." Fujin paused momentarily but continued, seeing that Naruto wasn't answering. "Or you'll experience something that'll completely make you forget whatever was bothering you." Naruto shivered as he noticed Fujin's smile. He didn't doubt Fujin's words one bit. "And, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.rion.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Paddle Sarvesh8 at OKSBuy can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Antonio, Dip, TT, Crimson, Bookworm, Mr. Falcon, Roman, Lizeric, Emilian, Musica, Bronson, and Luis for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 825, You Have Too Much Time. Chapter 831 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Naruto shivered as he noticed Fujin's smile. He didn't doubt Fujin's words one bit. While he knew Fujin wouldn't harm him directly, he understood that what awaited him would be a training session more hellish than any he endured so far. As he thought of what troubled him and how to say it, Naruto's energy unusually subdued, and he slumped on the table. After a minute of silence, he finally spoke in a low voice. "It's just... I don't get it, you know? Sakura-chan, after everything we went through, after all that trouble to bring Granny Tsunade back to the village, she just ignored me. I mean, I fought my heart out and gave everything I had. And who does she run to first? Sasuke. She hugs him, cries over him like he's the only one that matters." Naruto stared absent-mindedly at the table as he continued. "I know she doesn't see me like that, I've always known, but I thought after everything I'd at least get something. A thanks, maybe, or at least a smile. But nothing. Not a word, not even a look, like I wasn't even there." Ayame paused in her work, glancing at her father, who quietly continued wiping a bowl, both clearly listening but choosing to remain silent. Fujin didn't say anything either as he continued slurping the noodles. Naruto sighed again and leaned back. "Whatever. It's not like I helped Sasuke just to get noticed, but it'd be nice to feel like I mattered even a little." Ayame smiled and said, "Of course you matter, Naruto. It's just that her mind was occupied by Sasuke because he had been sick for such a long time. I'm sure you felt relief on seeing him get up too, am I correct?" Naruto replied with another long sigh. "You are. But still." He turned his eyes towards Fujin, who always seemed to have a good solution, and wondered, could Fujin give me some tips to get closer to Sakura and make her forget about Sasuke? He might. He seems to know everything. I should have asked him sooner. Expectations rose in Naruto's heart as he waited in anticipation for Fujin's response. To his surprise, Fujin asked, "You're done eating, correct?" Naruto nodded as Fujin asked again. Good. How old are you? Naruto answered with a confused look. 12. Fujin asked for the third time. Do you remember what Itachi and his partner said? Naruto's expression became gloomy as he remembered their threat. He unwillingly nodded. Fujin summarized. So, if I understand correctly, you, a 12-year-old kid, are being hunted by two terrifying individuals from a dangerous organization, and you're more worried about being accepted by a girl who rejected you 1,000,000 times. Naruto could only whisper softly, Hey, it wasn't 1,000,000. Fujin sighed and muttered, Looks like Jiraiya's training was very lax. You have too much time to waste on such frivolous activities instead of training. A hand suddenly clamped on the back of Naruto's neck. Naruto's face instantly darkened, a sickly purple hue creeping across it, as if all the color had been drained. Fujin said strictly, Inform Sayaka and the rest that the break is over and to get back to training. I'll soon overlook your training personally. Wait, not again! Naruto screamed as Fujin sent him flying with a flick of his wrist. Several people looked above to see Naruto flying and screaming once again. He flew all the way from the Ichiraku shop to the compounds and landed right in front of Sayaka's little group. Yuji looked at Naruto and sighed. Again? What did you do this time for Sensei to send you flying? Sayaka asked. More importantly, why did he send you to us? Naruto got up and dusted himself while saying, He said that the break is over and to return to training. He'll look after the trainee. Why are you looking at me like this? All 5 students of Fujin stared at Naruto. Hikari asked, What do you mean that the break is over? We returned home less than an hour ago. Fujin's students were a part of his army. They actively fought in the land of rice. Even though there wasn't much fighting other than that, Bunjiro had them participate in every combat exercise. He even took them for some bandit elimination missions in the vicinity of the army. Not to mention, they had just spent a couple of days running from the fire capital to the land of wind and back to Konoha with little break. They were hoping to finally sleep in their comfortable beds when Naruto dropped right in front of them and passed Fujin's message. Naruto asked in surprise, Where did you guys go? The kids caught up, informing each other of their exploits. When Naruto informed them what Fujin had said, all 5 slumped and followed Naruto to the training grounds unwillingly. As much as they wanted to sleep properly, none of them dared to disobey Fujin's instructions. From their experience, it was better to simply follow instead of enduring what would come next. In a corner in the torture and interrogation department, another set of prisoners were sitting silently outside a room. Everything about them screamed how terrified they were. By now, the entire department knew that something horrifying was happening in that room. The prisoners were about to resign themselves to their fate when they suddenly heard footsteps. They turned their heads synchronously, and their fear intensified even further. They thought, Wasn't one monster enough? Why is he here? The 2 guards respectfully said, Councilman Fujin. Fujin nodded and asked, Is Lady Tsunade inside? One of the guards replied, She is and cannot be disturbed until she appears out herself. However, it shouldn't take too long. Fujin rolled his eyes and muttered, It should take a long time if she has to succeed. Don't worry, I'll wait here. Why don't you introduce these fellows in the meantime? Shivers passed down the spine of the prisoners as they saw Fujin's innocent smile. Unlike Naruto, who was merely afraid of an intense training session, the prisoners understood that they would have to endure the cruelest torture proportional to the severity of their crime. As the guards listed their crimes one by one, some wanted to beg forgiveness, some wanted to curse their hearts out, and some wanted to wail in sorrow. Unfortunately, they knew it was pointless. No matter what they did, the Konoha ninjas seemed to take joy in their misery. They felt like Konoha wanted to see them break even before the torture began. Fujin didn't particularly care about their stories. His mind was occupied elsewhere as he thought, I didn't think Tsunade would struggle this much to heal souls. I wonder if it's just a lack of practice or the insane nature of Hiruzen's injuries. Regardless, this is a good opportunity. Even though I learnt the spirit transformation jutsu, my knowledge of souls isn't very deep. With her help, I can finally fill the gaps in my understanding. This is also a good opportunity to build a good rapport with her, similar to the one I had with Hiruzen. Even though I no longer need the Byakugo seal, there's still a lot I could use her help for. Suddenly, the door opened and Tsunade stepped out. She was about to call her next test subject when her eyes fell on Fujin, who was casually standing next to the terrified prisoners. She smiled and said, "Shikaku said you'll visit me here." Fujin smiled and greeted, "Lady Tsunade, it's great to see you in person finally." Tsunade smirked and asked, "Oh, so you have seen me in other ways?" Fujin chuckled and said, "Nah, other than your bingo book entry, of course. I just heard several stories about you." He suddenly placed his hand on the shoulder of an unsuspecting prisoner and said, "Just now, he was saying a lot of things about you." The prisoner immediately snapped in horror, "Bullshit, I didn't utter a word." Tsunade looked at that prisoner meaningfully and said, "Why don't you come in? We'll find out what you said and what you didn't. Fujin, join us." No matter how much he screamed, the remaining prisoners saw him being dragged to hell by the two demons. Even though the gates of hell shut close, they could still hear his terrified screams. As the prisoner was laid on the bed and his movements sealed with more seals, Tsunade said, "Shikaku said you have some knowledge about souls. What do you know?" Fujin answered, "It's hard to say as I don't have much to reference against. Lord Third was the only one I knew who knew about it, but comparing with him isn't exactly fair." Tsunade agreed without any hesitation. She believed her knowledge in this area exceeded that of Hiruzen, yet she couldn't reduce a soul to his state without killing the prisoner. Fujin added, "In addition, my understanding has some gaps, so I won't be able to help you much in that regard, though I don't think you need it. Shikaku-san said that you were struggling to injure a soul to the same extent as Grandpa. Since I learnt the soul transformation jutsu, I might be better suited than you to cutting the soul." Fujin's eyes were focused on the prisoner, so he didn't notice Tsunade's pupils dilating. She thought in disbelief. He learnt Dan's jutsu? AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Marcus, Awo, Timothy, MSSC, Lodas, Jerry Samuele, Zorro, Ismail, Lindsay, Jacob, Kaito, Scar, MP, Bronson, and One Bullet for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 26, Tsunade's Guidance. Chapter 8 and 32 of The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hey guys, apologies for my absence. Had an eventful Sunday, barely leaving me any time to write. I thought I'd catch up on Monday. Unfortunately, I had a couple of crazy busy days to start the week. Didn't get any time to write yesterday and only got it later today. Anyway, I'm doing well, just kinda tired. Cough, unfortunately haven't been isekai'd. Good news is that the rest of the week shouldn't be this messy, so I should be able to write in peace without any more unscheduled breaks, hopefully. He learnt Dan's jutsu? Shock and disbelief appeared on Tsunade's face as she turned her head towards Fujin. She quickly hid her expressions and regained composure. Fortunately, Fujin was looking at the prisoner and not her. She thought, I never expected this. Isn't he specializing in wind release? How did he learn fuinjutsu, medical ninjutsu, and soul-based techniques at the same time? Also, why didn't anyone inform me? Tsunade emotions were complicated. It hadn't been long since she met Naruto, a boy with the same dream as Dan and Nawaki. And now she met another talented youth who had learnt Dan's jutsu. It had been over a decade since she returned to the village. While several old faces remained, she was seeing most for the first time. Yet a vague sense of familiarity remained through coincidences she never anticipated. She muttered, I didn't expect you to have learnt the spirit transformation jutsu. Shikaku and Jiraiya didn't mention it. Fujin replied, I haven't used it openly yet. So, very few know it, and it's one of my hidden cards. It is a powerful jutsu. It's a shame that it has such a terrifying weakness. Fujin sighed. Several unpleasant and pleasant memories resurfaced in Tsunade's mind upon hearing his words. Fujin continued looking at the prisoner so as to not make things awkward for Tsunade, while thinking, it's a pity that I'm not supposed to know a lot of stuff, including her relationship with Dan. Fujin added, anyway, let's continue. Is something the matter, Lady Tsunade? Fujin finally turned his head towards her and noticed her complicated expression. Tsunade shook her head and answered, "No, I'm just wondering how best to use that jutsu. Did you witness Sensei cutting his soul?" Fujin nodded. "Yes. It was a blade made mostly of yin chakra. However, he did it in one swing. I guess I misjudged the complexity based on how easily he did it." Tsunade agreed. She had made the same misjudgment after hearing how it happened from Jiraiya. However, the complexity was mind-boggling. Tsunade said, "I'll first explain more about souls to you so that you have sufficient knowledge." While Tsunade taught Fujin, Naruto and the rest started their training. Without wasting any time, Naruto began practicing the Rasengan with the help of a shadow clone. Needless to say, he got it right on his very first try. His display attracted the attention of other kids. Takeshi muttered, "It's strong." Sayaka agreed. "If it hits us, we won't survive." Yuji asked, "What jutsu is that?" Naruto grinned and answered, "It's the Rasengan. Pervy Sage taught it to me." Hikari said, "You didn't say he taught you such a jutsu earlier." Naruto laughed and said, "I wanted to surprise all of you. So, did you like it?" Shoma said, "It is powerful. That poor tree broke into half." Naruto chuckled. Sayaka asked curiously, "So how was training under a Sannin compared to training under Sensei?" The other kids immediately became interested, and Naruto had to think. After half a minute, he answered with a smile, "Well, it was very different. His training wasn't as intense as Big Brother's Fujin, nor was it as hands-on. He just showed me some stuff and let me figure out the rest. It was very effective, and I liked it." His expression changed as he continued. "That said, he only taught me a single jutsu the entire time, unlike Fujin, who teaches several things and makes us train all day. And I mastered the Rasengan now after a tip from Fujin to use a shadow clone. So I can't say Pervy Sage's method is better." Yuji added in a deadpan tone, "Not to mention, you got thrown here to train with us because you had too much time." The rest of Fujin's students chuckled as Naruto was depressed. Even though he hadn't been to war like them, he didn't have an easy time either. Even though Jiraiya wasn't strict, Naruto still trained till he dropped. While he had enormous chakra reserves and stamina, he wasn't in the mood to train after the little heartbreak. Yet, Fujin had shown him no mercy. The little group immediately started their training. While Fujin's students were curious about Jiraiya's methods, they were well aware that Fujin's methods were quite good too. The gap between them and other orphans had widened by a large degree over the past year. They were already strong enough to be considered chunins even without using their Kekkei Genkai. If they used their Kekkei Genkai with the element of surprise, they could even have a chance against junins despite being weaker. Tsunade's lecture continued for nearly an hour as Fujin's knowledge about souls improved drastically. However, some aspects remained difficult to grasp, and Fujin failed to understand them. Tsunade said, "Understanding this much on the first try is quite good. Your foundation on souls is good due to learning this jutsu." Fujin replied, "Yeah, but I won't be able to help you much if I don't grasp those concepts. I guess I just need some practical training." Tsunade raised an eyebrow as Fujin extended his hand towards the prisoner. Even though he hadn't been tortured yet, his throat was dry, and he barely had any strength to scream due to screaming continuously, merely out of fright. Considering his situation, one couldn't blame him. As Fujin's palm landed on his chest, a new wave of fright passed over him. Along with it was a sense of deep unease. It was as if his instincts wanted him to run far away from that palm. Unfortunately, he couldn't even move. While he didn't feel any pain, he suddenly started feeling emptiness, as if all energy was being sucked dry from his body. His eyes widened as he noticed white air exiting his body before his eyes closed. Tsunade exclaimed in surprise, "You can extract souls?" Above the now lifeless body of the prisoner, his soul was floating in the room. Tsunade knew it wasn't a part of the spirit transformation jutsu since Dan couldn't do so. Fujin replied, "I couldn't initially. I was inspired by the Reaper Death Seal, though my method is far from that level. It only works on neutralized opponents. Against higher-level ninjas, I won't be able to budge their souls even slightly, though harming them is still possible." Tsunade nodded. She could see that Fujin had to exert a lot of control to extract the prisoner's soul safely. In addition, the prisoner had already lost all willpower and barely had any energy. Fujin said, "Anyway, I should learn better by directly studying this soul." Tsunade agreed and began teaching Fujin once again. By directly inspecting the prisoner's soul, it became quite easier for Fujin to understand the concepts he couldn't grasp earlier. As Tsunade taught, she observed, "I can now see why Sensei likes him and has such high hopes for him. He has a similar curiosity towards learning and comprehension ability as Orochimaru. However, he has Minato's politeness. That said, he also possesses his unique sense of aloofness and indifference, which distinguishes him from Minato's gentle nature." Tsunade had seen how casually Fujin extracted the prisoner's soul. He didn't show any signs of hesitation or discomfort. It was not something someone with a gentle nature like Naruto could do. However, knowing that Fujin served in the Anbu for several years, and knowing how many he killed in the last month, directly or indirectly, Tsunade wasn't too surprised. Especially when she considered that their goal was to heal Hiruzen, something that was far more important than the lives of a few death row prisoners. After Fujin grasped all the details, Fujin muttered, "That's strange." Tsunade looked at him as Fujin carefully analyzed Hiruzen's move based on the knowledge he just gained. "It looks like several parts of a soul can be sliced without destroying the soul if it is done perfectly. Even the core can be sliced if some parts of it are preserved. So, why did Hiruzen wait for such a large portion of his soul to be absorbed before slicing himself? Wait." Fujin suddenly realized he waited so long before slicing his soul so that Orochimaru's arms could be sealed first. Otherwise, he could have substantially reduced the harm to his soul. Tsunade said, "Yes, Jiraiya had the same view. Orochimaru's improved Edo Tensei Jutsu was too big of a threat to let him go unharmed. He could have just kept attacking and eventually the village would have collapsed. Unfortunately, even after such a sacrifice, his threat still exists." Fujin nodded. While Hiruzen and Tsunade knew Orochimaru more closely, Fujin was the only one who truly knew how difficult it was to kill Orochimaru for good. Though defeating Orochimaru was no longer a challenge for him, he was harder to kill than even Obito. Fujin asked, "So if the god of death had taken a moment longer to seal Orochimaru's arms, would it mean he would have missed that opportunity?" Tsunade answered, "I'm not completely sure. My understanding of the soul isn't complete either. No ninja understands all its mysteries. Perhaps Sensei had a way to survive with an even weaker soul. We can only ask when he wakes up." If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/ilhexnospace. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, patilsarvesh8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Corey, David, Ayuachin, Bogdan, Kengli, Michael, Nikhil, Cypher, Jay, Loney, Lucky, Sukman, Marcos, Musica, Matt, and Mikkel for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 827, Elder's Discontent. Chapter 833 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin wasn't too surprised by Tsunade's answer. The soul was extremely mysterious. Fujin was already surprised to learn that Tsunade knew which parts of the soul were responsible for maintaining consciousness. To an extent, Konoha had already learnt about the basic features of a soul, which explained how Hiruzen managed to stay alive. However, there was much they didn't know about the soul. For instance, the soul was capable of reincarnating. Hagoromo had displayed incredible understanding in this aspect, be it the way his sons reincarnated across generations, or how the nine-tailed beasts could revive years after being killed. Fujin hoped he could mooch the same from him, just like how he was mooching off Tsunade, though he didn't have much idea about how to find him other than reviving Kaguya, let alone persuade him to guide him. Yet, Fujin believed that even Hagoromo's knowledge wasn't complete. As he gained a deeper insight into souls, Fujin had a vague feeling that his understanding and mastery of the soul would play a crucial role at some point in the future. Tsunade looked at the soul and said, "Since you extracted the soul, slicing it will be much easier. Unfortunately, we kept his soul out of his body for too long. He won't wake up even if we put it back in his body. We can only practice slicing on this one before testing the next prisoner." Fujin agreed. Outside the room, the two guards and the prisoners were puzzled. Previously, Tsunade used to take a new prisoner every few minutes. However, Fujin and Tsunade were inside the room for several hours. The prisoners recalled Fujin's words and hope reignited in their hearts. They prayed, "Please, let them get what they want from him and let me have a normal death. I don't want to be tortured so inhumanly." Unfortunately, their prayers weren't answered as the door opened up once again and another prisoner was dragged inside. "Sigh, youngsters have no respect for the elderly these days. We just returned from Fire Capital and yet we're made to work all day." Homura sighed tiredly. They had returned the previous night after concluding the negotiations. However, there was still a lot of work left to ensure the terms of the agreement were properly implemented. Since the two elders led the negotiation team, Shikaku dumped most of this work on them. He only overlooked Fujin's deal. "It's not a joking matter. I don't mind doing work, but they're looking down on us. No matter how we ask Shikaku about the third Kazekage's death, he always changes the subject. He doesn't have any intention of passing the information to us," Koharu said seriously. They could ignore it when it was just Fujin acting aggressively. From their perspective, he was still very young and was unaware of the way politics happened. In addition, Fujin hadn't been active in politics beyond certain incidents despite being a member of the council. So he didn't harm their interests, unlike what happened with Danzo. However, Shikaku wasn't a greenhorn. If he maintained such an attitude, the remaining clan leaders would get a hint, and most would soon start treating them similarly. Both understood that they would lose their positions in no time if this continued. Even if they somehow hung on to it, their powers and influence would be severely curtailed, similar to what happened with Danzo. Neither wanted to see their influence erode. Homura muttered, "It has barely been a month since Hiruzen was injured. I didn't think the next generation would find us an eyesore so quickly." Koharu agreed. Shikaku wouldn't have acted this way if Hiruzen was still at the helm. Even though they understood that he was a big reason why they held such power and influence in the village despite retiring a long time ago, they were shocked to realize how big of a factor Hiruzen was. Suddenly, both turned their heads as the door opened, and an old man walked in with the support of his walking stick. Even though he looked feeble, neither of them considered him weak or helpless. Danzo looked at the expressions of his former teammates and said calmly, "You don't look well." Homura retorted, "Not everyone has the luxury to hide underground even when the village is under attack." Koharu added, "I'm surprised you left your cave, Danzo." Danzo took a seat while replying, "We won, didn't we? Still, I'm surprised that no one pointed fingers at me." Koharu replied, "They're just glad that you aren't interfering. The clan leaders aren't that stupid to give you another opportunity, especially when Hiruzen is injured and the next Hokage hasn't taken charge. Even Fujin didn't mention you or your absence." Even though Konoha had an overwhelming victory against Tsunagakure and Odagakure, it wasn't a cakewalk. Konoha had used nearly every available manpower. The clans in Anbu were fully mobilized. Even the civilian ninjas were mobilized once the battle began. The only two who were missing were Tsunade, who wasn't in the village and was believed to be suffering from hemophobia, and Danzo. As such, it was a good opportunity to point fingers at Danzo and question his loyalty. The clan leaders, who had been aggrieved by Danzo in the past, could have used it to attack him even more. Yet not a single one did. The reason was rather simple. Unlike Fujin, who repeatedly came out ahead while locking his horns with Danzo, the clan leaders had suffered a lot. They knew how treacherous and cunning he was. No matter how they attacked him, they knew that Danzo would have answers to every question. In fact, he could even use this argument as a way to make a political comeback. Even if they could win the arguments and harm Danzo's reputation further, there wouldn't be much of a change. Danzo didn't have much influence anymore. What little power he held onto had no impact on them. Hence, they simply ignored his absence. Instead of giving him an opportunity now, they decided to save this matter for when he actively tried to make a comeback, blocking his attempts. Danzo realized this as well, and understood not appearing during the attack was a mistake. Unfortunately, it had already happened. He said, "It's fine. I'll deal with it when the time is right. Why are the two of you so disturbed?" Since no one targeted him, Danzo had been left out of the loop. While he knew general information, he was in the dark about deeper details like what was decided in the agreement between Konoha and Tsunagakure. Since the knowledge wasn't public yet, his subordinates couldn't obtain it. He was planning to be patient, but felt a sense of unease which he couldn't explain, and approached his former teammates as a result. Neither of them had any reason to keep things hidden from him, and they informed him about the recent events. Another failure. Fujin muttered as the soul crumbled once again, yet there weren't any signs of discouragement in his eyes. Tsunade tiredly said, "Yes, but we managed to reach this stage thrice in a row. Another step, and the soul will reduce to the same state as Sensei, and I can finally start healing it." Fujin agreed. In the corner of the room was a large number of scrolls, each containing the dead body of a prisoner. In the last few hours, Tsunade had made rapid progress due to Fujin's assistance. They managed to reduce the soul to 33% of its original size while keeping it stable and were just one step away. Fujin was about to bring in another prisoner when Tsunade suddenly said, "Wait, let's take a break. It'll be easier once we are relaxed." Fujin didn't reject her suggestion. Though he could continue, they had to focus entirely on slicing the souls to avoid making a mistake. Doing so for a few souls was fine, but the two had worked on so many souls that Shikaku and Ebiki were getting worried. They even sent recently captured bandits, who wouldn't have been given a death sentence normally. So Fujin and Tsunade were feeling mentally tired. Tsunade sat in a chair and asked, "So why did someone so good at combat become interested in medical ninjutsu and soul-based techniques?" In the past few hours, Tsunade was completely impressed by Fujin's dedication and his ability and hunger to learn. Even though she had heard about him from Jiraiya, Shikaku, and Isamu, she felt like they were exaggerating due to how much he had accomplished at such a young age. From her experience, it was extremely rare for someone so skilled at combat to take an interest in such boring things. Even if they did, that would generally happen later in their life. There were two reasons for this. Other than being boring, fields like medical ninjutsu and fuinjutsu needed a lot of time to master. At a young age, talented ninjas would rather use their time to increase their strength than pursue these fields. They would only focus on these once they reached a major bottleneck and understood that their strength would no longer continue improving at a rapid rate, irrespective of how much they trained. However, Fujin's thought process was quite different from Tsunade's. With a puzzled expression, he asked, "What do you mean?" If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you. GG21, Pablo, Helios, Jerry, Nash, Hugh for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 828, Testing Each Other. Chapter 834 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. With a puzzled expression, Fujin asked, "What do you mean?" Tsunade explained, "Learning these things takes a lot of time. Spirit transformation jutsu is just a single jutsu, so it's still understandable. However, medical ninjutsu is a very deep field. You need to devote a lot of time to become an acceptable medical ninja. It's the same with fuinjutsu. Why did you take away the time you could have used to improve your wind release or other combat-oriented ninjutsus further?" Fujin thought, that's what she was referring to. It's understandable. I don't think anyone else learned fuinjutsu and medical ninjutsu like I did. Fujin remembered the days when he used to feel like he needed 72 hours in a day. He had used shadow clones extensively for years to learn fuinjutsu. As for medical ninjutsu, he made nearly every senior medical ninja working in the Konoha hospital devote several weeks to guide him. It had been so extreme that even Hiruzen had become worried. Tsunade, who had just returned to Konoha, was obviously unaware of such information. Fujin smiled and took a seat as well. He said, "I never thought from this perspective. I always found fuinjutsu interesting. I used to read and practice it whenever I was out of chakra after my training sessions. It didn't eat into my training time apart from some instances. As for medical ninjutsu, My team once fell into a trap and we were almost wiped out. Only I managed to escape while carrying my injured team leader. It took me several hours to bring him to the Land of Fire and find a patrol camp where he could be healed properly. That motivated me to learn a few basic healing jutsus, like the mystical palm jutsu. Other than providing immediate treatment to any injured teammate, the jutsu also has a huge potential to change the tides of a battle. I'm sure no one knows more than you how much of an upper hand you will have in a battle if you can heal yourself while your enemy can't. Tsunade nodded. It could turn a close battle into an easy victory if the ninja had sufficient chakra left. Fujin continued. That said, you're correct. I didn't focus on other aspects of medical ninjutsu back then, even though Yoshi-sensei pestered me continuously due to the limited time. I only accepted his offer after I reached a bottleneck in my wind release. Tsunade's eyes twitched. She thought, so, instead of resting after exhausting his chakra from ninjutsu training, he learnt fuinjutsu while waiting for his body to regenerate chakra to train again? And he hit a bottleneck in wind release in his early teens? Did he do nothing except train? Tsunade felt like she got a small insight into the reason behind Fujin's phenomenal capabilities. She thought, I guess he has also been abusing multi-shadow clone jutsu to learn faster. Only that can explain his expertise in so many time-consuming areas. No wonder Sensei held him in high regard. Over the years, I have seen several geniuses, but he might be the most hard-working of them all. Even Orochimaru, despite his obsession with ninjutsu, wasn't this capable at such a young age. And seeing how dedicated he has been today, he still hasn't stopped training. A smile appeared on her face as she wondered, how long would he keep this up? While children had a greater drive to train, their motivation would decrease as they grew older, due to the repetitive nature and diminishing gains. Once they received responsibilities, the time they could devote to training would also reduce drastically. Tsunade herself had barely trained in the last couple of decades. Similar was the case with most rank S ninjas. Cases like Guy and Orochimaru, who continuously trained or experimented to strengthen themselves, were very rare. Fujin continued, Then again, I never thought of fuinjutsu and medical ninjutsu as non-combat-based abilities. Both are more than handy in combat and complement my skills perfectly. Not to mention, the benefits don't end there. His answer intrigued her once again. She asked, What other benefits? Fujin answered, When I was young and weak, I heard stories and rumors of how strong the top ninjas were. Back then, it seemed impossible ever to reach such a level. I couldn't even imagine how some of those things were possible with a normal human body. However, as I trained, my body somehow slowly strengthened itself to a level where I could compete with such ninjas. Since the change was gradual, I didn't notice it until I reached this stage, nor did I understand how my body went through such a change. Even though it has been a while since I reached this level, I am still amazed at times at how much my body has improved. It's natural to feel curious about this. If I study and understand my body better, perhaps I could find ways to continue strengthening myself. What better way to do it other than medical ninjutsu? Fujin gazed at Tsunade, observing her body. Over her lifetime, Tsunade had been observed in such a way several times, one of her teammates being the biggest culprit. However, it was the first time she didn't feel lust or any sort of pervasive intent behind the gaze. Fujin added, Forgive me if I'm being impolite. Despite your age, you look like you are in your early 20s. Nothing I see tells me otherwise, which is quite remarkable considering my sensory skills. I can feel that it has something to do with the mark on your forehead. I can sense that fuinjutsu is somehow involved in it. However, it should be only a part of the technique. The main reason behind it must be your expertise in medical ninjutsu. Am I correct? Tsunade folded her arms and placed her chin on her hand as she observed Fujin. She replied, I'm confused. Should I feel offended that you called me old, flattered because you said I look young, or violated that you gazed at me in such a manner? Though her tone was playful, her gaze wasn't. For the first time since they met, Tsunade was displaying her seniority and the fact that she would be the Hokage soon. Had it been someone else, they'd be nervous. Yet, Fujin chuckled and answered, That's an interesting question. I wonder what you'll choose. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and asked, Are you testing me? Fujin asked in return, "Do you want to claim that you haven't been doing the same?" Tsunade replied, "It's different. I'm your senior, and soon will be the new Hokage. Of course, I'd want to know how the next generation is." Fujin nodded. "I understand. However, I had the fortune or misfortune of meeting your two teammates before you. Surely you'd understand my concerns." Tsunade was immediately at a loss for words. Needless to say, she wasn't truly offended and was merely testing Fujin to get a feel of his personality. However, she didn't expect Fujin to mention her two teammates. One was an open pervert who snooped around in bathhouses and hot springs. The other had lost his mind, betrayed his village, tried killing his sensei, and was doing weird experiments with his body. It wasn't unnatural for someone to make assumptions about her. Since she couldn't defend her teammates, she counterattacked. "Do you think I'm like either of my teammates?" Fujin smiled and answered, "Thankfully, it doesn't seem so yet. Talking with you has been rather pleasant so far." Tsunade smirked and said, "I didn't know you had such a silver tongue." Fujin shrugged and replied, "Now you know why I asked forgiveness for any impoliteness." Tsunade could only chuckle in response. While Fujin and Tsunade continued talking, the three elders were sitting in silence, contemplating how they should approach the future. Suddenly, Danzo asked, "You said Fujin is currently working with Tsunade, correct?" Homura nodded. Danzo asked, "Don't you two find it strange?" His question surprised Homura and Koharu. Fujin was working with Tsunade to help heal Hiruzen. Neither could see anything strange about it. Koharu asked, "What do you mean?" Danzo explained, "He has been at odds against the three of us from the very start for seemingly no reason. Yet, he is cooperating with Tsunade without any such ill will. From what I heard, he also cooperated with Jiraiya easily. So, it isn't something as naive as hating old people or people with authority. So, why is it that he always stood against us?" His words forced Homura and Koharu to think. A few moments later, Koharu muttered, "You're correct. I too wondered several times why he is so opposed to us. However, I could never come up with a definite answer. Even though there were a few smaller flashpoints, there weren't enough to make him act this way. Not to mention, he acted like this even before those incidents." Homura said, "I've always been under the assumption that you did something to set him off, Danzo. Do you want to say that you never did anything to antagonize him other than deploying spies around his house?" AN. Quite a few dialogues in the last few chapters. It used to be one of my weak points, and I still think there's plenty of room for improvement, but let me know if it's fine. There will still be some discussion between the elders, but Fujin and Tsunade will move on to their task quickly here onwards. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Paddle Sarvesh, 8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Lurdu, Loni, Nick, Jerry, JTSSE, Coleman, Blood Prince, and Kyungjae for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 829, Fujin's Strangeness. Chapter 835 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Homura and Koharu stared at their former teammate. While they always supported him, they fully knew of his nature. Neither would believe him if he said that he never did anything to antagonize Fujin, given Danzo's track record. Danzo muttered, "I wouldn't say I did nothing at all. However, nothing I did should antagonize him to this extent against me, let alone transfer it to you two." Koharu directly asked, "What did you do?" Danzo answered, "When he started gaining fame in the Anbu, I had some of my ninjas keep an eye on him. However, nothing came of it. He took a lot of care to ensure he couldn't be spied on. You should know how many seals his house and the training ground opposite it has." Homura and Koharu nodded. Everyone in Konoha who understood and could sense or see seals knew what monstrosity Fujin's house was. It had been subject to a lot of speculation. Koharu had even tried using it to attack Fujin's reputation once, but was shut down by Hiruzen so quickly that Fujin never learnt of it. After that, none of the others in charge raised this matter officially. Even if something suspicious was happening, they knew Hiruzen was on board, so it wasn't their concern. Danzo continued, "In addition to seals, he was very sensitive to any spying attempts. Hence, my spies had to retreat without finding anything. They weren't spotted by Fujin. Homura asked, "Are you certain they weren't spotted?" Seeing how suddenly he revealed his strength, he must have been hiding it for quite some time. Danzo answered, "My ninjas would have known if they were spotted. Even if I assume they weren't, linking them to me should be near impossible. They never act carelessly." Homura and Koharu didn't doubt the capabilities of the root ninjas to carry out covert operations, but Fujin had given them surprise way too many times. Koharu said, "However, if they were, it would explain why he felt hostility towards you." But Danzo cut her off and said, "No, it doesn't. I still remember my first meeting with him vividly. Though he hid it very well, I could feel that he was on edge. I didn't understand it very well back then because we weren't supposed to have a history. Looking back at it, it is obvious that he was ready to kill me if I made any suspicious move. Simply being spied upon shouldn't result in such hostility. It was almost as if he had some deep enmity with me. Not to mention, none of this should tie to how he sees the two of you. Even though the two of you defended me, it shouldn't have led to him treating you with hostility." Koharu nodded. Homura thought for a moment and said, "He isn't exactly hostile towards us. While it's true that he certainly doesn't trust us, he hasn't gone out of his way to target us. Any clashes we had were merely differences of opinion on crucial matters. In a way, it is similar to how you and Hiruzen frequently had opposing views." Unlike the other two, Homura has a decent relationship with Fujin, mostly built during the times the two went together on diplomatic missions. Danzo frowned upon realizing, strange. His relationship with all four of us is different. He is extremely close with Hiruzen, while being completely at odds against me. His relationship with Homura is cordial, while he is confrontational with Koharu. Is it just a coincidence, or did he purposefully do this? Was it an attempt to divide us? Danzo's hunch was quite close to the mark. Fujin was close to Hiruzen because he needed his help to get stronger while he was hostile to Danzo due to the threat he posed. As for the two elders, he didn't care much. Unlike his proactiveness with Hiruzen and Danzo, he was more reactive with Homura and Koharu. Since they decided to oppose him during his standoff with Danzo, Fujin initially planned to hammer both of them down. However, Hiruzen slowly but steadily gave responsibilities to Fujin. Fujin understood that he needed someone whom he could dump the responsibilities on. Since Homura had been the cordial one and Koharu had been the aggressive one, he maintained a cordial relationship with Homura while confronting Koharu whenever the opportunity presented itself. So, Danzo's hunch of Fujin doing so purposefully was on point. However, he didn't particularly have any intentions of dividing them and pitching them against each other. Fujin knew very well that the four old ninjas were too smart and cunning to see through any such attempts. Even though he ended up forcing Hiruzen to suppress Danzo, that was more due to Danzo's actions and Hiruzen's disappointment in them than Fujin's scheme. Koharu said, "Even if his relationship is more cordial with you, it still doesn't answer several of our questions. Since you showed up here, I assume you have already thought of the answer. Am I right, Danzo?" Danzo shook his head and answered, "Unfortunately, I don't have anything concrete. If something is wrong with him, he has done a very good job hiding it. However, I noticed something peculiar about him." Homura and Koharu listened curiously as Danzo listed a string of Fujin's actions. They included the care Fujin took to ensure he wasn't spied on, the fact that he hid his strength for so long, his hidden battle with Katsuhiro, the two root ninjas who went missing while chasing him, Fujin's sudden interest in Naruto along with other activities that Danzo found suspicious. Initially, Homura and Koharu didn't feel much as not one of those actions alarmed them. However, as Danzo continued speaking, both Homura and Koharu became serious. Koharu muttered grimly, "Individually, not a single one of these events can raise a question about Fujin. They merely feel odd. However, there are too many such oddities. If we consider all of them, something is horribly wrong about Fujin." Homura thought longer before adding, "Actually, even with all this together, it doesn't prove anything. These are merely suspicions. However, I understand you finally." Just like Koharu and Danzo, Homura had a bad feeling. Though they didn't have any proof, they instinctively felt something was off. As veteran ninjas and politicians, they trusted their instincts completely. Danzo continued. There's more. He had been out of the village for some time and only returned on the day he met Katsuhiro for the first time. On that very night, my root bases were attacked for the first time, so I had ample reason to be suspicious about him, though I didn't understand how he could possibly link Katsuhiro to me. A few days later, my headquarters was attacked by a massive lightning jutsu. Though we didn't know who it was, Hiruzen now believes that it was Akuro, the ninja who attacked Kumogakure recently. Weirdly enough, Akuro appeared in Kumogakure at the same time Fujin was in the Land of Lightning. I can consider Akuro attacking me when I was scheming against Fujin a coincidence. However, his attacking Kumogakure at the same time Fujin was eliminating their ninjas is just too convenient to be a coincidence. I feel like the two are connected somehow, and possibly have a cooperative relationship. Unfortunately, this is merely a hunch too, and Hiruzen never listened to me. Both Homura and Koharu were shocked. Koharu thought, as shocking as Fujin's achievements are, Akuro has been far more outrageous. If these two are working together, then... Koharu felt fear. Fujin's words, threatening to kill her, echoed in her ears. She believed Fujin would never dare to attack her despite their differences unless he intended to go rogue like Orochimaru. However, if Akuro could do his dirty work for him, then it was an entirely different matter. Koharu knew she wouldn't stand a chance. Worse, she understood that both her killers would go scot-free. Without any proof, no one would point fingers at Fujin, and Akuro's displays so far showed that no one could stop him from escaping or track him later. Finally! Fujin and Tsunade exclaimed in relief. The last step took a lot longer than they expected, but they finally managed to inflict similar injuries on a soul as Hiruzen had. Tsunade said, "Good work, Fujin. Now, put the soul back in the body. Souls have to be healed while they're inside the body to avoid complications." Fujin nodded and followed her instructions. He slowly lowered the soul and used his yin chakra to manipulate it and push it back into the prisoner's body. However, just as he was about to do so, the soul crumbled and began dissipating. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Wahed, Gaming Experience, Quentin, Sully, Mac, Josh, Pietro, Jax07, Pierre, Abs, and Merc for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 830. Staring impolitely for 3 hours. Chapter 8 and 36 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Tsunade wore a deadpan expression while Fujin awkwardly looked at the dissipating soul and thought, "Geez, that's embarrassing. I didn't think it'd be so brittle." He sighed. The soul was too weak. I didn't expect it to crumble from such a gentle nudge. Not wanting to embarrass Fujin, Tsunade said, "It's all right. We still have enough prisoners." Fujin nodded. Another prisoner was unwillingly dragged into the gates of hell and had his soul extracted and sliced by 2 of Konoha's top ninjas. This time, Fujin was extremely careful. Instead of using his yin chakra directly, Fujin created chakra threads of yin chakra to manipulate the injured soul and pushed it back into the prisoner's body. Tsunade was surprised. She thought, "These are chakra threads from Suna's puppeteering techniques. That's another technique that needs a lot of time and excellent chakra control." How much did he abuse the multi-shadow clone technique? And why didn't anyone stop him? It isn't safe to use that jutsu without any constraint. Before Tsunade could ask Fujin about it, the prisoner woke up for a moment. In that instant, he felt pain like never before. He lost consciousness even before he could open his mouth to scream. Even though he gained consciousness for only a fraction of a second, Fujin and Tsunade noticed it. Complicated expressions appeared on their faces. Fujin thought, he smiled while feeling such pain? Sigh. Even though Fujin and Hiruzen had a very close relationship on the surface, Fujin didn't entirely trust him. He didn't agree with several of his policies and some of his past actions, among other things. However, as a ninja, Fujin had no choice but to pay the highest respect to Hiruzen. Tsunade said, "You've done a good job, Fujin. Leave the rest to me." she took a couple of steps and stood next to the unconscious prisoner. Extending her palm towards him, she thought, I can't treat him as a test subject. I have to assume that I'm treating Sensei. There is no scope for being complacent. She immediately pushed herself into a state of absolute focus, her mind shutting out everything but the task at hand. A moment later, she began healing him. Fujin's eyes glowed as he concentrated chakra in them and thought, healing souls that are harmed to this extent, even Orochimaru can't do it. I doubt any other ninja can do this either. If I have to improve my understanding of souls, I need to know how to heal them. Just like Tsunade, Fujin entered his highest state of concentration. Though he didn't have Sharingan in his eyes, it didn't matter. Tsunade's technique was so advanced that seeing it with a Sharingan was pointless. The only way to learn it was to have incredible healing capabilities and a deep understanding of yin manipulation, yang manipulation, the human body, and the soul. Luckily, Fujin was one of the very few individuals who barely qualified across all aspects. Danzo glanced at his former teammates, who had gone silent and were wrecking their brains to calculate the implications of Fujin and Akuro working together and what they should or should not do. It went beyond just their interests or safety. If Fujin could make Akuro target Konoha ninjas to resolve his issues, he would be a major threat to the village. Of course, it was a big if. They had no proof apart from Danzo's hunch, and there was extremely limited information on Akuro to calculate and analyze properly. Not to mention, Hiruzen still showed a lot of trust in Fujin, which was another factor that played against Danzo's speculation. Danzo said, if my speculation is true, then Fujin is a big threat to our village. We need to. Koharu interrupted him. Don't even think of doing what you did with Shisui with Fujin. The fact that Hiruzen hasn't shared any details about Fujin with us must have to do with your independent actions against him. He doesn't want Konoha to lose another promising ninja due to your misconceptions. Danzo frowned and said, Shisui's ability was a threat. He was interrupted again, this time by Homura, who said, perhaps it was, but Fujin's situation is different. He doesn't have the ability to control us or the Hokage, and, unlike Shisui, he's already the village's hero. If you take action against him without any proof, we won't be able to handle the backlash. The clan leaders have seen us as an eyesore for long. They won't give up this opportunity. You may be tried for treason while we'll lose our seats. Besides, Hiruzen may be soft, but he isn't foolish, nor will he make the same mistake he did with Orochimaru. His trust in Fujin is more reliable than your speculation. We should wait until Hiruzen regains consciousness and discuss this matter with him. He is the best person to make a judgment. Danzo's frown deepened. He realized, these two have no intention of supporting me, at least not until I can get some proof. However, Danzo was in a difficult spot as well. His forces were extremely limited. He couldn't find anything on Fujin even when the route hadn't been restricted and had all their members. Doing so now was impossible. The only way was to plant evidence, something Danzo excelled in. Unfortunately, that wasn't easy either. The Anbu watched the route headquarters at all times, just like they watched the Uchiha clan earlier. They documented all the visitors and when the route ninjas left and returned. Hiruzen ensured that there weren't any blind spots, and Shikaku maintained the surveillance in Hiruzen's absence. So, planting evidence was very difficult as well, since the attention could be diverted to him and the route. Not to mention, he didn't have enough information about Fujin and what he had done as compared to Hiruzen and Shikaku, which introduced another element of risk. That was why Danzo needed the assistance of his two former teammates. Unfortunately, despite their differences, they weren't convinced enough to make a move against Fujin. Seeing the futility of continuing to talk, Danzo got up and said, he may not have an ability like Shisui, but his partnership with Akuro is an equally great threat. Though he cannot control Konoha's leadership, he can eliminate it entirely with Akuro's help. Don't let your guard down just because he hasn't directly harmed you yet. Danzo's words lingered in the air as he walked out of the room. Though Danzo's words were grave and Homura and Koharu didn't take them lightly, they didn't take them completely seriously either. As the door closed, Homura sighed. Danzo, he hasn't changed a bit. Instead, his paranoia has increased further. He has also become impatient. Koharu agreed. His words would hold a lot more weight if Akuro had killed any of our important ninjas. However, other than the attack en route, he hasn't interfered with our village. Even in Kumogakure, he didn't kill anyone in a leadership position. It is too soon to say what sort of relationship he has with Fujin, assuming there's one in the first place. Homura nodded and added, "True. However, we need to be careful. With Fujin's tendency to hide his strength and his shrewd mind, it might be too late if we don't keep this in mind, especially if we plan on making him the next Hokage. We have to discuss it with Hiruzen as soon as he wakes up. Though I don't think he'll betray Konoha, the bad feeling I had earlier was too intense. Irrespective of what it is, something about Fujin is off. I just hope it won't be bad for the village." For nearly 3 hours, Tsunade worked continuously to heal the prisoner's soul. For the entire duration, Fujin focused entirely on observing how she healed the soul. Finally, Tsunade stopped radiating her chakra into the prisoner's body and let out a shaky breath. Her shoulders sagged as she straightened up, the strain of the prolonged effort evident in the slight tremor of her hands. Sweat clung to her brow, and her eyes were dulled with exhaustion. She wiped her forehead with the back of her hand and turned her gaze towards Fujin. Squinting her eyes, she asked, "Didn't find anything else to look at?" Needless to say, Fujin's actions were considered impolite. Most ninjas didn't like it when someone else observed their techniques so carefully with the intention of copying them. It was a different thing if it was an old man secretly peeping through a crystal ball, but others weren't usually provided the same courtesy. This was another reason why other ninjas didn't like the ninjas from the Uchiha clan. Fujin's eyes stopped glowing. He shrugged and replied, "What else could I look at? The only other option was looking at you." Tsunade raised an eyebrow and said, "You say as if it's an unpleasant thing." Without missing a beat, Fujin raised an eyebrow and replied, "Of course not. However, doing that for 3 hours would have been beyond impolite, don't you think so? And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Padilsarvesh8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Kalevra, Shreyan, Jonas, Julian, Disa, Kian, and Geisterlos for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 831, The Three Qualities of the Sannin. Chapter 837 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Tsunade's eyes twitched as she thought, "Is he turning this on me?" Sigh, Sensei's shamelessness has rubbed on him too. Even though Fujin's actions were impolite, Tsunade wasn't offended. She was just teasing him, but didn't expect Fujin to respond without a shred of shame or embarrassment. She sighed and asked, "Did you learn anything from observing me?" A helpless smile appeared on Fujin's face as he answered, "Yes. Healing souls is extremely difficult and complicated. To think I wouldn't have a clue after observing you so carefully for nearly 3 hours." Even though Fujin looked at her technique for so long, he still had no idea how to manipulate his chakra as she did to heal souls. It was unlike anything he had ever seen. Even though Fujin was good at healing, yin release and yang release, Tsunade was at a whole different level. Fujin sighed internally. I should have expected this. Had it been easy, Orochimaru would have known it too. After all, he had been her teammate for decades, and his mastery of yin and yang release is greater than mine. Though I don't recall him healing others, he has a jutsu that eliminates all his physical injuries. So, even in healing, he might be better than me, yet he couldn't do anything about losing just his arms. Fujin's gaze fell on the unconscious prisoner, and he recalled, unlike healing the physical body, healing the soul needs a lot of yin chakra while the yang chakra is negligible. However, the way she manipulated yin chakra, it's almost like the difference between a normal Junin using wind release and me using it. Tsunade chuckled at Fujin's expression. She said, "Learn to walk before you run. Healing flesh is merely a small part of medical ninjutsu. Even though you're good at it, you've barely scratched the surface yet." To Tsunade's surprise, Fujin nodded and accepted. "I'm aware. Apart from poisons and healing physical injuries, I'm no different from an ordinary medical ninja. Actually, I might be even worse off than them due to lack of practice. Tsunade thought, not bad. He hasn't let his success get to his head. At the very least, he's aware of his strengths and shortcomings and isn't afraid to accept them. Fujin added, that said, this has intrigued me quite a bit. You haven't completely healed his soul, have you? Though it feels slightly more stable, it is still very weak. In fact, it hasn't even reached the previous step when we were slicing his soul. Tsunade nodded. Yes, healing this soul entirely is impossible, even for me. I'm trying to retrace our steps and rebuild the soul step by step. According to my calculations, I can heal the soul by retracing a couple of steps, bringing it to around 2/5 of the entire soul. Any more, and the soul will feel strain and could collapse, just like the previous one did. The body and the soul will have to realign with each other once again. Once they're in sync, I could try to heal Sensei again. Unfortunately, that'll take around a couple of years to happen. Any subsequent healing will take an even longer time. Tsunade sighed and continued, that's a worry for later. Right now, simply retracing a couple of steps is very difficult too. I'll need 3 sessions for every step. Tsunade stretched and muttered, it's getting quite late, and we have been working the entire day. I'll continue tomorrow. Fujin raised an eyebrow and asked, would it be fine to leave his soul like this? Tsunade nodded. Yes. The only problem is the amount of pain he'll experience. However, that isn't an issue since he's unconscious. While healing Sensei, I'll monitor him myself. As for him, I'll have other medical ninjas keep an eye throughout the night. She looked into Fujin's eyes and said, since I'll only be healing him tomorrow, I won't need your help. Do you still want to come? Without any hesitation, Fujin nodded and answered, yes. Though it won't be used commonly, this seems quite a useful technique, especially if I mess up while using the spirit transformation jutsu. I'd like to learn it. That said, Fujin paused for a moment before continuing. I'm not sure if I can learn it just by observing you, so I was hoping you could guide me. Tsunade chuckled. Of course you won't. All right, I'll give you some tips between the sessions. However, don't get your hopes too high. Even Sensei had failed to grasp it, while Orochimaru barely managed to grab some rudimentary healing technique. That is why he couldn't do anything about his soul. Even though your control over yin release is impressive for your age, you still have a long way to go. Fujin smiled and said, thank you. The two finally split up. Tsunade arranged for a couple of medical ninjas to keep an eye on the unconscious prisoner while thinking, I can see now why Sensei took such a keen interest in him. He is talented like Orochimaru, diligent like me, and shameless like Jiraiya. Those are 3 of our best qualities. Though, knowing Sensei, I'm sure it's his shamelessness that intrigued him. Tsunade chuckled as she wondered what the initial interactions between Hiruzen and Fujin were like. Meanwhile, Fujin returned to his house and thought, not bad. Her nature is consistent with what I remember. Getting her help shouldn't be difficult, assuming I don't bother her when she's pissed. As long as Naruto and Jiraiya aren't around her and she isn't buried under paperwork, that shouldn't be an issue. The only techniques I'd struggle to get from her are the forbidden techniques and that seal on her forehead. Luckily, with my tetragram seal, I don't need her Byakugo seal. In terms of storing chakra, my seal is better. Though I lose out in terms of healing, that isn't an issue either. As for the forbidden techniques... A sly smile appeared on Fujin's face. While Tsunade would become the next Hokage, Hiruzen was still alive. There was no doubt which one had a greater knowledge of forbidden techniques. Fujin had no reason to bother Tsunade with this matter, especially when Hiruzen would no longer have the duties of the Hokage, and the two had such good relations. Luckily, Hiruzen couldn't hear Fujin's thoughts, or he may not want to wake up anytime soon. The next day, Fujin and Tsunade began working again. Tsunade healed the soul for another 3 hours before taking a break and guiding Fujin. At the same time, Naruto and Sasuke finally clashed on the rooftop of the hospital, until Kakashi stepped in and put an end to it. Jiraiya observed the clash as well and thought, he used a shadow clone to complete the Rasengan? Not bad. Though it's rather inefficient, he isn't lacking in chakra. That said, I didn't expect him to throw it at a friend. Is something up between these two? Kakashi lectured Sasuke, who ignored it, instead paying attention to the small hole Naruto made in the water tank and smirked. He jumped off the building and was shocked to see the other side of the water tank, which further fueled his insecurities. Kakashi muttered, "Was it you who taught him that technique? Naruto is too young to handle it. He could have killed Sasuke, even against Akatsuki." Jiraiya immediately called out Kakashi's hypocrisy. "Look who's talking." While Kakashi explained the dynamics between his two students to Jiraiya, Sasuke left towards the new clan compounds of the Uchiha clan, still distraught about how much stronger Naruto's jutsu was. Unlike the original story, the Sound Four were already dead, and Orochimaru didn't dare to send his remaining subordinates to fetch Sasuke. So, after Kakashi had a talk with his student and tried to help Sasuke see what was more important, no one attacked him and manipulated him further. As a result, Kakashi's little lecture was slightly more effective. Sasuke gathered his thoughts before returning to his compounds. As soon as he did, several curious eyes landed on him. Moments later, several small figures rushed towards Sasuke. "Sasuke, are you all right? We were worried for you. What happened? Why were you admitted for so long? Was it that snake again?" The small figures were the orphan Uchiha kids who were spared during the massacre. Though none of them were a ninja yet, nearly everyone had joined the academy. Since he wanted to rebuild the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen had paid special attention to them, ensuring that they received the best possible guidance. Of course, even more attention was paid to ingraining the will of fire into them, to ensure that the new Uchiha clan never followed in the footsteps of the old one. Since Sasuke was the oldest and also the top student of his batch, he was the role model for all of them. Everyone wanted to follow his example. That is why the young kids were distraught when Sasuke was admitted for so long. Sasuke smiled and reassured them, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Are you training properly?" The young kids enthusiastically updated Sasuke on their progress. Their words distracted his mind from the turmoil he had been experiencing. Of course, that wouldn't be for long, as all their parents and older siblings had been killed by his brother, something he could never forget. However, before those thoughts could appear in his mind, an 8-year-old boy mischievously giggled and said, "Sasuke, you don't need to worry about the snake. I doubt he'd ever bother you again." Sasuke was puzzled. He asked, "What do you mean?" The boy continued giggling as he explained, "You didn't hear because it happened while you were asleep." Fujin wiped out Otogakure and Orochimaru scurried away like a rat without daring to face him. Everyone in the village was talking about it for weeks. Sasuke's pupils dilated and his eyes widened. He was caught so off guard by the news that he couldn't hide the shock on his face. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, Patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patilservesh8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Kanan Minority, Emilio, Jacob, Kishore, Nathaniel, and King Warrior for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 832, Sasuke's Choice. Chapter 838 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. In his house, Sasuke sat alone in complete silence, his mind occupied by what he had just learnt. He couldn't believe what the young Uchiha kid said, and even confirmed the same with one of the Anbu ninjas watching over the compound. His shock increased even further. After a few minutes, Sasuke finally gathered himself and thought, "Orochimaru offered me the power to take revenge on Itachi. However, if he ran away without daring to face Fujin, can I trust his words?" The answer was clear. Even though Orochimaru had failed to kill Hiruzen, his performance was still very impressive considering he was in the enemy territory. Though the impression he left on Sasuke was lesser than in the original story, it was still very high. The curse seal also subtly influenced him. However, that impression had now shattered. Orochimaru had failed to protect his village. There was no excuse that Sasuke could accept this time. Fujin had led an army and expelled Orochimaru from the land of rice. The fact that Orochimaru didn't even dare to face him made Sasuke lose all respect for his strength. He muttered, "How could someone who ran away from Fujin make me strong enough to kill Itachi? I doubt he can even kill Itachi himself, let alone give me the power to do so. That said, is Fujin stronger than Itachi?" Sasuke immediately recalled that Naruto was guided by Fujin. His Winjutsus had come from Fujin. While he would never say it openly, Sasuke knew that Naruto's Winjutsus were formidable. Even though they didn't compare to his summoning jutsu, the supercharged Winjutsus were extremely problematic for normal ninjas. Sasuke knew he wouldn't fare any better than Gaara against hundreds of shadow clones spamming supercharged infinite breakthrough jutsu. Unlike the original story, where Naruto was considerably weaker than Sasuke until Jiraiya taught him how to harness Kurama's chakra and the summoning jutsu, the two were more evenly matched due to Fujin's interference. Sasuke had seen how Naruto's strength had grown steadily since the last year in their academy. His strength grew even faster once they graduated, as Fujin taught Naruto stronger Winjutsus and the body flicker jutsu. That was also when Sasuke learned of Fujin's existence, though he hadn't paid any attention to him until Fujin forced Orochimaru to retreat in the Forest of Death. Sasuke couldn't help but wonder, the reason why Naruto, who was at the bottom of the class, suddenly improved should be due to Fujin. However, why did Fujin suddenly take an interest in Naruto and begin training him? Would he also be open to training me? Unknowingly, Sasuke had been completely influenced by Itachi. Unlike his other two students, Kakashi hadn't done a bad job with Sasuke. Other than Naruto, who also received guidance from Fujin and Jiraiya, Sasuke was the one who improved the most among his classmates. The rest couldn't even compare. Yet, after meeting and losing that badly to Itachi, Kakashi's image had taken a heavy fall in Sasuke's eyes. At the very least, he didn't trust Kakashi's capabilities to make him strong enough to get revenge. Not to mention, Kakashi had lost to Itachi as well, just like he was. Since Orochimaru was no longer reliable, Sasuke subconsciously thought of the next option. He thought, Naruto lives in the same compound as him. I may be able to meet him there. Since he had nothing else to do, he quickly left towards Fujin's compound. He was about to reach when he suddenly saw Naruto and hid. He observed, he's hanging with those kids again. If I recall correctly, he had said that they are Fujin's official students. Naruto had returned to continue his training after talking with Sakura for a bit. Monkey, who oversaw their training in Fujin's absence, turned his head and noticed, Uchiha Sasuke? Why is he here? Also, why is he hiding? Sasuke observed the 5 Kiri orphans and thought, weird, why are they of different ages? And why haven't they been enrolled in the academy and instead get trained directly by Fujin? He thought for a bit, but couldn't understand. However, it didn't matter to him. Instead, he wondered how strong they were. Sasuke thought, this is a good chance to see how strong his students are. I can decide whether to approach him or not based on... Huh? Sasuke's eyes popped open as he saw one of the most absurd things. Sasuke immediately activated his Sharingan, but the shock didn't subside. He wondered in shock. What in the hell? How did they disappear out of thin air? It isn't genjutsu unless someone like Itachi casts it. No, even then I could sense that it was a genjutsu. What the hell happened? As Naruto and the rest walked into the training ground, they completely vanished from Sasuke's sight. He had never seen anything like that. He calmed himself and quickly analyzed. They disappeared right when they stepped into the training ground. Something is fishy about it. After contemplating for a bit, Sasuke walked towards the training ground to figure out what was happening. Before he could set foot in it, he suddenly heard, "Looking for something? Uchiha Sasuke?" Startled, Sasuke immediately raised his guard and turned around. To his relief, it was just an Anbu ninja wearing a monkey mask. Sasuke replied, "I saw Naruto and a few others disappearing while going inside the training ground." Monkey replied, This is the personal training ground of Suzuki Fujin. He doesn't like to be spied upon while training. No one can see what is happening in the training ground from outside." Sasuke thought in surprise, "This is his work too?" He quickly asked. "How?" Monkey answered, "Seals. I'm sure you've studied about Fuinjutsu in the academy." Sasuke thought, "Seals? Yeah, we studied about Fuinjutsu, but I never heard about seals being able to do something like this." Seeing Sasuke silent, Monkey asked, "Are you here to meet Naruto?" Sasuke answered, "No, I want to meet Fujin." Monkey replied, "He isn't at home currently." Sasuke immediately asked, "When will he be back?" Monkey thought for a moment and answered, "I can't say for sure. He returned quite late yesterday. If you want to meet him, you should come early in the morning. If you're lucky, you may run into him." Sasuke thanked him and left. As he walked back, he thought, do all strong ninjas have a veil of mystery around them? With Orochimaru, it was his weird body, the snakes, and this curse seal. Fujin's Fuinjutsu is unlike I have ever seen before. And there's that bloodbath. The sight of blood raining down on the arena was still fresh in Sasuke's mind. It was horrifying, disgusting, and nauseating. He thought, I never guessed someone like him could cut down ninjas like grass. Perhaps he could help me get revenge. Naruto continued training, unaware that Sasuke tried to meet Fujin. As for Fujin, he spent the entire day again with Tsunade, observing her healing process and receiving her guidance. While he made no progress in learning how to heal souls, his knowledge of the yin and yang chakra deepened. Fujin yawned lazily as he woke up. Stretching his body, he thought, things will be boring for some time. Tsunade's experiments will run for 8-10 days more before she starts treating Hiruzen. Nothing else interesting is about to happen. Fujin sighed. For the last couple of months, he had been involved in a lot of interesting events, starting from his battle against Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, and ending with the peace talks with Tsunagakure. It had been quite a change in pace from his usual training routine. Returning to the monotony of training felt like stepping into a shadow after basking in the sunlight. Fujin sighed again before starting to freshen up. He thought, oh well, my continuous training sessions are the reason I could go undefeated during this chaotic period. I can't let my guard down so quickly. There are still enemies who are far stronger than what I faced, and I can't even think of the Otsutsuki clan yet. I'll have to endure several more years of such training. Besides, there should be some smaller incidents. The payment from Tsunagakure should arrive soon. I can have some fun with it. Also, Orochimaru is supposed to take Sasuke, though I wonder how he'll do it. Most of his capable subordinates are dead. Surprisingly, Kimimaro also died against Darui and others. That said, I won't be surprised if he still has a few capable subordinates left. I only eliminated his bases in the Land of Grass. He should still have a few bases in other countries. However, even if the Sound Four were alive and healthy, he wouldn't dare to send them here. The Anbu in the Uchiha compound would have killed them. Even if they somehow captured Sasuke outside the Uchiha compound, there is no way they could escape the Land of Fire. Then again, this shouldn't be enough to deter Orochimaru. I wonder what he'll do now. While Fujin freshened up, Naruto saw Sasuke waiting outside the compound. He immediately recalled their battle the previous day and asked, Sasuke, why are you here? Sasuke plainly replied, I have some work. Naruto was surprised. He asked, what work? Sasuke replied, none of your business. Annoyed, Naruto snorted, you must be here to see Fujin. Konohamaru, follow me. We'll meet him first. A tick mark appeared on Sasuke's forehead due to Naruto needlessly competing with him here. Konohamaru and his friends followed Naruto while shouting, wait up, boss! The four of them rushed towards Fujin's house and rang the bell continuously. Fujin, who had just grabbed a bite to eat, gazed towards the door and wondered, this boy, why is he so impatient at this hour? And next chapter, Konoha's premium transportation system. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patilsarvesh8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Darkslayer, Kainalolo, Philip, Slade, Jordan, Raghav, and A for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 833, Konoha's Premium Transportation System. Chapter 839 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. As Fujin walked towards the door, his annoyance increased since Naruto didn't stop ringing the bell. He opened the door and gazed at Naruto. Before he could say anything, Naruto said, Fujin, I finally see you. Can you train me like you said earlier? I want to improve my wind jutsus further. Sasuke, who had just entered the compound, was annoyed even further. Naruto asked what he wanted to ask before him. He didn't want to be stuck with Naruto again. Naruto looked at Fujin with hope in his eyes, but Fujin just looked plainly at him and observed, he sure is full of energy. Very well. Fujin said, it's good that you want to improve. However, your wind jutsus are already quite good. With Rasengan, the summoning jutsu, body flicker jutsus, multi-shadow clone jutsu, and some wind jutsus, you aren't lacking in ninjutsu skills. Unfortunately, there are other areas where you are lacking heavily. Being unbalanced in your skills can be a severe disadvantage, something your enemies will always take advantage of. Naruto was stumped by Fujin's reply. He hadn't expected Fujin to say something like this. He quickly asked, "What areas am I lacking in?" Without a hint of politeness, Fujin answered, "Your genjutsu skills and ability to counter it are non-existent. It is something you should work on immediately. That said, it's better if you make Kakashi work with you on this. The Sharingan is very good at casting genjutsus and will be the best at helping you build resistance against genjutsu. For now, I want you to work on the second area, your body." "My body?" Naruto asked in a confused tone, "What's wrong with my body?" Fujin answered, "Nothing on the surface, but plenty if you dig deeper. For a ninja, genjutsu, ninjutsu, or any other fancy techniques are secondary. The most important thing is how strong your body is. If it's weak, it doesn't matter what else you specialize in. Naruto, your body isn't weak by any means. It is probably the strongest among your peers. Unfortunately, you have little control over it. Your speed is too slow for your physique, and you can't transfer your full strength in your attacks. If you don't correct this, forget about becoming the Hokage. You'll never become a strong ninja." Naruto became very serious. Though Fujin spoke plainly, his words sounded grave to his ears. He immediately asked, "What should I do?" Fujin smiled and said, "Relax your body." Naruto was puzzled but followed Fujin's instructions. Fujin placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder and said, "I'll be busy for the next couple of weeks. Thankfully, I know someone even better than me at this. He'll be very willing to help you." Fear appeared on Naruto's face as he screamed, "Crap! Not again!" Konohamaru's gang nervously watched as Naruto's voice slowly faded away and he flew far away with a mere flick of Fujin's wrist. A shiver passed through their body as Fujin's gaze fell on them. He said, "Shouldn't you three be preparing for the academy? Why do I always see you hanging around here?" Konohamaru immediately said, "The academy is closed for now." Mogi added, "That's right, the vacations have started." Fujin replied, "Oh, well, there is no reason you three shouldn't work on improving your bodies. The earlier you start, the better it'll be. It'll also make your ninja games way more fun. Off you go." Before they could react, Fujin grabbed them by the back of their necks and flung them in the same direction as Naruto. Their screams faded away slowly, just like Naruto's screams. Sasuke was shocked to see this scene. He wondered, what the hell? He just threw them like that. And why do they seem to fly? Wait, Sakura said something. He was spooked as he suddenly heard, "Shouldn't you be in the hospital?" He immediately turned around and questioned, "How did he get behind me?" He tried to answer, "I." Unfortunately, Fujin tiredly sighed and said, "Leave it. I'll send you there. Don't run away this time." Before Sasuke could understand what was happening, he was sent flying just like the rest, though his destination was the Konoha hospital. As he flew, he wondered, what the fuck? I didn't even see him move despite him standing in front of me. How fast is he? Also, what are these winds? How can they forcefully keep me in the air? Sasuke activated his Sharingan to observe the winds. Even though he saw their flow, he couldn't understand how the flow was sustained. He could only let the winds hurl him across Konoha as his Sharingan noticed everyone below looking at him. Fujin turned his head and noticed his 5 students trying to sneak away silently. They stopped as soon as they felt his gaze. Worried they'd be sent flying similarly, Yuji said, "You don't need to throw us. We'll run after Naruto and do the same training that he will." Fujin was amused by their reactions. He said, "Oh, I didn't know you were so enthusiastic to learn from Guy. It seems like you have grown accustomed to my training plans. All right, I'll talk with him to see if he is free to train you. If you somehow survive, you may become splendid ninjas." A smile appeared on Fujin's face. However, neither his smile nor his words comforted his poor students. They shivered involuntarily, wondering, his training is more difficult than Sensei's training routine? What kind of monster is he? Fujin turned his head and said, "Monkey, make their training more difficult today. Ensure that they are ready to endure Might Guy's training." Monkey nervously thought, "Don't tell me he'll make them run around Konoha on their hands." though it'll be good to build their character. We don't want them to be very popular just yet. For most people in Konoha, this morning was like any other. However, a few got to enjoy a strange sight. A man muttered, "Since when did ninjas learn to fly?" The woman beside him asked, "Are you sure they're flying? They're screaming their lungs out. Will they be safe?" The man had no answer. Luckily, an older man replied, "That's Uzumaki Naruto. I had seen him flying this way earlier. He should be fine. However, I never saw those 3 kids fly like this. Isn't that Lord Third's grandson?" In a nearby food stall, Jiraiya sat with his mouth wide open. He rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. He couldn't help but wonder, "They are flying! What in the world?" He squinted his eyes, concentrating chakra in them, and observed, what are those strange winds? It doesn't look like Naruto's controlling them. He trailed their flight path with his eyes and realized, isn't that absurd house in that direction? Did Fujin send them flying? He turned his head and noticed another person flying, albeit on a different path. He thought, that looks like Uchiha Sasuke. However, he's moving towards the center of the village. Why didn't Sensei tell me about this new way of traveling across the village? Though it'll be for a fleeting moment, I can do research from an entirely new angle if I can fly like that. I can get so much new inspiration from a new angle. And I won't even need to run away. Since it was Fujin's work, Jiraiya wasn't too concerned about their safety. He continued eating while imagining the advantages of such a technique. In a training ground, Team Guy suddenly stopped training and turned their heads as they heard a scream. Lee wondered aloud, "Is that Naruto?" Tenten replied, "It is. How is he flying?" Neji observed, "Those winds, what are they?" The 4 saw Naruto crash right next to them. Lee immediately went to check whether he was all right. To his relief, Naruto was unharmed. Lee asked, "Naruto, why are you here? Also, how did you fly?" Naruto muttered, "That's embarrassing. I'll tell you another day." He looked at Guy and said, "Fujin said that I need to improve my control over my body and increase my speed." He became speechless at the massive grin that appeared on Guy's face. He shouted, "Very good. Fujin sent you to the right perso, huh?" Guy turned his head again and saw Konohamaru's group flying towards them. Moments later, they crashed just like Naruto did. Konohamaru got up, dusted himself, and exclaimed, "Incredible! It didn't hurt even a bit." Udon added, "Yeah, I thought we were done for." Neji's eyes twitched as he wondered, what is happening today? Naruto quickly checked up on them and asked, "Why did Fujin send you here?" Mogi answered, "I'm not sure. He said there wasn't any reason for us not to improve our bodies." Her attention went towards Guy, who became very excited. He enthusiastically roared, "They're so full of youth. To come to train at such a time! I'll train everyone. Let your youth explode." The young trio became nervous due to Guy's excitement. Lee became excited as well, while Neji and Tenten couldn't help but feel pity for them. Without asking whether they wanted to train or not, Guy forced Konohamaru, Udon, and Mogi to train alongside Naruto and his students. The guards outside the hospital were startled as Sasuke fell right at the entrance of the hospital. They quickly went to check on him, while raising their guard in case it was an attack. They were relieved to see that it was just Sasuke and he seemed unharmed. Sasuke cursed under his breath. "That bastard! He sent me flying all the way to the hospital without hearing a single word I wanted to say." "What's the commotion here?" Sasuke looked back and saw Yamanaka Yoshi standing behind him. Yoshi observed, "Those winds. Was that Fujin's doing? However, this boy looks fine. Why did he send him here?" Sasuke got up and said, "Nothing. Ignore it." He was already embarrassed at being seen by so many people. He didn't want to pile on to his misery. Unfortunately, Yoshi didn't let him leave. He said, "Hold it there, young man. Why did you come flying here?" "Was it Fujin's work?" Sasuke was surprised that the old man made such an accurate guess. He just nodded, hoping the old man would back off. Unfortunately, Yoshi placed his hand on Sasuke's shoulder and said seriously, "I don't know how he did it, but if Fujin sent you flying here, he must have a reason. Come with me. I'll do a thorough checkup." Sasuke was stunned by the sudden change in Yoshi's behavior. He slapped away Yoshi's hand and said, "I'm all right, old man. Leave me alone." However, Yoshi had no intention of letting such a promising ninja suffer due to his arrogance. He grabbed Sasuke's shoulder again, this time firmly, and showed that his Junin rank wasn't for show. He scolded, "Nonsense. Don't take your health too lightly. It'll only take a few minutes." Against his will, Sasuke was dragged into the Konoha hospital. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Malcolashter, Dragon Taylor, Andre, Gilberto Tremper, Derek, Jacob, JD, N, The Reaper's Shadow, Yuyo, and Dunny for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 834, Mental Trauma. Chapter 840 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Yoshi stared thoughtfully at Sasuke, who became a bit concerned. He asked, "Why are you looking at me like this?" Yoshi answered, "Well, your body is all right. There are no physical injuries. However, you seem extremely tense, showing signs of several types of mental traumas." He thought, he was subject to more intense genjutsu torture than Kakashi, and it was done by none other than his older brother, the person who slaughtered every ninja in the Uchiha clan along with his parents. So, this is inevitable. Even though Lady Tsunade healed him, she can't treat something like this in a short time. Sasuke got off the bed and said, "I told you nothing's wrong with me. I can handle myself." Before he could leave the room, Yoshi shook his head and said, "You're wrong. Though it is often overlooked, the mental health of a ninja is critical considering what we have to go through on a daily basis. If you aren't in the right state of mind, you may make foolish decisions which would not only hurt you, but also your close ones." He let out a sigh, and his following words stopped Sasuke in his tracks. Yoshi continued, "Unfortunately, many ninjas ignore it and end up doing something very foolish. Perhaps that may be a reason why your older brother did something as drastic as he did. If his mental state had been checked, he may not have done what he did." Sasuke turned around and shouted, "You don't know anything about Itachi. He's not some victim of his own mind, but a monster, a cold-blooded murderer who slaughtered my clan without a second thought. Don't try to make excuses for him. He's beyond saving." Sasuke completely lost his cool. However, Yoshi wasn't bothered. On the contrary, he understood Sasuke. He nodded and said, "Perhaps that might be the truth. However, I can't take a risk in you doing something like what he did. While I believe you won't do anything to your remaining clanmates, I can't say for sure that you won't do something that'll harm you." His tone became strict as he stated, "Until I approve your discharge, you'll stay admitted to the hospital. If you try to escape, I'll make a few Anbu ninjas watch over you." Sasuke was stunned. He never predicted his trip to Fujin's house would somehow end up in him being admitted again. Before he could burst out again, Yoshi smiled and said, "You don't need to look at this like a chore. I can feel a burning desire from you to get stronger and get your revenge. Once you improve your state of mind and become calm, your strength will improve rapidly. Let me tell you a secret." He got closer to Sasuke and asked in a soft voice, "You know Konoha's sword, Suzuki Fujin, correct?" Confused, Sasuke nodded. Yoshi said, "He visits me every month to get a complete medical checkup, get rid of any hidden stress forming inside his body, and ensure that his mental state is always at its peak." Sasuke was surprised and wondered, "Fujin also visits him?" Yoshi chuckled internally. Well, he no longer visits every month and has never talked about his state of mind, but Sasuke doesn't need to know that. To strike when the iron was hot, Yoshi quickly added softly, "He also has his students get a similar checkup every month. Your teammate, Naruto, also comes along with them. I'm sure you must have noticed how rapidly his strength has been growing." Sasuke's eyes widened and he thought, "Naruto also comes here. Why didn't he ever mention it? And why didn't Kakashi arrange the same for us?" Yoshi continued, "I don't know if you know how strong Fujin's students are. I'm not entirely sure myself. However, from what I heard, despite not even being official ninjas yet, they're stronger than every genin who participated in the Chunin exams. So don't worry about wasting time here. It'll absolutely be worth it." Finally, Sasuke relented. Yoshi made the necessary arrangements for him while thinking, "Young ones. It's so easy to convince them. The only one who was a pain in the ass was Fujin. That brat not only fooled me, but made me beg him for years. Even when he accepted my offer, he made me regret that I ever offered to teach him. Yoshi had no idea how strong Fujin's students were. While he knew Naruto's strength grew at an insane rate, it had nothing to do with him. In fact, he was completely amazed by his progress. He just said those things to convince Sasuke to stay voluntarily. Fujin had no idea that his random act ended up causing Sasuke to be admitted once again. If he did, he'd be amazed at how accurate Yoshi's actions were. After all, this was the time when Sasuke was supposed to betray Konoha and go to Orochimaru, the one who had killed their leader in the original story. While Fujin went to work with Tsunade, the entire village was talking about flying ninjas. Unlike Naruto and the kids, who were sent flying through the outskirts of the Konoha to another training ground, Sasuke flew right through the most crowded areas. Too many people had seen him, and gossip spread like wildfire. Several ninjas had seen Sasuke flying as well. And they weren't capable enough to connect dots like Jiraiya. So they believed that Sasuke had the ability to fly. The news spread so much that it reached Danzo's ears too. In the Root headquarters, Danzo read a report with a puzzled expression. He thought, Uchiha Sasuke learned how to fly? And he flew across the village to the hospital? Danzo recalled everything he knew about Sasuke. He couldn't remember anything related to him working on a technique to fly. So Danzo couldn't understand how he learnt something so complicated. Danzo analyzed, the ability to fly isn't very rare. Quite a few have succeeded in doing so, most notably the second and third Tsuchikage. However, no one has been able to make a technique that allows hundreds of ninjas to fly, other than those buffoons. If Uchiha Sasuke's technique can be used by others, Konoha's strength will increase by a huge degree. Danzo was tempted to find Sasuke and get the technique from him. However, recalling Itachi's recent visit to Konoha, he dropped any ideas he had. Not to mention, Sasuke was Kakashi's student, someone who was famous for copying jutsus. If the technique could be used liberally, then Kakashi would coordinate with Tsunade to spread the technique among other Konoha ninjas. It was difficult for Danzo to make a political comeback using this matter without making some shady moves, a path cut off by Itachi. Danzo decided, I'll ignore it. Something about this feels off. There's no need to attract negative light at this time. As long as I stay patient, I'll have my chance to turn things around. Unaware of such happenings, Fujin spent the entire day with Tsunade again, improving his understanding of the soul further. Tsunade succeeded in healing the prisoner's soul to the state she wanted. She handed him to a couple of medical ninjas to be kept under observation. Fujin slashed the soul of another prisoner and she started healing it. The next day, before he and Tsunade could start their experiments, they were called by Shikaku. A team had arrived from Sunagakure, led by Tenma Arisa and Yura. They were welcomed by a team led by none other than Hatake Kakashi, unnerving them a bit. Yura thought, to send Kakashi to receive us, they must be on guard against us pulling off a strange move. As they walked to the Hokage building, they attracted hateful gazes from Konoha ninjas and citizens, increasing the pressure on them further. The gazes finally stopped once they entered the Hokage building. The remaining members stayed behind as Kakashi led Yura and Arisa to the Hokage's office. As she followed Kakashi, Arisa thought, truly mending ties with Konoha will take a lot of time and effort. Their people still hate us due to our attack. That said, I'm not sure if the council truly is interested in it. As long as Konoha doesn't attack us until we recover our strength, it'll be good enough. Her thoughts froze as she stepped into the Hokage's office. In the office were the two elders of Konoha, Homura and Koharu, along with 3 clan leaders, Shikaku, Hiashi, and Shibi. However, they weren't the ones who terrified her. Sitting in the Hokage's seat was Tsunade, the slug princess, her eyes staring at the 2 Suna elite Junins. Standing behind her was Jiraiya the Gallant, with a smile on his face. And, standing on one side of the room with his back leaning against the wall, was the Sand Slayer, Suzuki Fujin, his eyes watching their every move closely. If either of them made one false move, they didn't doubt that their heads would roll in the blink of an eye. And, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, OKSBuy, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you. Divine, Chavi, Moleculashter, R2, Dunny, S1N, Browski, Mac in One Piece for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you Ganesh and Parthabon for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 835, More Deals. Chapter 841 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Despite all their experience, rank, and status, Arisa and Yura lost composure for a moment. The sight was just too terrifying. Even so, they quickly gathered themselves and hid their feelings. Of course, everyone in the room had already noticed the change in their expression. Jiraiya thought, not bad. They controlled themselves in under a second. Arisa and Yura respectfully greeted. Lady Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya. At the same time, Yura analyzed. Our fears were true. Tsunade has returned to Konoha too. If we hadn't agreed on a peace agreement, we would have to face Fujin, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kakashi on the battlefield. Just Fujin alone gave us countless headaches. The council had no confidence in our famed desert guerrilla tactics against his army, and our formations were a complete mess as a result of the confusion. If these three had also joined... Yura understood how disastrous a war would have been. While there were several other factors, there was no doubt in his heart that Tsunagakure would have taken a brutal beating at the start of the war. Unlike Yura, who thought of the past, Arisa focused on the present. She analyzed. Tsunade is sitting on the Hokage's seat. She should be the 5th Hokage, unless this is some sort of trickery, though I can't think of a reason why Konoha would do that. More importantly, the 3rd Hokage isn't here. There was no doubt in Arisa's mind that this was a power play by Konoha. There was no need to have the Sanins and Fujin in the room otherwise. Just one of the three would suffice. Arisa concluded, the reports from our spies are true. The 3rd Hokage has made no public appearances since the end of the war. His injuries must be severe. For Tsunagakure, this was good news. If Hiruzen had been hale and hearty, Konoha would be too powerful. It wasn't merely his strength, but the fact that he had been leading Konoha's forces for nearly half a century. His presence alone was a huge morale boost for Konoha forces. Even if he didn't go to the battlefield, Hiruzen's presence inside Konoha was good enough to assure all Konoha ninjas that their loved ones in the village would stay safe, something he proved once again when Orochimaru attacked Konoha. So if he were severely injured or crippled, Konoha would lose more than just a rank S ninja. Arisa glanced towards Fujin for a moment before turning her gaze back to Tsunade. She thought, no, it won't affect their morale much. Their situation isn't like ours. The 3rd Hokage's fall coincided with Fujin's sharp rise. As long as he doesn't fall like the 4th Hokage, Konoha ninjas will revolve around him. Seeing how much power he has been given after our war, this must be Konoha's intention. Perhaps, for all common people and most ninjas, nothing will change. They'll just assume that Fujin stepped into the 3rd Hokage's role. Of course, that isn't entirely accurate. Arisa wasn't a normal ninja. She was a military strategist. She saw things differently as compared to others. For other people, Konoha's top leadership simply changed from Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Tsunade to Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Fujin. It didn't affect their daily lives, as Konoha maintained the same deterrence level. However, Arisa knew that Konoha was far deadlier earlier. Just because no one knew how strong Fujin truly was, didn't mean that he wasn't that strong. On the contrary, that made him a far bigger threat than even Hiruzen and the Sanins, as no strategist could make appropriate plans for him. In addition, Hiruzen's strength hadn't degraded as much as others believed. Arisa thought, these two factors were so big that they messed up all of Orochimaru's calculations and caused him such a heavy defeat. But now everyone knows how strong Fujin is, and the 3rd Hokage's strength will definitely degrade further, though we can't be sure how much. Even though nothing seems to have changed, Konoha lost 2 big hidden cards. They'll have a difficult time replicating such a performance again. That said, Arisa felt helpless. While this information was critical, it hadn't come for free. Tsunagakure had paid a terrifying price, be it in manpower, economy, or political power. They couldn't do anything with this information. Even selling it was pointless, as the other hidden villages couldn't do anything either, and hence wouldn't be willing to pay a substantial amount for the information. Arisa thought, by the time we or anyone else could do anything, who knows how many new hidden cards Konoha would have developed. Even if they don't, the mere prospect of Fujin maturing over the next 5 years is terrifying. Even though the two Sunagakure council members thought and analyzed so much, it happened very quickly. Tsunade gained their attention, asking, I believe you have brought everything as per the agreement. Am I correct? Yura immediately replied and handed several storage scrolls. Shikaku had a few Anbu ninjas accept them and check their belongings after leaving the room and entering safe rooms. Needless to say, they used shadow clones to avoid any loss of life in case Sunagakure did something as absurd as setting traps in them. Just one scroll still remained with Yura. He placed it on the desk and said, This scroll contains 1,000 wind crystals, 250 fire crystals, and 250 earth crystals. The price for the information related to Lord 3rd Kazekage's disappearance. Shikaku glanced at Fujin, who created a shadow clone, which took the scroll and disappeared from the room. A minute later, Fujin received the memories and nodded. Shikaku handed Yura a scroll. He immediately opened it and read it along with Arisa. Their eyes immediately widened in horror. Arisa muttered in shock. Sasori did it? Others in the room were keenly watching them. Other than Fujin, Shikaku, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, no one knew what was in the scroll. While it would be discussed in the council later, they were curious to know. Needless to say, all of them were surprised as well. Homura thought, so, it was one of them after all. Yet, they blamed us and started a stupid war. Arisa glanced at Fujin and asked, her voice quivering, Is everything here true? Did he have Lord Third's human puppet that can use magnet release? Fujin nodded, without entertaining her much. It was very easy for someone like her to understand the importance of this information. Fujin didn't need to emphasize it. Besides, it wasn't like Sunagakure would pay more if he provided a detailed analysis. Arisa bitterly thought, what a bloody mess. There were some murmurs about getting Sasori back and appointing him the next Kazekage. Though it was highly unlikely to make him the 5th Kazekage, the council would have been willing to pay any price to make him come back to the village. Arisa sighed. While Fujin's information had saved them from a huge headache, it created more headaches too. Other than Chiyo, Sasori was the only rank S ninja who grew up in Sunagakure. Until new rank S ninjas rose from the younger generations, Sunagakure wouldn't have an active rank S ninja. Not to mention, Chiyo's reputation would fall heavily due to her grandson's actions. She'd be unable to help much in restoring their strength if everyone looked at her with suspicion. Worse, there will be distrust among the Sunagakure ranks, especially toward the puppeteers. However, it showed that Sunagakure needed to take the security of their Kage way more seriously. Arisa said, Thank you for the information. It is worth the price. Please don't take this as me being impolite, but this is very important for my village. Do you have any hard evidence to prove this? Fujin raised an eyebrow and asked, Do you expect me to provide you with the human puppet of the 3rd Kazekage? Just find Sasori and beat him up until he is forced to use this card. Fujin shrugged. Arisa wasn't surprised by his response. Yet she sighed and muttered, Understandable, I apologize. Could you tell us the other 6 rank S ninjas you fought alongside Sasori? A smile appeared on Fujin's face as he answered, Sure, if you can afford it. Don't expect a discount this time, as I don't think this information is essential for Sunagakure's survival. Arisa felt awkward while Shikaku shook his head and thought, We've already squeezed them all we could. They can't pay anymore. A shame. It could have been interesting to watch. With Fujin in no mood to do charity, Arisa and Yura could only continue with their task. They handled most of their official duties before being led back by Kakashi to wait until the Anbu were done checking all the remaining scrolls. In the Hokage office, Tsunade muttered, They were very cooperative. I didn't think I'd see Sunagakure be so humble. Jiraiya chuckled, It just shows how catastrophic their losses were. Tsunade nodded. Sunagakure's position wasn't something anyone would envy. They were unlikely to be a threat for several years. Koharu suddenly said, This is the first time someone made a deal that benefits just a single person instead of the village. Everyone's attention turned towards Fujin. Shikaku sighed internally. Does she need to keep poking him? Fujin was surprised as well. He didn't expect to be attacked without any provocation. He glanced back at Koharu and asked, "Really? I need to check our former agreements once. Besides, what do you mean by not benefiting the village? If not for me, you'd have settled for a third of what Tsunagakure paid the village today." The only reason why Tsunagakure agreed to such terms was that Fujin marched on their country. Konoha had already benefited a lot due to Fujin, be it from Tsunagakure's reparations or Kusagakure's mission. Everyone in the council was aware of this. Of course, that wasn't enough to make Koharu back down. Her discussion with Danzo had alarmed her way too much. She shook her head and said, "Those two matters are different. Doing what you're now will set a dangerous precedent. It'll be problematic for the village in the future if everyone selfishly just thinks of them instead of the village." Fujin replied, "The only thing that is dangerous is the inability of some people to focus on the larger picture and compete within our ranks while missing out on more gains for the village. If your vision is so narrow, Elder Koharu, I'd recommend you resign from your seat on the council." Fujin's words were just as merciless as Koharu's. While Koharu targeted his nature, he targeted her competence. As someone who had been an elder for so long, Koharu was immediately offended. She icily asked, "What do you mean?" Fujin ignored her, turned his gaze towards Shikaku and asked, "Do we have any underground means of contacting Kumogakure and Iwagakure?" Shikaku nodded. They had been created and maintained by Danzo, and they later fell into Shikaku's hands. Fujin said, "Good, sell them this information. Set the price at minimum 1,000 elemental crystals of any element so that they don't think it's fake." AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Pelsarvesh 8 KSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Philip, Win, and Arachi for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 836, Experienced Schemers. Chapter 842 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Sell the information regarding the third Kazekage's death to Iwagakure and Kumogakure? Hiyashi was intrigued. He analyzed for a few moments and realized, yeah, why not? Even though this has nothing to do with them, they would be curious to know how someone that strong suddenly went missing. To ensure nothing similar happens to their Kai, they'd be willing to spend a fortune. The information isn't useless either, as they'll take Sasori way more seriously. To think he not only killed the third Kazekage, but transformed him into a human puppet that can use the magnet release. After Orochimaru's Edo Tensei, he may be the greatest threat. Hiyashi understood how troublesome it would be if Sasori could transform a few more Kekkei Genkai users into human puppets. So did the rest. Shikaku thought, I had the same thought, but didn't think he'd recommend it himself. Shibi said, before you sell the information further, I think it's time that the council is made aware of the developments too. While Shibi didn't mind Fujin keeping it a secret until he got paid, not informing the council properly any further was insulting. Fujin casually replied, there isn't much. I'm sure you've guessed most of it by now. My army ran into Sasori and Deidara in the land of rice. During our battle, he used the third Kazekage's human puppet. The rest is just our speculation. So you did run into Akatsuki, Homura exclaimed. He quickly added, the mission reports didn't say anything about it. Fujin nodded. It was quite unexpected. I also gained a lot of information other than the third Kazekage, though we aren't completely sure of it. But if our fears are true, we may have a hidden danger. The mood in the room changed. Koharu's words were completely ignored by everyone. While it was true that no one ever made such deals to gain personal benefits as Fujin did, deals were frequently made by clans, even the smaller ones. Considering the youngsters living in Fujin's compounds, his actions could also be interpreted as him looking out for them. Koharu understood this as well. She was merely fishing for trouble due to her conversation with Danzo. With no one backing her and everyone focusing on the new information, she stopped pushing. Instead, she asked, how long will you be keeping secrets from the council? If something that important happened, the council should be informed immediately. Fujin didn't reply and instead looked at Shikaku. Shikaku sighed and muttered, "I wanted to wait until Lord Third woke up. However, it looks like that will take some time. All right, let's convene a council meeting immediately. I could use some help in handling this matter." With Kakashi keeping an eye on the Tsunagakure ninjas, they didn't have much reason to worry. They left Eagle in charge of confirming the contents of the storage scroll, while the council members gathered in the council room. Tsunade occupied Hiruzen's seat, while Jiraiya grabbed a seat as well. Of course, the civilian members weren't informed about the meeting. Fujin informed the council about his clash with Sasori and Deidara, along with his discoveries about the third Kazekage. Inoichi grumbled. "Sasori, he seems almost as troublesome as Orochimaru." Choza asked, "How did the battle end? Did they escape?" Fujin replied, "Not quite. Another Akatsuki member interfered. I believe he may have been the one behind the Nine Tails incident years ago." Other than Tsunade and Jiraiya, who were already briefed by Shikaku, every single council member was shocked. No one expected Fujin to solve one, let alone two major mysteries. The ones who were most shocked were the two elders. Homura thought, wasn't it the Uchiha clan? Koharu wondered, were we mistaken? Was it outside interference all along? However, who could be strong enough to defeat Minato and control the Nine Tails? Fujin passed the same information to the council that he did to Shikaku, connecting the dots as he spoke. Even though there wasn't any solid evidence, every single member of the council was convinced that Fujin's analysis was accurate. While Fujin spoke, Shikaku subtly observed Koharu and Homura. He had a strong hunch that the elders had something to do with the Uchiha massacre. He wanted to see if their expressions would change on realizing that they had wrongly targeted the Uchiha clan. Unfortunately, he was left disappointed. Koharu and Homura had excellent control over their expressions. They didn't give a single clue to Shikaku. Of course, while they maintained perfect control of their expressions, their inner minds were a mess. Homura thought, as we suspected, it was a Uchiha. However, he shouldn't have anything to do with the Uchiha clan, or Itachi wouldn't have succeeded. We wrongly judged the Uchiha clan. Homura sighed internally. Koharu felt the same. Their misjudgment had proved to be extremely costly for Konoha. Konoha lost their strongest clan, a rank S ninja, and two extremely promising young ninjas who became rank S ninjas in their teens due to that debacle. Homura and Koharu didn't dare to speak out aloud. However, others weren't shy. Tsume directly said, "The Uchiha clan was mistreated wrongly." Everyone in the room knew that the Uchiha clan had been relocated to the outskirts of the village and monitored all the time for years. Their discontent now seemed justified. Their gazes turned towards the two elders who were among the decision-makers to implement that. Homura sighed and muttered, "The Uchiha clan was schemed against." He acted in such a way that all suspicions led to the Uchiha clan. The thought of such a terrifying Uchiha living outside Konoha didn't even cross our minds. The Uchiha clan should be unaware as well. Koharu immediately added, "Considering that Itachi joined the Akatsuki after massacring the Uchiha clan, this masked ninja may have played a role in the massacre as well. However, it is difficult to say whether he actively participated or just manipulated young Itachi." Fujin glanced at the two old schemers and thought, as expected of these geezers, they immediately diverted the blame towards Obito and the Akatsuki. No one would even suspect them because of how absurd the order given to Itachi was. Hiashi said, "There's nothing we can do about the past. We need to focus on the future. This mysterious Uchiha and the Akatsuki pose a grave threat to our village. If he can really use Izanagi on top of having such a powerful space-time ninjutsu, he's a grave threat to every Konoha ninja. I doubt our clans would fare any better than the Uchiha if they target other clans." Hiyashi's words brought everyone back to a bitter truth. They couldn't ensure their safety. Other than Fujin, only Tsunade and Jiraiya had confidence in surviving Obito's attack. The clan leaders would be completely helpless. They could only find solace in the fact that he hadn't made a direct move for over a decade. Inoichi asked, "Did you think of any counters for him, Shikaku?" Shikaku sighed and answered, "It is difficult. I have never heard of such an ability. Though I have thought of several countermeasures, none is foolproof. We can't even bait him to eliminate him due to how slippery his ability is." He paused and looked around the room before adding, I was hoping Lord Third could think of something. However, since he hasn't woken up yet, I hope some of you can give me better ideas. The council meeting suddenly turned into a brainstorming session where new and unique ideas were put forth to target Obito. Unfortunately, Fujin shot most of them down. The ones he didn't were shot down by others before he had a chance to say anything. They were either not comprehensive enough, implementable, or couldn't be implanted over a large scale. In the end, they couldn't decide on any good idea despite spending several hours. Fujin wasn't really surprised. They had minimal information on Obito's ability, and his ability was truly broken. Jiraiya shook his head and said, "We'll just have to wait until Sensei wakes up." Tsunade sighed and added, "This ability is too strange. To become intangible for a long time, I doubt Sensei has a way either." No one opposed her. The only way they could agree on was to kill Obito before he targeted them. Unfortunately, that wasn't a cakewalk either. Suddenly, Fujin said, "Well, if we can't do anything about him, we can only hope others can do so." Tsume asked, "Others? Who do you mean?" Shikaku's eyes twitched as he muttered, "Don't tell me." The entire council was left dumbfounded as Fujin chuckled and said, "Yeah, let us sell this information too. Next chapter later tonight." AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon, link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSBuy, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Happy FW, Ike, Matthew, Susu, Nathaniel, Bethel of God, Mark, YHBA, Ali Reza, Shadow, and Miss Like Me for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 837, Misunderstanding. Chapter 843 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Yeah, let us sell this information too. The entire council looked at Fujin weirdly. Other than Shikaku, not a single person expected Fujin to say something like this. Even Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at Fujin in a new light. Fujin explained, "Kumogakure and Iwagakure will pay a high price to learn about a threat that could kill their Kage or kidnap their Jinchuriki. We could even blame him for kidnapping Han. Even though Sunagakure has been wrung dry, they should still fork up more resources to learn of such a threat. The only disappointment is that it's unlikely for either faction in the Land of Water to pay anything due to their state." None of the council members paid much attention to his words. Once Fujin suggested the idea, they immediately realized the pros and the cons. Their mind was still stuck on how absurd the idea was. Yet, somehow it made complete sense. Under normal circumstances, no village would sell information that was this critical. They would instead wait for Obito to cause some harm to other villages, indirectly making Konoha's position stronger. However, the four great villages didn't pose a threat to Konoha for the time being. None of them were in a position to launch a huge war. Conversely, Akatsuki felt like a greater threat. So, it was logical to sell such information despite its absurdity. Understanding the threat such a ninja would pose, Konoha could demand a higher price than the third Kazekage's information. It was just that Fujin proposed this idea, someone who hadn't had much exposure to business, as opposed to the clan leaders and elders, who handled several financial matters for their respective factions. Tsunade couldn't help but think, this boy, his thought process is completely different from that of a normal youngster. What did he go through to find opportunities in such vague and unrelated matters? No. That's not what this weird feeling is. I understand now. He's treating these deals as a way to extort resources from other villages. He's a few steps ahead of Sensei in this aspect, though I can't say whether it is a good thing. Jiraiya noticed the same thing while the remaining council members got a glimpse of what evoked Hiruzen's interest in Fujin. Shikaku thought, I had heard tales of him extorting the old man during graduation and his Chunin exams. No wonder he pushed so much to bring Fujin into the council and on negotiation teams. He just wanted other villages to experience what he had to. For a moment, Shikaku was worried that the next great war might start when Fujin overdid on such matters. He could only pray that he'd be retired from official duty by then. Hiromasa suddenly chuckled and said, Not bad. What we received from Kusagakure and Sunagakure is already enough to recover from our losses. If we can make Iwagakure and Kumogakure pay a heavy price, it'll be a good boost to help us improve our forces to the next level." With Hiromasa breaking the ice, several others chuckled as well. Sume said, "Indeed, this is a good idea." Inoichi added, "We must make this a high priority." Hiyashi replied, "I agree, but we shouldn't be impatient. Otherwise, they'll suspect something fishy and may not be prepared to pay a high price. We need to first build trust by selling the third Kazekage's intel." The entire council, consisting of several respected people, began discussing how to extract the maximum price from other villages like a group of bandits. Suddenly, Koharu coughed and said, "You are putting the cart in front of the horse." Everyone's gaze turned towards her. She looked at Fujin and said, "You took all the elemental crystals Tsunegakure gave in exchange for the information about the third Kazekage. Do you want to do the same again?" Fujin thought, "Well, I wasn't planning to take any. But if she is asking me so kindly, refusing would be rather impolite." Luckily or unluckily for Koharu, Tsume spoke before Fujin could open his mouth. That wouldn't be appropriate. The deal with Tsunegakure is a different matter. Fujin's actions were the reason why they capitulated so easily. The deal related to the third Kazekage was just a cherry on top. We can't treat every case similarly. The more appropriate action would be to give him 25%, as we do when a clan contributes majorly to a particular task. Tsume wasn't present in the Hokage office when Koharu tried to lecture Fujin for being greedy. So, she didn't know Koharu's intentions, and assumed that Koharu wanted Fujin to get a fair share, since nearly all the work had been done by him. Of course, it was strange to see Koharu looking after Fujin despite their disagreements in Fire Capital, but Tsume had seen stranger things. In politics, benefits frequently outweighed petty squabbles. Quite often, council members who were on the opposite sides joined hands if both their factions benefited. Tsume merely assumed that this was one of those cases. She didn't want the Inuzuka clan to lose out on their share of the fortune Konoha was about to earn. Since the other clans would have similar thoughts, Tsume wasn't afraid to speak her mind. Koharu immediately understood. "She misunderstood me." Koharu quickly said, "However, he is only one ninja." Koharu wanted to say that Fujin was alone without any clan. As such, he shouldn't be treated as a clan, and the benefits he got should be substantially lower. Unfortunately, she was cut off by Inoichi, who said, "That's incorrect. He is looking after over 100 orphans from the Land of Water. In the future, they'll be a huge part of our Anbu. Even though it isn't official like the clans, it is more or less a faction, and Fujin is the de facto leader." Much like Tsume, he was afraid Koharu and Fujin had reached some sort of deal behind the scenes. He didn't even let her make an argument. Koharu wanted to respond, but Hiromasa said, "Actually, that's not completely fair. The clans, even the smaller ones, get resources from the village every year. Fujin's faction doesn't receive any such budget, though the kids are being trained by the Anbu trainers. To make things fair, we should give Fujin a bigger share of this deal, or assign his faction resources just like clans get." Without wasting a breath, Inoichi said with a smile, "With the way those kids are growing, the latter is inevitable. We should make it official now." More than the orphans, it was Fujin's growth that was extremely overwhelming. While they would look out for their interests, none of the clan leaders wanted to oppose Fujin if they could avoid doing so. Inoichi knew it was just a matter of time before his faction received a similar status as the ninja clans. In the past, Danzo, Homura, and Koharu had developed their clans substantially when they gained fame and strength, so he expected Fujin to do the same at some point in the future. The loss of Fujin taking some of their resources was insignificant compared to the gains from selling the information. Inoichi didn't need any time to calculate. Choza nodded. That is reasonable. I agree with Inoichi." Tsume and Hiromasa agreed too, while the rest kept watching the scene in disbelief. The rest had seen Koharu and Fujin clash in the Hokage's office. They knew Koharu wanted to ensure that Fujin didn't get anything, and not the opposite. Yet, Fujin's faction now somehow had the support of 4 clan leaders. Koharu was completely at a loss of words, while Homura failed to understand how things reached such a stage. Fujin was surprised as well. He never anticipated such a thing. For once, he was being selfless until Koharu decided to poke him. However, even before he could counter her, Tsume, Inoichi, and Hiromasa worked together to make the village pay him a neat little sum. With a smile on his face, Hiromasa asked, "What do you think, Fujin? Is this acceptable?" Naturally, Fujin didn't have any problem with such a deal. Though he could push for more benefits, it wouldn't have made any difference to him. Besides, he wasn't planning to take anything initially. As such, he could only nod. With him having the support of 4 clan leaders, the remaining 3 had no option but to go along with this arrangement despite knowing what was truly happening. With 7 clan leaders supporting him and Tsunade not showing any opposition, there was nothing Koharu could do or say to clear up the confusion. Homura looked in confusion as he wondered what the hell happened here. If you can, then please support me on Patreon, link patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, paddlesarvesh8 at OKSB, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Michael, Brian, and Frederick for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 838, Fujin's Surprise. Chapter 844 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Over half of the council members watched in confusion as Fujin became the official leader of a new faction in Konoha and gained a clan-like status. Due to a variety of reasons, none of them could step in and put a stop to it. In the end, they could only accept it. Fujin looked at Koharu, thinking, I misjudged her. She isn't as magnanimous as Hiruzen or Sasori, but she isn't too bad either. I still recall how adamantly Hiruzen denied my request to get elemental crystals for the orphans or other civilian ninjas. The only way they could have access to them was through the Anbu. However, Koharu sidestepped him with such ease, as expected of an experienced politician. Seeing Fujin smiling at her annoyed Koharu even further. Unfortunately, she could only swallow her rage and regret how she had framed her question. The council discussed how to sell the information to Iwagakure, Kumogakure, and even Tsunagakure before discussing other general matters. After the meeting, Fujin and Tsunade returned to the torture and interrogation department and continued their experiments. Over the course of the next week, Tsunade healed the souls of 3 more prisoners. During this time, Guy trained Naruto, Konohamaru, Udon, and Mogi along with his students. Needless to say, the 3 kids regretted following Naruto towards Fujin's house. Initially, Naruto struggled as well, but thanks to his unique physique, he quickly adjusted to it and experienced small but noticeable gains in no time. As for Sasuke, Yoshi kept him in the hospital, worrying the remaining Uchiha orphans once again. In the torture and interrogation department, Tsunade sighed tiredly. Finally, it's done. Fujin nodded, thinking, impressive. All 4 souls were healed accurately, as per her plans, without causing any further harm. In addition, she improved considerably during the 2nd and 3rd healing. Though there wasn't much improvement during the 4th healing, it just shows that she has reached close to perfection. There shouldn't be any accidents with Hiruzen. Fujin asked, Is it time to heal the old man? Or do you want to improve further? Tsunade replied, Improving any further will be a long process with no end. This is enough. I'll heal Sensei tomorrow. You should come too in case there's any disturbance. Eat a soldier pill as I'll heal him continuously until he wakes up. The only breaks we'll take are the ones his soul needs. Her tone was very serious. Fujin nodded. I'll be there. Early the next morning, Fujin and Tsunade met on the top floor of Konoha Hospital. Due to Fujin's intel about Obito's abilities, the security had been increased further. Not only had the number of Anbu squads increased, but a couple of elite Junins were also stationed permanently. In addition, Jiraiya also occasionally kept an eye. Entering the room, Tsunade ordered, Until I leave the room, allow no one to enter or even knock on the door. Is that understood? The Anbu captains immediately answered, Understood. Tsunade added, Good. Secure the perimeter. Everyone flickered out, leaving only Fujin, Tsunade, and Shizune in the room along with the unconscious Hiruzen. Without wasting any time, Tsunade got to work. Outside the room, the people in Konoha continued their work as usual. However, everyone could feel a sense of unease, as if the air had been oppressive. Sasuke, who was a few floors below Hiruzen's room, wondered, What is happening today? Why are there so many Anbu ninjas monitoring the area? Since Hiruzen was being healed and Tsunade didn't want any disturbances, the entire village was on high alert. While most didn't know what was happening, Shikaku had deployed thousands of ninjas, including Jiraiya, to ensure nothing unexpected happened. Fortunately, there were no accidents. Tsunade healed Hiruzen for an entire day with just 2 breaks to allow Hiruzen's soul to adjust. Wiping off the sweat on her forehead, she placed her palm on Hiruzen's chest. Shizune and Fujin carefully watched as they understood that she was almost done. As her chakra entered Hiruzen's body, his eyes suddenly snapped open. His eyes landed on Tsunade, and a weak smile appeared on his lips. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. The process had been a success. Looking at Hiruzen, Tsunade muttered, "You went too far this time, sensei." Hiruzen sat up with Shizune's help and replied with a chuckle, "Unfortunately, I'm no longer young. I could only place my trust in your abilities. Since I have regained consciousness, I was right to do so." Tsunade's expression dulled as she said, "Stop putting up a strong front. You know you haven't recovered entirely. Only 20% of your soul was left. Even with my skills, your soul could only recover to 33%. Recovering it any further will take a lot of time." Tsunade sighed. Though Hiruzen put up a brave face, everyone in the room knew how much pain he was bearing at that moment. Orochimaru, who was merely missing his arms, suffered tremendously. The pain Hiruzen was experiencing couldn't be put into words. Hiruzen smiled again and said, "It's fine. Being alive after summoning the god of death is good enough." He turned his gaze towards Fujin and teased, "I didn't expect to see you so surprised. Didn't expect my old bones to survive?" Fujin replied, "No, I knew you'd wake up. It's just that I overheard Shikaku-san saying that you won't wake up until someone becomes the 5th Hokage. I didn't expect him to be wrong." Fujin's words stunned the 3 ninjas in the room, especially Hiruzen, who was so surprised that he missed a breath and began coughing violently. Tsunade and Shizune immediately helped him while glaring at Fujin. Tsunade scolded, "Fujin, now is not the time for Joe." Before she could complete her sentence, Hiruzen asked while breathing deeply, "What do you mean? Has the 5th Hokage not been appointed yet?" Tsunade and Shizune were left speechless by Hiruzen's worries. The old man was more worried about being forced to take the reins again than about his fragile soul and health. They had a feeling that Hiruzen would refuse to ever leave this room if the next Hokage wasn't appointed. Shizune quickly said, "Lord Third, don't worry. Lady Tsunade has accepted the position of the 5th Hokage." Fujin chuckled and added, "And Shikaku has been the acting Hokage in your absence, so you can relax." Hiruzen was relieved and surprised at the same time. He thought, Tsunade returning to the village and accepting responsibility after acting for so long is already a surprise. To think that Shikaku would accept such a troublesome job. What happened when I was unconscious? Before he could ask, Tsunade said, "I suppose you're already aware of the consequences of having an injured soul." Hiruzen nodded. "My reserves will fall drastically and I won't be able to control my chakra as usual. I'll need to train my chakra control again and relearn how to manipulate my chakra with a shattered soul. It's unlikely I'll ever regain my former strength, but I'll relearn the Reaper Death Seal in case Orochimaru attacks us with the Edo Tensei Jutsu again." Tsunade frowned and asked, "You plan on taking a dozen rank S ninjas simultaneously despite your condition?" Hiruzen chuckled and said, "Don't worry. Even though Orochimaru's Edo Tensei was very formidable, it has one weakness. Summoning more dead ninjas increases the pressure on his soul. He could barely even move. With his soul injured, it is unlikely he'll ever be able to control that many rank S ninjas simultaneously. As long as his soul doesn't recover completely, we don't need to worry." Fujin asked, "Isn't his knowledge of souls very deep? What are the chances that he heals his soul?" Hiruzen's expression became serious. If Orochimaru regained his strength, Konoha could face another calamity, and Hiruzen wouldn't be able to save Konoha the next time. Hiruzen sighed and answered, "It is difficult. Very difficult. Unfortunately, I can't say for sure. Did he approach you?" Tsunade nodded. He claimed he had other means to heal himself. However, I don't think they can heal his soul completely. Otherwise, he wouldn't have approached me. Hiruzen agreed. "We can only hope that is the case." Fujin muttered, "Oh well, if luck is with us, he may run into me at some point before he completely recovers." "You should rest now, Grandpa. Leave the troubles to us, unless you plan on returning back to the Hokage's seat. He immediately earned a glare from Hiruzen. Hiruzen warned, "Don't underestimate him just because he is injured. This is a good time to kill him, but he'll fight back with all his hidden cards. We still don't know if he has any more capable subordinates or allies." Tsunade chuckled. "Otogakure is no more, and Orochimaru is on the run. I wouldn't be too worried if he runs into Fujin." Surprise appeared on Hiruzen's face again. He asked, "What happened when I was unconscious?" "AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, w.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patils at OKSBI, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Travis, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more, support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 839, The Most Valuable Resource. Chapter 845 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hiruzen was left in shock when he heard of the various events that had happened. From Kusagakure accepting the most unfair agreement he ever saw, Fujin setting fire to Otogakure and marching on Tsunagakure, to solving the long unresolved mysteries surrounding the deaths of Minato and the third Kazakai, Hiruzen didn't anticipate either of those events occurring. What shocked Hiruzen most was that Fujin supposedly killed the masked Uchiha from the Akatsuki. He thought, from his description, he sounds just like the person Itachi mentioned in his first report. Though he didn't know the masked ninja's abilities, Itachi had the same thoughts as Fujin as well. Unfortunately, he mentioned his existence to me after the Uchiha massacre had taken place. It was already too late. More absurdly, he claimed that person was Uchiha Madara. Hiruzen wasn't sure what to make of Itachi's report. Since Itachi didn't report his abilities, his speculations weren't as convincing as Fujin's. Since he claimed the masked ninja to be Uchiha Madara, the report lost more credibility in Hiruzen's eyes. Hiruzen thought, even if I somehow entertain the absurd thought of Madara fooling Lord First and somehow surviving till now, how can I even explain Madara being forced to use Izanagi to survive against Fujin? It was not that Hiruzen looked down on Fujin, but Madara's power was too out of the world. Even though he was called the god of shinobi, Hiruzen knew he wouldn't last more than a few minutes against Madara, even in his prime. He fully understood how terrifying Madara and Hashirama were. So, the thought of Fujin killing Madara was beyond absurd for Hiruzen. So was the thought of Madara rescuing the likes of Sasori and Deidara. Hiruzen analyzed, while I'm sure he isn't Madara, his ability is extremely peculiar and troublesome. To become intangible at will. Only techniques equivalent to Fujin's wind domain can counter it effectively. The other ways that could allow us to fight him equally should be Senjutsu, which increases the ninja's awareness and sensitivity, and other space-time techniques like Sensei's Flying Thunder God. Hiruzen felt a headache. Obito's ability was just too absurd. Having Izanagi on top of it was simply disgusting. "Are you fine, Lord Third?" Seeing Hiruzen lost in thoughts, Shizune became worried and asked, snapping him out. Hiruzen nodded and said, "I am. You've done an excellent job, Fujin. I couldn't have done it better myself." Fujin chuckled. "Told you not to worry too much." Hiruzen smiled. For a moment, he felt joyful that the long hours he put into guiding Fujin were finally showing results. Unfortunately, that feeling lasted just for a fleeting moment as Hiruzen wondered in confusion. That's strange. Since when did he become so compassionate? Is it because I'm injured, or is he playing something? Hiruzen wanted to believe the answer was the former, but his experiences with Fujin made him more than a bit worried. He could only find relief in the fact that Fujin hadn't put a new problem on his head yet. Even though Hiruzen woke up, his health was still fragile. Tsunade did all she could to help Hiruzen recover as much as he could in a few hours. Thanks to her efforts, Hiruzen was no longer confined to the bed and began walking around. Tsunade finally tasked several veteran medical ninjas to take care of his further treatment. The news of Hiruzen getting better spread through Konoha like wildfire. The entire village rejoiced and celebrations broke out. The celebrations continued into the next day as Tsunade officially accepted the post of the Hokage and was appointed the 5th Hokage. While everyone had heard rumors, the Konoha ninjas were relieved to see it happening officially. Not only was it good for Konoha's leadership, but it also meant the best medical ninja would permanently reside in Konoha. It was a massive boost to their morale. Of course, the one who rejoiced the most was none other than Hiruzen. The hat had finally been passed. The second happiest person was Shikaku, who was forced to be the acting Hokage even after Tsunade returned. While he couldn't retire like Hiruzen, he desperately wanted a complete sleep along with his morning, afternoon, and evening naps. As soon as the ceremony was done, he handed over all the paperwork and other tasks to Tsunade. Tsunade's expression darkened as she noticed his impatience and delight. Shizune awkwardly thought, "It's almost as if he can't wait to run away." Shikaku began leaving when Tsunade suddenly said, "Hold it." Shikaku stopped and asked, "Is there anything else, Lady Tsunade?" Tsunade replied, "There is." She glanced at her Anbu guards and ordered, "Activate all the seals. Don't disturb us unless it is something important." The Anbu guards followed her command, and within moments, the Hokage's office was under lockdown, leaving just Tsunade, Shizune, and Shikaku in the room. Before Shikaku could ask anything, Tsunade turned around, sat in her chair, opened a drawer, and withdrew a tokuri. Shizune dumbfoundedly wondered, "When did lazy Tsunade put alcohol there?" Tsunade calmly poured the alcohol into her ochoko, looked at Shikaku and said, "Out with it. Tell me about Fujin's mission record and every other crazy thing he did to gain Sensei's interest and trust. Also, tell me why Jiraiya was so reserved while talking about him." Her words immediately piqued Shizune's interest. She thought, the story of the infamous spectral swordsman? This should be entertaining. No wonder she brought out her sake. Unlike Shizune, Shikaku's face fell. He sighed and muttered, "I'll be here all day." Sitting in his basement, Fujin observed several open scrolls in front of him, each containing information about the human soul. Nearly all of the scrolls were handed to him by Tsunade, with the last one being the one where he was writing down his observations and analysis. Fujin studied the information for a long time before letting out a sigh. He thought, no matter what it is, I need a crazy amount of time if I have to become competent in it. Just when I was done with Flying Thunder God, Wind Jutsus, Spirit Transformation Jutsu, Fuin Jutsu, and even the 8 Inner Gates to an extent, and thought I could relax a bit, I am already swamped with so many new projects. I have to recreate the lightning chakra mode from the 3rd Raikage's scroll I stole from Kumogakure, and also learn how to infuse more yang and yin chakra into lightning based on his notes and Sakumo's lecture. I'll have to see whether I can do something similar with wind, too. Yin-yang manipulation goes far deeper than I initially thought. The techniques I saw Hiruzen, Orochimaru, and Sakumo using were far more advanced than mine. I'll have to spend a substantial amount of time to advance my jutsus similarly. Then there's the new stream of Fuinjutsu that the Jashin followers use. Unfortunately, I haven't had much of a breakthrough there yet. Luckily, I might be able to convince Hiruzen or Tsunade to give me the Edo Tensei Jutsu now. Once I reanimate Ketsueki and read his memories, I should finally have my breakthrough. That said, I feel that mastering it would take even longer than normal Fuinjutsu. I also have to continue working on recreating Scorch Release. I'm only a step away, but I have been unable to take that final step. Even though I can easily copy its effects, the real deal still evades me. There are still several other ideas that I want to try out. Though they shouldn't take much time individually combined, they might take the longest. And now I've added soul to my list. Fuck the elemental crystals, I need time crystals. Fujin was left speechless. The amount of things he wanted to learn to keep improving never seemed to decrease. Fujin sighed once again and thought, I hope nothing serious happens over the next 3 years like in the original story. I need that time. I might need even more. I may have to kidnap a tailed beast or two to delay the 4th war. Anyway, I'll worry about this later. For now, how does Orochimaru split his soul to implant it in his curse seals? Fujin turned his attention back to the scrolls, analyzing what Orochimaru could have done. Though learning how to do it was so far away that Fujin couldn't even consider it, he was interested to see whether he could figure out its principles with his newly acquired knowledge. What did you say? Shizune exclaimed in surprise. Disbelief was visible on Tsunade's face too. Neither could believe Shikaku's words. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, Patreon Devil Hex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Bernard, Aroachin, Sedan, AR3S, Stefan, Kozis, Antony, Mike, Tom, Travis, and Saptarsi for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 840. A Terrifying Mission Record. Chapter 846 of Naruto The Wind Calamity, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. And sorry guys, it took a lot longer than I expected. Good news is that I have finally completed the chapter. Hopefully I can continue without another block. I will aim to get one chapter daily without missing until next Saturday. I'll be writing on this Saturday. I haven't checked the comments yet. It's sadly quite depressing as an author when you get a writer's block, so I couldn't get myself to read them. But I'll go through the comments in the last couple of chapters tomorrow. Once again, apologies for this unplanned break. I know there weren't many chapters this week, but I hope you guys have had a good week. AN. The next 4 chapters are sort of a recap. Take a break if that's not what you prefer to read. Shikaku started by telling Tsunade a bit about Fujin's younger days. Tsunade and Shizune listened with interest, but were slightly surprised. Shizune thought, "That's weird. Seeing what Fujin achieved at such a young age, I thought his talent would be so extreme that it would dwarf Kakashi's talent. However, he was rather ordinary in the academy." Tsunade had a similar thought. He was definitely a genius, but he was more of a normal genius. He wasn't a generational talent like Kakashi or us. He must be like those from the second category, the ones whose talent blooms as they get older and gain more experience. However, Sensei wouldn't pay much attention to such a genius. How did he become so interested in Fujin? Tsunade soon got her answer when Shikaku mentioned what Fujin asked as a reward for ranking first in his class during graduation. Shizune was too stunned to say anything. Tsunade lost her composure and exclaimed, "A sword made entirely of chakra metal? Did he want to bankrupt the village?" Shikaku chuckled. I don't think he knew its true value. His expression became odd as he muttered, "Then again, I'm not sure if he'd have changed his request, even if he knew." Tsunade was left speechless. She thought, I was right. His absurdity in the council meeting wasn't a one-off incident. His nature is materialistic to the extreme. No, that doesn't sound right. Based on what I saw and heard, he doesn't seem materialistic. On the contrary, he is quite generous, especially with Naruto. However, he definitely gets a kick from forcing such deals. Tsunade zeroed in on understanding Fujin's nature. She felt a headache. Though it wasn't as problematic as Orochimaru's darkness or immoral like Jiraiya's pervertness, it was definitely troublesome. As the Hokage, Tsunade understood she'd have to deal with it. Shizune couldn't think like Tsunade. Instead, she asked curiously, "So, did Lord Third give him such a sword?" Shikaku shook his head. He wasn't aware of all the details, but he knew that Hiruzen had educated Fujin and made him change his request. Tsunade nodded and said, "I would have done the same." Shizune glanced at Tsunade and thought, "That's assuming you didn't throw him out first." Shikaku continued, "After graduating, he was placed under Renjiro's tutelage. Renjiro focused on building his team's basics for a long time before allowing his team to accept the missions. When they finally started, they slaughtered so many bandits that they were known as the Bandit Exterminators." He mentioned a few incidents that were talked about a lot in the offices in the Hokage building. While they weren't thrilling, Tsunade and Shizune realized, so this was the groundwork laid for him to hunt down so many ninjas later that he became a legend in the minor villages. Shikaku moved on to the Chunin exams. Tsunade and Shizune once again had odd expressions when they heard Fujin asking for a reward from Hiruzen in front of everyone for creating a new record in the Forest of Death. Tsunade nervously thought, "I have to be very careful with my words around this boy. Shit, I hope I haven't made a mistake already." Tsunade had spent a considerable amount of time with Fujin after returning to Konoha. Until Hiruzen recovered, the two were together at all times, except for when they slept. She quickly tried to recall whether she had said anything that could result in a headache. Shikaku continued speaking about the final round of the Chunin exams. The teams Fujin was a part of after he became a Chunin, some of his missions, Fujin becoming a seal master in a short time, the death of one of his original teammates, the defeat his team endured when they fell into Kumogakure's trap, and the opportunity he provided Hiruzen. Tsunade sighed. So, he has his fair share of losses too, unfortunate, but this is how this world is. Shikaku continued. Fearing Kumogakure's revenge, Lord Third didn't send him on any missions following that, and decided to include him in the Anbu. Fujin learnt the mystical palm jutsu during that time, and also signed a summoning contract. Once he joined the Anbu, Tsunade and Shizune's interest was piqued once again as they finally reached the fun part. Shikaku recalled several memorable missions that Fujin was a part of. While Hiruzen had known Fujin for a long time, Shikaku had come in contact with him during this period, so he had a lot more to say. Tsunade and Shizune finally understood why Fujin was so feared in the neighboring countries. Shikaku sighed and said, during this period, Fujin killed 793 ninjas, including more than 100 Kirigakure ninjas who were pretending to be rogue. The final tally left Shizune tongue-tied. She thought, no wonder he's so feared. He probably eliminated a squad or two every week. And those villages couldn't even find who was killing them. While Tsunade knew a lot more was to come, Shizune thought Shikaku had already mentioned the most thrilling parts. It was why she couldn't see his next words coming. Shikaku glanced at the ladies and asked, I am sure the two of you would have heard about the turmoil that happened in the Land of Wind a few years ago, right? Both nodded. Shizune said, yeah, that was strange. Even though we were in a remote town in this country, we heard of a possible civil war breaking out in the Land of Wind due to the fourth Kazakage's actions. Things got so out of control that Tsunagakure had to make an official statement to calm down their citizens. They blamed unknown rogue ninjas for disguising themselves as Tsunagakure ninjas and causing trouble. When things were threatening to go out of hand, Rasa had to make a statement to transfer blame. While the affected people were suspicious of Rasa's words, the uninvolved people, like Tsunade and Shizune, believed Tsunagakure's statement. It made little sense for Tsunagakure to do something like that. Shikaku said, that's correct. All that was caused by Fujin. What did you say? Shizune was caught so off guard that she exclaimed loudly in surprise. Luckily, the seals were activated, otherwise the Anbu ninjas standing outside would have been shocked by her shout. Disbelief was visible on Tsunade's face too. She couldn't believe Shikaku's words. She immediately asked, what do you mean? He must have been only 13 back then. Did Sensei send him on such a mission at that young age? Shikaku nodded. Yes, he had been sent to the Land of Wind for his Anbu captain promotion mission. Tsunade interrupted Shikaku. Something doesn't add up. We should have been weak back then. Be it the losses of the Nine Tails incident or the Uchiha massacre. Sensei wouldn't make such a risky move at such a time. Shikaku nodded once again. He didn't. Confusion appeared on Tsunade and Shizune's faces. Neither could understand what Shikaku was implying. Before they could analyze, Shikaku continued. Our Anbu captain promotion missions used to be kept vague to evaluate the candidate better. Fujin wasn't ordered to do anything so drastic. He just assumed that it was expected of him and did it. Neither knew what to say. Despite having rich experiences and having seen all sorts of tragedies, this was still the most absurd thing Tsunade heard. A 13-year-old ninja nearly started a civil war in one of the 5 major countries, merely to ensure he got promoted in the Anbu. Tsunade couldn't wrap her head around this. Despite it being several years and having seen more of Fujin's accomplishments, Shikaku was the same. Even though he understood Fujin far better now, he still couldn't understand how Fujin reached that conclusion. He stayed silent for a few minutes, allowing Tsunade and Shizune to calm down. Finally, Tsunade sighed and said, all right, tell me what more absurd things he has done. No need to mention any of the routine stuff. Shikaku nodded. Well, a few months after becoming the Anbu captain, his team ran into an ambush set up by Iwagakure. They wanted to kill a faction in Kusagakure, which was being protected by Fujin's squad. We had anticipated it, which is why his squad was sent. What we didn't anticipate was that Iwagakure would send Roshi. Tsunade became serious. Roshi and Han's tailed beast bombs were a huge threat to her. She couldn't take either of them lightly. Even without transforming into his tailed beast, Roshi was still a formidable ninja. She asked, "How did he get away?" Shikaku answered, "He fought against Roshi, buying time for his team to retreat. The mission was successful, and most of the Iwagakure ninjas were dead. I'm unaware of the details, but he forced Roshi to use the tailed beast bomb and escaped using reverse summoning jutsu. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilnospace. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Piddlesarvesh8OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you everyone who supported me on Patreon despite my writer's block. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 841, A Terrifying Mission Record 2. Chapter 847 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. So Fujin was the one who forced Roshi to use the tailed beast bomb in a foreign country. Tsunade muttered in disbelief. That incident had created shockwaves throughout the minor villages. A great village like Iwagakure sending their Jinchuriki to neighboring countries alarmed them. Most people knew it, though almost no one knew why it happened. It was the first time Tsunade and Shizune heard it. Tsunade thought for a moment and asked, "Was he already rank S back then?" Shizune was surprised. She thought, she's right. Only rank S ninjas could force a monster like Roshi to this extent. Still, attaining rank S at just 14 despite not showing any overwhelming talent until he joined Anbu. Didn't his strength increase too rapidly since joining the Anbu? Shikaku answered, "I had the same doubts, but Lord Third didn't think so. Even though he pushed Roshi to that extent, he was defeated in the end. From what Fujin said, he barely managed to get away and was severely injured too." Tsunade realized, "I see. So it wasn't overwhelming strength, but rather his combat skills must be overwhelming to force Roshi into a corner. However, this is even more impressive. No wonder he managed to face Orochimaru multiple times without losing." Shikaku continued, moving on to the incident in the Land of Water where Fujin's squad was sent to make a deal with Terumi Mei and rescue Renjiro's team. After learning all the details, Tsunade said, "Not bad. Having Terumi Mei, who will likely be the 5th Mizukage if the rebels win, owe him a favor, is very handy. Sensei made a good move, though I didn't expect Sensei to rescue the Kiri orphans. I suppose these are the same kids that Inoichi referred to in the meeting." Shikaku nodded. Yes, they were initially given to Elder Danzo since he was the one who continued the operations until it became too risky. Due to a strange twist of fate, they eventually ended up in Fujin's care. His words intrigued Tsunade, who thought he stole Danzo's recruits? That's even more impressive than forcing Roshi. She quickly said, "That sounds interesting. What happened?" Shikaku explained the way in which Root was targeted by an unknown ninja. The scale of the attack surprised her and Shizune, but what shocked Shizune more was Danzo spying on a council member without any permission. Of course, Tsunade wasn't surprised by it. What surprised her was how badly such a small misdemeanor forced Danzo to pay a heavy price. She thought, incredible. After all the shit he has done, he lost merely for spying on Fujin? I guess the clan leaders took the opportunity to gang up on him. No wonder he hasn't shown his face yet. She asked, "Who was the mysterious attacker?" Shikaku answered, "We didn't know for a long time. Even now, we aren't sure, but we suspect that it was Akuro, the ninja who humiliated Kumogakure. Sadly, Elder Danzo refused to acknowledge anything his subordinates might have done to piss off that blight." Tsunade frowned and grumbled, "That's troublesome." Akuro's actions in Kumogakure were so disgusting that even I heard everything about that incident. When did this happen? Did he do anything after that attack? Shikaku answered, "It's been slightly over a year, and no, there have been no attacks since Root was officially disbanded, except for 10 ninjas who still follow Danzo and maintain his laboratory." Tsunade thought and said, "Good, it must not have been too serious then. Continue." Shikaku said, "The next major event also involves Iwagakure. Due to his clash with Roshi, they somehow deduced his identity and set a deadly trap in the Land of Waterfall. They did an excellent job as none of us saw it coming. The trap was set by one of their Fuinjutsu grandmasters, with over 100 ninjas waiting to ambush him. Leading them was Kitsuchi. Fujin also said that the entire group was somehow trained to counter his fast-paced style of combat and could deal with nearly all of his attacks. Once again, the two ladies were shocked. Shizune wondered, Roshi, Mei, and now Kitsuchi? Isn't he running into too many top-tier ninjas since the Land of Wind incident? She curiously asked. How did he get away from such a trap? Shikaku plainly answered. He used his flying summon openly for the first time, catching Iwagakure ninjas off guard. They had only prepared to face Fujin, and not to face him while being attacked from the sky. Of course, it was still a very difficult battle. The report said he forced a high number of ninjas into the ground to avoid his attacks. He confronted Kitsuchi while his clones used geyser creation jutsu to create cracks in the ground, and used 1,000 explosion tags to trap the Iwagakure ninjas underground and kill them later. In the end, he killed 47 ninjas, left a scar on Kitsuchi, and escaped on his summon with his team when they were sneak attacked by someone with explosion release. The eyes of the two ladies widened. They both had a similar thought. Did Iwagakure set the ambush, or did Fujin do so? The result of the battle was simply absurd. The two didn't even know what to say. Shikaku continued. Following this trap, Fujin's frequency of going on missions became very low since he focused more on his training. A few months later, he led his squad to a mission in the Land of Hot Water and ended up confronting Biwa Juzo and Hoshigaki Kasame. He killed Juzo and stalled Kasame until Mangetsu appeared and attacked Kasame. Tsunade muttered, I suppose this is when it became official. Shikaku nodded. Yes, this fight proved he was indeed a rank S ninja. To become one at the tender age of 14 was quite an accomplishment. Tsunade nodded. Fujin, despite not showing extraordinary talent in the academy, had accomplished more in his early teens than the Sanins. His growth had been quite shocking. Shizune couldn't wrap her head around it, but Tsunade guessed he must have abused the multi-shadow clone jutsu until the limit. He may have also used soldier pills to stay awake for days. There is no way anyone could progress at such a speed otherwise. Tsunade was in awe at Fujin's perseverance while being worried at the same time. While every genius in Konoha was aware of this trick and had used it at some point, none had continued using it for years. At the same time, using multi-shadow clone jutsu for extended periods of time wasn't exactly safe. Using soldier pills alongside was even worse. So, Tsunade was concerned for Fujin's long-term health. She asked, So how did he change? Shizune didn't understand her, but Shikaku did. Every ninja went through changes after reaching rank S. For some, it'd be very subtle and almost unnoticeable, while others would change drastically. Shikaku muttered, Honestly, he didn't change much apart from being more confident. The only major change was that he left the Anbu and started devoting even more time to his training. This was also the time when he took Naruto under his wing. Tsunade thought, Interesting. He's more like Sakumo and Minato in this regard than us. I didn't think that'd be the case, seeing how shameless he is. Luckily, she couldn't hear Shikaku's thoughts. Shikaku could only complain in his heart. The only real change was that he started creating even bigger messes and became very liberal in dumping them on Mai or Third's head. However, she can learn this later. It'll be troublesome if she quits on the first day. We need her to stay at least until we can force Fujin or Kakashi to accept this job. Shikaku hid his thoughts well and continued. Following his departure from the Anbu, Lord Third created a new position in the council to represent the civilian ninjas, and appointed him. I believe he wanted to use his unique nature to give us an advantage in negotiations, which is why he frequently took Fujin along on diplomatic missions even when he was in the Anbu. Since you know how the talks with Tsunagakure went, I'm sure you understand his intent. Tsunade nodded. Fujin's role in the negotiations was simply too critical. Without him, Konoha would have been forced to compromise considerably. Even she, or Jiraiya, couldn't have done a better job than Fujin since their natures were already well known. They couldn't pretend to be as unpredictable or outrageous as Fujin. Shikaku added, His time as a council member has been rather eventful too. You should pay attention to the ideas he proposes. They're quite unique and revolutionary. Once they're implemented properly, the academy will become quite different from what you or anyone else remembers. He mentioned the ideas Fujin proposed to make changes to the academy's curriculum and teaching methods. He also mentioned Katsuhiro's proposal, and how Fujin tweaked it to get everyone aboard. Tsunade and Shizune, who were already beyond impressed by Fujin's fighting abilities, didn't expect Fujin to have this side too. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhack space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, paddlesarvsh8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Sloth, Matt, Yazid, K4T, M9 Allen, Elo, Rezwan, Shadow, Julian, and Ludwig for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 842, An Emotional Roller Coaster. Chapter 848 of Naruto The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Not only does Fujin have terrifying combat capabilities, but he also has an innovative mind. He also had early success as a diplomat and managed to restrict Danzo. Though it should be the clan leaders who forced Sensei's hand, it still shows his political acuity. No wonder Sensei has such high hopes for him and has taken so many steps to improve Fujin's political standing. Creating a new position of the council, giving him root trainees, and letting him experience diplomacy at a young age. He must have also worked in the background to shield Fujin from political moves from the ones not happy about this. Considering our next goal is to improve the village's strength to the next level, Fujin will be critical in more than one way. Until a few minutes ago, Tsunade just admired Fujin's combat strength, perseverance, and found his diplomatic tactics amusing. However, her focus had changed to his innovative nature. She knew that Konoha would experience a period of peace. Combat prowess won't be too useful during such a period. Instead, the nurturing skills would take forefront until the world became chaotic again. She could see that just the changes to the academy and the establishment of the guidance hall would result in a qualitative change in Konoha's forces. Unless the other great illages copied them, Konoha would have a terrifying edge in the next war. Tsunade continued analyzing. Also, just as I thought, he isn't greedy. Despite having an opportunity to earn hundreds of millions of ryo, or even over $1 billion, he selflessly gave everything to the village. He just gets a kick out of making deals like those. Tsunade's hunch was confirmed when Shikaku informed her that Fujin didn't try to make any money from the guidance hall. As a result, his impression on her mind became much better. However, if she knew Fujin treated corrupt nobles as his personal bank, who could say what her thoughts would be? Or, if she knew that the Hokage wasn't safe from Fujin's tendencies, would she still have such an impression of Fujin? She said, "That's impressive. I didn't expect Fujin to have so many talents. Did he take any missions while in the council?" Shikaku nodded. "Yes, but very few were voluntarily. He just takes all elimination missions in a particular area once a while to kill his boredom. The rest were all specifically requested by Lord Third." Tsunade nodded and said, "Once again, just tell me the important ones." Shikaku said, "Well, the first one was in the Land of Hot Water, where he went to solve the mysteries of several missing ninjas. It ended up being a hunt for a Jashin fanatic called Hidan, who also attracted Akatsuki's attention. Fujin solved the mystery and chased after him in the Land of Frost, until he had another encounter with Akatsuki. He took on Kakuzu, a formidable rogue ninja, and destroyed one of his hearts. Unfortunately, the two were evenly matched, and Fujin couldn't destroy his remaining 4 hearts. He retreated after Itachi and a rank S kunoichi showed up. As per our reports, Hidan has joined Akatsuki and became Kakuzu's partner." Tsunade sighed. His ability still feels so weird. A ninja with 5 hearts who kills teammates like Kaminari. Who could have created such a messed up group? Shikaku answered, "Unfortunately, we have no idea. Fujin's speculation is the first clue we have about any possible leaders of that organization. In the future, we have to pay careful attention to any news coming from them. I have a gut feeling that they'll be a greater threat than other villages." Tsunade nodded. An organization with so many rank S ninjas was a great threat to every village. While a small group of rank S ninjas couldn't take on thousands of ninjas led by a couple of rank S ninjas, They could easily kill hundreds and retreat before the village could mobilize their entire force. Shikaku continued. Regardless, this mission brought us an unexpected surprise. The cave where Hidan did his ritual was filled with seals that are completely new to us. Fujin copied some, and we sent a couple of grandmasters to get the remaining. Unfortunately, none of our grandmasters have had much luck in cracking these seals. Tsunade muttered, Interesting. I'll take a look at them later. Shikaku nodded and said, That also makes Hidan important for us. If we can capture him and read his mind, we may get clues regarding this seal. Unfortunately, that's easier said than done. We don't even know what his abilities are. Tsunade said, All right, we'll keep an eye out for him. Which other missions did Fujin go on? Shikaku said, The next important mission he went to was in the Land of Rivers. There were reports of Suna ninjas being spotted around Yamakawa town, and a couple of our squads went missing in that country. Fujin went to investigate and found 22 Suna ninjas, including a grandmaster, hiding in a base under the Yamakawa family's mansion. However, the town was assaulted by Sasori before Fujin could take action. Shizune muttered, Another encounter with Akatsuki? Isn't it too frequent? Shikaku replied, Not really. The missions were a long time apart. Also, he was sent because they were tricky and could attract a lot of curious gazes, something proven true by Akatsuki's involvement. Anyway, he killed the Sunagakure ninjas using the distraction provided by Sasori, and later confronted him. I'm not aware of the details, but he escaped after stealing around 50 of Sasori's puppets. Shikaku's tone was a bit awkward towards the end. Needless to say, Tsunade and Shizune, especially Tsunade, were looking at Shikaku with disbelief. She asked, Can you repeat that again? Shikaku sighed. You heard it right. It should be the wind jutsu he displayed during the attack on the village. Fujin probably used it to cut Sasori's chakra threads. But yeah, I was as shocked as you. Shizune thought, what a crazy guy. Puppeteers treat their puppets like their own children. And yet, he stole around 50? I'm surprised Sasori didn't assault Konoha before Orochimaru did. Tsunade was at a loss for words. The good feeling she had earlier was once again shaky. Thankfully, Shikaku added, he gave most of the puppets to Lord Third, since he wanted to establish a puppeteer division in Konoha. Several talented ninjas with interest in puppets are currently working with them and getting used to their mechanics. Tsunade thought, all right, though bizarre, he did it for the village. It'll make Konoha stronger. Shikaku continued, his next major was a diplomatic one to Kusagakure. I know you know the terms of the deal, but you should know how he made it. His wording intrigued Tsunade and Shizune. They listened carefully as Shikaku described the scenario as Homura had described it to him long ago. The ladies were horrified to learn how he threatened their entire leadership. Neither had anything to say. They could only silently wonder whether Fujin went for diplomacy or to declare war. What was even more absurd was that they already knew the talks were a success, and Kusagakure had accepted this unfair proposal. Tsunade had stopped drinking by now. The barrage of shocking revelations forced her to stay sober. She asked, what all crazy things did he do? Shikaku said, quite a few, though here onwards most of it was sanctioned by Lord Third or me. That said, he exceeded our expectations each time. Feeling something off, Lord Third asked Fujin to proctor the second round of Chunin exams. He ended up facing Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, and surprised everyone by forcing him to retreat. Tsunade and Shizune nodded. They had heard about this battle in detail from Jiraiya. Of course, it was what followed that shocked them to their core. Shikaku continued. Lord Third used this surprising event to trap the curious spies. As we expected, all Iwagakure and Kumogakure spies stepped into it and were captured. We read their memories and destroyed their intelligence network in and around the Land of Fire. However, we first used it to trick Kumogakure into sending their Raikage and Killer Bee to hunt Fujin. While they traveled to our border, Fujin sneaked alone into the Land of Lightning and closed in on the forward bases Kumogakure had created. Lord Third wanted to weaken Kumogakure to ensure that they wouldn't be in a position to take advantage if Sunagakure and Orochimaru attacked us. So, Fujin's mission was to eliminate every Kumogakure ninja in at least 3 of the 10 bases. The mission shocked Shizune, but Tsunade wasn't too surprised. She had seen Hiruzen and Danzo do such stuff too frequently to ensure Konoha held an advantage. Yet, even her pupils dilated and eyes widened in horror as she heard Shikaku's next words. Shikaku stated, "He exceeded our expectations and eliminated 6 bases, killing 658 Kumogakure ninjas and another 83 from the traps he placed." AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link wpatreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patelsvashade OKSBY. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Thomas, Paolo, Calbier, Dracul, Ong, Do, Padir, Mukut, Ymir, Connor, Aiden, and Hunter for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Tsunade's Smile. Chapter 849 of Naruto. The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. He killed 658 ninjas, and another 83 died from the traps he placed? Shizune completely lost her composure. She couldn't even form her thoughts properly. Though Tsunade didn't lose her composure, she was equally shocked. Even though Hiruzen and Danzo engaged in such acts frequently, she had never heard either of them ever killing so many ninjas outside the Great Wars. More often than not, their covert operations would only eliminate a few squads at a time. Killing 741 ninjas from the same village during peacetime in a single mission was completely outrageous. Before either of them could say anything, Shikaku added, all of them were elite ninjas, who the Raikage was grooming for the next major war. That is why Kumogakure has been quiet despite the chaos caused by Orochimaru and Tsunagakure. Tsunade's eyes twitched as she thought, 741 elite ninjas. That's enough to take out most minor villages. Ai's heart must have bled. To be played so badly by Sensei, having his ninjas slaughtered by Fujin and then getting humiliated by Akuro. She asked, does Akuro's involvement have anything to do with us or Fujin? I know you said we haven't confirmed whether he was the one who attacked Root, but this is too coincidental, isn't it? Shikaku answered. We felt it too, but no, it wasn't. Kumogakure was just unlucky. Shikaku explained how Kumogakure pissed Akuro off by disturbing his meal and how he reacted. The ladies were left without words again. Despite having seen a myriad of peculiar ninjas, Tsunade hadn't seen anyone as unreasonable as Akuro. Shizune muttered, Kumogakure just jumped on the axe, didn't they? Shikaku nodded. Not once, but twice. Shizune immediately realized, that's right, there was no reason for them to hunt Fujin. If they didn't try to do so, Lord Third wouldn't have risked sending Fujin there. Tsunade said, tell me all the details about this mission. What were those military camps? Why did they have such a high number of ninjas? And how did Fujin kill so many ninjas? Shikaku nodded and informed Tsunade everything about the mission, or at least as much as he was aware. After all, Fujin never explained how he eliminated 6 bases, so Shikaku could only speculate. As they learnt about the finer details, their shock slightly subsided. Instead, they marveled even more at Fujin's capabilities. Tsunade analyzed, to eliminate 6 bases that were hundreds of kilometers from each other and consisted of over 100 ninjas each, so quickly, efficiently, and stealthily. This isn't just a testimony to his strength. Even if Jiraiya and Orochimaru had attacked together, we couldn't have stopped them from sending a message back to Kumogakure. To do this, he must have needed fuinjutsu or barriers to stop any attempts to contact their village. In addition, his flying summon had to be fast enough to make the trips between the bases very quickly. Most importantly, he needed to eliminate everyone in the base quickly to reduce variables. The third point no longer surprised Tsunade. Considering what Fujin had done during and following the attack, Tsunade knew that was the easiest part for Fujin. It was the others that startled her. Luckily, it wasn't too much for her to take, due to everything she had heard so far. Tsunade continued analyzing. In addition, he also set traps in every base. Traps that were so thorough that even a grandmaster failed to detect them. His fuinjutsu skills are far better than I imagined. Of course, in order to do all of this, his planning and strategy skills also needed to be top-notch. However, considering what he did in the Land of Rice, this isn't surprising either. Unlike Tsunade, who quickly accepted it and began analyzing, Shizune was still in a daze. Due to having left with Tsunade at a young age, She hadn't seen the world as much as her mentor. While she knew of the tragedies of war, she couldn't wrap her head around killing hundreds of ninjas during peacetime, irrespective of the objectives. She turned her head towards Tsunade to say something, but her words stayed in her throat as she wondered in surprise. Lady Tsunade is smiling? She couldn't understand why Tsunade would smile. However, after being Hiruzen's advisor for so long, Shikaku could read her thoughts at a glance. He thought, as expected, for a leader there's nothing more pleasing than having a weapon like Fujin. Shikaku didn't judge her. As much as Fujin loved creating headaches for Shikaku, Shikaku was more than glad to have him. Without Fujin, Shikaku's headaches would have been far greater. Shikaku said, "As for the events of the Chunin exam, I'm sure Lord Jiraiya has already informed you about the same." Tsunade nodded. She also knew what happened after the battle, since she and Jiraiya grilled him on the day they returned to the village. As such, she expected Shikaku to be done. To her surprise, he said, "Actually, there is another thing that happened that I didn't tell you earlier, since I wanted you to focus on healing Lord Third." Tsunade wasn't offended. The very reason she didn't accept the seat for nearly a couple of weeks was to heal Hiruzen. She asked, "What is it?" Shikaku awkwardly said, "When Fujin was in the Land of Rice with his army, he found several Kumogakure squads sneaking around. He had the army eliminate all of them secretly. Along with Otogakure ninjas, 206 Kumogakure ninjas met their end. He didn't leave behind any proof that could connect their deaths to us, though. So, we can feign ignorance and blame it on Orochimaru if Kumogakure ever tried to raise this issue. However, we should stay on guard." Tsunade and Shizune were left speechless for the last time. Shizune muttered to herself, "He's too relentless." At the same time, Tsunade thought, "He doesn't let go of any opportunity." Shikaku sighed and muttered lazily, "Well, that's all of his sealed missions, if they're..." Shizune interrupted him and asked, "I don't understand. If Fujin did all this, shouldn't he have been famous a long time ago? Why was he only famous as the spectral swordsman until he faced Orochimaru?" Shikaku sighed again, this time showing how exhausted he was, and answered, "It's because no one knows he did them. No one else in Konoha knows he was the one behind the events in the Land of Wind. Even Tsunagakure only has speculations. His clash against Roshi, Kitsuchi, and Juzo are only known to his Anbu subordinates, while his fight against Kakuzu is only known to his teammates in that mission. His actions in Yamakawa Town and the Land of Lightning are a secret too. Considering the sensitive nature of these missions and the number of ninjas he killed while in Anbu, we could only deny knowing anything about it." Shizune replied, "I understand. However, was Fujin really alright with you keeping nearly all his major accomplishments a secret?" Youngsters were generally quite hot-headed. They chased after fame and cared about their reputation. From Shizune's perspective, Fujin, with his unbelievable strength, should have been even more enthusiastic about gaining fame. Shikaku understood her thoughts and chuckled. "He was the one who asked us to keep most of it hidden. Lord Third wanted to improve his reputation for a long time, but couldn't due to this. It was only due to Orochimaru that Lord Third finally found an opportunity." Surprised, Tsunade thought, impressive. At such a young age, even Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and I wanted fame and acknowledgement. Minato was no different either. For Fujin to keep so many things a secret. Shikaku looked at her and recommended, "Lady Tsunade, I would advise you to keep these events a secret. Not only would they bring trouble to the village, but Fujin wouldn't be pleased either. Besides, there's no need to increase his fame any further. All villages are aware of him and consider him a major threat by now." Tsunade nodded. Shikaku said, "That's everything, Lady Tsunade. I'll take my leave now." Before Tsunade could give him another task, Shikaku escaped. Tsunade grumbled, "He's as lazy as ever. Couldn't he give me a brief rundown on which files I should focus on?" Tsunade sighed and turned her gaze to Shizune. She instructed, "Let's get to work, Shizune. By the end of the day, I want to get a hang of all the files here and rearrange them." "Yes, Lady Tsunade," Shizune replied obediently and began assisting her. Thanks to Shikaku and Jiraiya, Tsunade understood the state of the village. Rearranging the files wasn't much of an issue for her. She also had time to take a look at several other important matters. As the sun set, Tsunade sat in her chair, looking unsurely at a file in front of her. She let out a sigh and muttered, "This is too complicated. What a troubled kid." She glanced towards the ceiling and muttered, "Ask Sensei to visit me tomorrow morning. I need his view on a matter." IN. Apologies for the erratic release schedule. Have had a tough time writing for the past few days. However, today, it felt like I'm getting my rhythm back. Won't make any promises, but I'm keeping my fingers crossed. Have a good day. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link wpatreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvshade at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Dev, Humlux, Augusto, Reginald, Z, 22567, Thanpisit, Ryan, Benjamin, K4T, Cayuto, Stan, Ryle, then XY, Teddy, Ian, and Brandon for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 8844. Another student? Chapter 850 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. A few hours after sun rose, Hiruzen strolled into the Hokage building. Unlike the previous times, he was completely relaxed. He thought, "It's been so long since I didn't have many responsibilities. I got a short respite when Minato succeeded me. It's a shame that it ended so quickly." Even though he was far weaker and in tremendous pain, not having the pressure of what came with the seat relaxed Hiruzen. He walked into his old office calmly. Looking at his student buried in paperwork brought back some of his memories. Luckily, he could afford to smile this time since he didn't have to do them. His peaceful smile annoyed Tsunade. She thought, "He sure is enjoying life after burying me in paperwork." He said, "You seem to be recovering well, Sensei? Are you missing your old job?" Realizing his thoughts were being read, he coughed and said, "I'm just happy to see you in this chair. Even though it's much later than I hoped, I'm glad it happened." As he spoke, Hiruzen thought, "The injuries and retirement have affected my mental state. I am too relaxed, making it far easier to read me. I need to work on this before working on my chakra control." Needless to say, his words didn't fool Tsunade. Unlike others, she knew Hiruzen too well. She turned her attention to a file in front of her and said, "You're losing your game, Sensei. Anyway, I need your help with this. It's so messed up that I don't have any idea of how to approach him." Hiruzen was surprised. He walked forward and sat on the chair Shizune placed opposite Tsunade. He picked up the file and muttered, "Uchiha Sasuke? Why was he admitted?" Tsunade answered, "Yoshi found his mental state off and forced him to be admitted. His suspicions were correct. This kid is a complete mess. Then again, it ain't surprising." Hiruzen became serious. Considering how Itachi had sacrificed, he couldn't let his brother suffer. However, he was confused and wondered, that's strange. Wasn't he doing well? He also picked up Kakashi's Chidori and improved his taijutsu drastically. Could it be Orochimaru's curse seal? He looked at Tsunade and asked, "What do you mean it isn't surprising? Is the seal out of control?" Tsunade asked in surprise, "You don't know?" She immediately realized, that's right. Fujin never ran into Itachi and hence never mentioned him. Since Sensei is still recovering, others haven't burdened him with the messier stuff. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow and asked, "What happened?" Tsunade informed him about Itachi and Kisame's visit to the village, and their encounter with Naruto, Sasuke, and Jiraiya. Hiruzen's expression became even more serious. Placing his elbows on the desk and resting his chin on his palms, Hiruzen entered into a deep thought. He analyzed. Itachi visited... He must be warning Danzo and others from making a move on Sasuke since my status was unknown. However, why would he harm Sasuke to such an extent? He should know that his actions would only push Sasuke to do something drastic, like accepting the darkness and seeking Orochimaru. His eyes widened as it suddenly clicked in his mind. Wait. That's it. He's pushing Sasuke to become faster quickly. This means... Tsunade noticed his reaction and asked, "Did you figure out something, Sensei?" Hiruzen sighed. "No, it's just a pity to see Sasuke suffer so much. Let me read Yoshi's report first." In order to not make Tsunade suspicious, he opened the file and read, while his thoughts were in a different place. Hiruzen sighed internally as he realized, Itachi's illness must be worse than what he reported. If he doesn't have a long time to live, his actions would make some sense, though I still don't agree with it. In a way, this is not only a message for Sasuke, but also to me. He increased Sasuke's thirst for strength, and hopes I satisfy it so that Sasuke can avenge the Uchiha clan before Itachi succumbs to his illness. If I can't, he wants Sasuke to pursue Orochimaru's help. Of course, it'll be very risky, but Orochimaru must have been forced to change his body by now. Itachi must believe that Sasuke would have the strength to kill Orochimaru by the time he can change his body again. While Hiruzen understood Itachi's confidence in his younger brother, it didn't change how risky the whole thing was. Hiruzen's current state was due to none other than Orochimaru. Unlike Itachi, he had no confidence in Sasuke killing Orochimaru. Naturally, he preferred to let Sasuke get stronger in Konoha's safe environment. He thought, I can only ask Kakashi to quicken up Sasuke's training. Hiruzen felt troubled. Just as he decided to let Kakashi increase Sasuke's training, he read in Yoshi's report that Sasuke didn't think of Kakashi as capable enough to teach him. Hiruzen analyzed. There is no doubt that Kakashi is the best person to teach Sasuke, be it the Sharingan, lightning nature, or Kakashi's vast array of jutsus and expertise. He's even more suitable than me to teach Sasuke. Unfortunately, due to his loss against Itachi, Kakashi's image has drastically fallen in Sasuke's mind. He won't be satisfied if I force him to keep training under Kakashi. However, who do I appoint to train Sasuke? Even though Kakashi was the optimal candidate, Hiruzen understood Sasuke's emotions perfectly. He realized forcing Sasuke would have a negative result. Unfortunately, there weren't many options. Hiruzen thought, the only ones with a greater prestige than Kakashi are Jiraiya, Tsunade, myself, and Fujin. Jiraiya's teaching style doesn't suit Sasuke. Neither does Tsunade's style. I could train him, but in my current state, he might respect me even less than Kakashi. That only leaves Fujin, however. Hiruzen felt another headache. Normal missions were one thing, but asking Fujin for personal favors was very expensive. Hiruzen didn't want to have such a conversation with Fujin so quickly after waking up. He wasn't sure whether his soul could handle such an intense battle. Though he could let Tsunade handle it, he had a feeling he would regret not aiding her. Hiruzen thought, I have to be there. Anyway, should I do that? Hiruzen fell even deeper in thoughts. For some time, he forgot everything around him, focusing entirely on this troublesome matter. He didn't turn the pages in the file for several minutes. You've been thinking for quite a while, Sensei. Is everything all right? Tsunade asked. She knew that Hiruzen was still suffering tremendously and was concerned for his health. Hiruzen turned his gaze towards Tsunade. The look in his eyes surprised Tsunade. Never before in her life had she ever seen Hiruzen being so unsure. She could see the intense struggle happening inside him, even though she didn't know what it was. Hiruzen, the man who didn't hesitate to become the decoy to let his comrades and sensei escape, hesitated long and hard before coming to a decision. He let out a long sigh and muttered, Shizune, bring Jiraiya here. Shizune was surprised, but followed immediately. Hiruzen softly said, You guys, secure the office. Tsunade's Anbu guards flickered out of the room and activated all the seals. Before Tsunade could ask, Hiruzen said, There's something you should know, but let's wait for Jiraiya to come here. Tsunade nodded. The two waited in silence for Jiraiya to come. The confusion in Hiruzen's mind slowly faded away during this time. He became more sure of his decision. When Jiraiya returned, Hiruzen asked Shizune to stay outside. Jiraiya asked, Is everything all right? Hiruzen replied, It is, but there's something you should hear too. Take a seat. Jiraiya grabbed a chair and became comfortable as he and Tsunade wondered what Hiruzen wanted to say. As Hiruzen began speaking, surprise appeared on their faces. In the next few minutes, their surprise changed to shock, which quickly changed to disbelief, and by the end, they were completely stunned. Hiruzen could only see the grim expressions on his two students. Jiraiya and Tsunade stayed silent for a long time, unable to digest the truth behind the Uchiha massacre. Even in their wildest dreams, they didn't imagine something like this would have happened when neither of them were in the village. Finally, Jiraiya muttered, To think things deteriorated to such an extent, you should have called me, Sensei. Hiruzen sighed. That was my plan. With you in the village, the Uchiha clan would have been more careful, and that would have bought me the time to negotiate with the Uchiha clan. Unfortunately, Danzo went around me and influenced Itachi to do something so drastic. Not that it reduces my fault. I completely failed to handle this matter properly. It was the greatest mistake I committed during my tenure. With Fujin's recent findings, it's almost certain that we were wrong to suspect the Uchiha clan. If true, this was a colossal failure on my part. If you can, then please support me on Patreon, link patreon.com/devilhex. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Paddlesarvesh8 at OKSBuy, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Aeon Storm, Palika, Jean, Mr. Falcon, Jeppy, Rogeric, and Fam for supporting me at Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description.